there has to not exist any blatant or glaring logical contradictions, things that this idea is true, or reasons why this idea can't be true because it would imply these logical inconsistencies that aren't rectifiable or whatever. So if those two things are good to go, then I have no problem having those types of ideas.
Yeah, same.
And debating those types of ideas are, like I said, part of the probably most of what or the most enjoyable thing about being in these discussions, especially that's why in gems it happens, more so than I guess other places, just because they do scrutinize everything over there. But if I come to them with something I believe in or that could possibly be true, it's because, like I said, if it already has gone through that basic scrutiny, and so they're really going to challenge it, and I can really narrow it down, or really scrutinize it.
Thank you. Oh, hang on. There we go. No, I didn't work it. Hold on. There we go. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Cheers.
What'd you get, Ruda?
I got small fries, apple pie, and a small Fanta. Post gym visit at fucking 9:30 at night, or 9 o'clock at night.
Sometimes I go and I just get snacks.
Is that Venus next to the moon tonight?
If I remember correctly, like last month, it should be. Jupiter wasn't. Yeah, Jupiter wasn't there. Jupiter's like the middle of the sky, so.
Yeah,
it can't be Jupiter. It's got to be Venus, right?
The moon.
And it is the morning, yeah.
The moon and Venus are 3 degrees apart right now, so pretty close.
They're pretty far away from the sun at the moment. Like, it's 10 o'clock here, right? And they're still fairly high in the sky.
Oh, you can see them too. It's crazy. Actually, I don't know if I can see it right now.
Yeah, Venus is very close to the moon. It kind of looks like the communist flag right now.
Yeah. There must be like, what's the word when it's biggest angular separation from the sun? What's that called? Opposition or something? Or conjunction or something?
Perihelion?
Could be. I don't know the terminology.
Oh, all right, yeah. You're saying from our position?
Yeah.
I don't know. I actually don't know.
Yeah, because it's fucking 10 o'clock and it's still relatively high in the sky.
But yeah, but it does always. So that is kind of cool because it's about to be morning here, and I'm sure I could see if it wasn't so much fog. But yeah, it's always going to be right after the sun sets, right before the sun rises.
Sunset was like, I think, 2.5, 3 hours ago. And it's probably...
okay, well.
Yeah. Oh, fuck, a hot soup. Fuck.
Yeah, so the cool thing about our model is it's I guess it's kind of like a unspoken confidence, but that there's a confidence that we get from the fact that what we see matches kind of what we would expect to see because of
No, it doesn't.
the model. So
yes,
it
like
does.
things like
Not
Venus,
Show
things
us
like
something
Venus
that
are a
doesn't.
perfect example.
No, not one thing matches anything.
The fact that Venus has phases.
No, you're ass.
Venus,
Show us that in the classroom.
Show us that in the lab. Show us how you
Either
get
your prediction is
in
wrong,
the
Democ,
lab
for what the
from
globe
spirit.
predicts,
Listen, but yeah,
or you're
fuck
just
all
wrong.
that. Show us how you get that in a lab with real circle objects predictor. Fuck
Yeah,
your
what, sorry?
bullshit.
Get
Listen,
phases. Is that
your
a joke?
stories are cool. Show us how you get it in a lab with spherical
How do you
objects.
get phases on a
Listen,
circular
how
object?
do
Is that
you
a
get
joke?
them in a lab? Did you get them in a
Yes,
lab? You haven't shown them in the lab.
I
You haven't
can.
shown shit. No,
I
you haven't,
can.
liar.
Is it
Stop
a
lying.
genuine question?
Stop
How do you get
lying.
phases on a
Stop
fucking
lying.
round object?
Stop lying. You're a damn liar.
Okay, champ. Well,
Well,
there's the
I'm
champ again, Gio. There's the champ coming out.
It came quick this time.
How do you get phases on a fucking ball, you idiot? Jesus.
Democ gets. Apparently, you give Democ the champ pretty quickly. It's a short champ fuse.
Well, I
Actually,
wish
it wasn't
you'd give me
intuitive.
a short video with all your short evidence.
It wasn't
I made a
intuitive
video
to me at
yesterday.
first.
I made a video again
What was
against
it about?
J Toller Media 1 yesterday.
And it's
Pumped it
got
out 8
spherical
hours
objects
after he
orbiting each
released
other.
his. Second?
You made a video in a classroom setting where all the kids can go visit, where spherical objects are orbiting each other in a vacuum, and you got lights to show what you think are happening. I
Yeah, that's
highly
what I
doubt
did.
that, buddy. I highly doubt that.
Yeah,
If you
that's
do,
exactly what I
everyone
did.
would line up to pay.
Anyway, my actual video was in response to J Toller Media's one's video yesterday. If you would go and like to check it
Was
out,
it
that'd be
cartoon?
magnificent. Second?
Was it computer cartoon CGI or?
It's a bit of math, so I'm sure you'll struggle to keep up.
Oh, even worse than CGI, a bit of math, a bit of cartoon art, a bit of math art. Cool.
Bit of diagrams, a few triangles here and there.
Yeah, a little bit of math art. We did that math art back in the Ptolemy days with Leonardo da Vinci, didn't we?
Yeah.
Checked out the link in the
Wasn't
text.
Leonardo
thread.
da Vinci a polymath?
Again?
Wasn't that his whole thing? He was an artist and he was good at math.
Which link in the description? I'm driving, so.
Just my last post, mate.
All right, hold on.
When you
Hang
get
on.
home or whatever, you got some time, just have a
I
look.
am-
I'll
I am
repost
kind
it.
of home, but I'm just, hold on. Hang on, live stream
It's the latest
2.
thing from Globebusters.
About that guy that thinks he's proved the globe. Sorry, proved the sun rotating, that one? Corey Kell or
Yeah.
something his name is?
Yeah, the
Yeah,
angle.
I emailed the dude.
Yeah, that guy.
I've left a message on his website. Hopefully he gets back to me. His presentation, which I scrubbed through the end of it, he just goes, "Oh, there were 81 tests that I did. Flat Earth passed 100% of them, and Globe failed, I don't know, 57 of them or something like that." And I couldn't, for the life of me, understand, what his test was. Like, what does the Flat Earth predict? What does the Globe predict? And what do you measure? The only actual measurement that I saw, which was not consistent with the globe, was a measurement to Polaris. And I'm like, are you sure that your instrument is accurate? Like, he was off by something 3 degrees or something, right? And if you're off by 3 degrees when you're measuring to Polaris, your instrument's wrong, pretty much. The end. Anyway, I've emailed the dude. Hopefully he gets back to me tomorrow.
Yeah, fair enough.
I mean, he almost addressed the Polaris argument at about 20-minute mark or whatever, but didn't go there. Like, he set it all up and then just didn't address it. Anyway, I thought the guy was a bit of a tosser. He just threw in all this fucking military jargon and acronyms that didn't need to be there, and ultimately didn't say anything. So, yeah, I thought he was a bit of a jackass. But I'll engage with him if he responds tomorrow. So, yeah.
Well, I think you probably should at least try and understand his argument first. It sounds like you're not quite sure of what it was. You might have gone through the video a bit too quick, or whether you went through it slowly and just didn't understand, or he didn't explain it properly, or I don't know. But my understanding of it is that the sun should only move 45 degrees in a 3-hour period, and he's got it moving more than 45 degrees in a 3-hour period in a straight line. So
that's awesome that you got that from the video.
to
Okay.
Yeah.
That's awesome that you got that. A lot of people in the comments were going, I didn't follow, and I was one of them. But I do admit that I scrubbed through a lot of it. So if that's what he comes back with tomorrow, yeah, then I'll address it. Sure.
Fair enough.
All right, I'm at home, so I'm going to go inside and go to bed. Nighty night, cupcakes. Love you guys.
Enjoy your
Enjoy your
apple
Phantom.
pie and your,
All right,
your
see
small
you.
fries.
Thanks, champ. All right, good night. No, not champ. You're not a champ, Kosho. You're a champion. Champion.
No, not
Champions.
Go back
good.
and rethink on how sunlight works at the horizon when it either is in front and back or on side of
I'm
the
proud.
object.
Demok's a champ. Kosho, you're a champion. All right, good night all. See ya.
Sunlight
All right,
here.
there we go. Hey, Demok, there's something to be proud of, my man. Hey, Demok, do you know the story about Fanta? Where Fanta comes from?
The soda?
Yeah.
I don't know. I mean,
Kiss-
I might
Kiss
have
of
heard
the
it.
sun.
It used to be Coca-Cola. There's a Coca-Cola factory in Germany, Nazi Germany. And we were happily giving them the supplies to make the Coca-Cola up until we decided we were going to go to war with them. At that point, we stopped supplying them supplies for Coca-Cola, and so they had to make do with whatever. Who knows what they put in it? But what they ended up with was what you tasting today is Fanta. So they turned their product into Fanta. But it was Coca-Cola, and they just
Into
they stopped getting
Coca-Cola.
ingredients.
It's probably a little bit of tang.
Well, I'm not sure if Tang was out yet, but it does seem. I guess it turned out orange. I don't know if they put the
Yeah,
orange food coloring in.
yeah.
What goes on with it, but maybe it had an orange taste, and so they just thought they'd put orange food coloring in it or something. I don't know where that comes in, but yeah, originally the recipe they had was the Coke recipe, and they don't not have it anymore.
That's weird. It makes you wonder why we were giving them Coca-Cola. What was it doing?
Well, they were selling it.
Yeah.
They were selling the Coca-Cola for money.
Hey, wasn't it made with cocaine back then?
Probably did
Well, it's
something.
actually it still is today for the flavor. But so that's actually where the medical. I forget that. So what happens is I think it's in New Jersey where they make a lot of the ingredients. They actually use cocoa leaves, real cocaine, and then they extract the flavor and they get the raw everything else, and they sell that to some hospital in St. Louis.
Coca-Cola,
medical cocaine.
big cocaine manufacturer.
They used to just actually use the cocaine. It used to be main ingredient in the.
Well, think about it.
But
If
for the flavor.
you got to have all kinds of leaves for your product, you are a fucking big cocaine producer. So Coca-Cola
they
is
are.
the number one cocaine producer.
They probably sell more cocaine than anybody else, legally at least.
Yeah. Well, probably illegally too. It's probably all theirs. Probably the same company.
Could be true.
Our government usually are the ones who do that, and then they have the
Well, yeah,
trickle
that
down.
happened. That happened in the '80s, but the guy who did trickle down economics, Ronald Reagan, because that was a huge thing, the Iran-Contra bullshit, and they actually were getting coke and cutting it.
They're probably
and
cutting it
selling
with
as crack.
fluoride, cocaine and fluoride mixed. Coca-Cola.
What are they? They cut it with baking soda or whatever else they cut it with. Sell it as crack
You said
cocaine
that
to
so good, Demo. You make me want to drink, mate. Cool.
Well, I'm just saying, fluoride made them docile. The cocaine made them ready to go for orders and work.
Well, it was meth they were doing back then.
Well, I mean, they probably did it all, like a little Molly, a little I don't know, a mixture.
Little Molly. Imagine they get the soldiers Molly.
Coca-Cola cocktail. Always Coca cocktail.
That's hilarious.
know what happened.
Well,
When
listen, that's what the people were given. I mean, think about it. The military can give people that to make them see fucking unruly and rowdy too, if they give them that and not the right other thing. Now, if they give them the right attributes and the way to act with it and stuff to do, then that can be used for a military purpose of making shit.
Ugh.
But they also can feed you shit to make you, you know, docile and you know, where you listen and pay attention, and then when it's time
Gotta
to
get him vaccinated.
when it's time to go, you're hyped up and you're an army. And the pyramids were built by motherfuckers on meth and coke.
happened when Chuck Norris took an overdose of cocaine?
Shit, meth and coke were probably the money back in the day. Probably not gold. Meth, coke, and weed.
Are there any hieroglyphs of like cunts doing
Yeah.
lines off a table?
Hell yeah, that's the ingredients. The ingredients are right on there. The ingredients for acid, meth, coke, heroin, all that shit.
It's true that
How to
Hitler,
grow weed.
the Nazis were all doing meth, and Hitler was doing, probably medical grade, very clean. I don't know how to make it good, but doing very good meth. He was getting from special doctors.
Very
And
good,
he would
man.
he would have parties, like dinner parties, where he had like all his friends and were like couples and shit at his house, and they'd have to be there till like 4 a.m. because he wouldn't stop fucking talking and watching movies and shit. And yeah, and that's also why he
Kosho.
people were
You've
afraid
said
to
this
wake him
story
up.
before.
Yes, I probably told I told lots of people this story. But he was afraid to be woken up too. Like people were afraid to wake him up because of he'd sleep in real late and shit.
You sound like a propagandist.
Say it again. Sorry, I was pumping gas.
A propagandist? You sound like a propagandist.
Hell yeah.
Propagandist. No,
Yeah,
it's
you
true,
can say
true, true fact. But yeah, that's also on D-Day. He wasn't awake, to give any orders or anything, and that's part of one of the reasons why it was successful from our side, at least. The American side was successful. Part of the reason was because he wasn't even awake. They were afraid to wake him up.
You obviously really enjoyed hearing that story when it was told to you. You've like soaked that one in. I've heard you say this a few times now.
Not the part about D-Day, but the meth part. Yeah, I mean, sure. I mean, when we happen to be talking about Hitler, I'm sorry, talking about Nazi Germany, talking about the drugs. Yeah, meth is just one of those fun facts.
Yeah, but
It's just funny that
that, like, if you're in the military and Hitler's not like the top main dude, like the president of over there, or like the main dude, like he has to answer to other people. You can't just go to fucking sleep when you want. For the military, you'd get kicked out.
yeah, it's in America. If you're asleep on watch, on duty, penalty is death. It's at time of war.
So in
But
Germany, they don't care.
he's not on watch,
Nice.
and he is the highest in the chain of command. So at the time,
Oh no, he's not the fucking highest.
yeah, he was actually. It was him, and
No,
then there
he
was
wasn't.
yeah,
He was kind of slow. What do you mean the highest?
he had
He
the
was being
highest chain of
funded
command.
by someone.
He was a
So I think
Bush.
it goes a little bit higher.
That's why
Yeah, he was
That's why
real
he.
high.
That's why he invaded. What's their names?
He was high as fuck.
He was collecting people's gold and shit. He actually was getting funding by the countries he was invading because he actually
Oh,
wasn't getting funding. People.
Who funded him at the start to get going?
Exactly.
All sorts of people.
All sorts of people
Of
just
people.
fund
Would
you
you
out of
like to
nowhere for
mention
what? Why would
just
they
a
do
couple
that?
of them?
There was
What did you do that was so
someone
great?
called. I don't know. He was Man of the Year,
think he was
Time
born-
Magazine, 1939.
No. Yeah, when they put him in there because he's a Bush, I'm saying, what'd he do so great when he was 12? What'd he do when he was 10?
Nobody
What'd he
knows
do when he was
nothing.
17? Nobody knows.
He
Kind
wasn't.
of fucking odd.
He wasn't.
So
He
he was
was
a
in World War
CIA
One.
agent. Yeah, so he was a CIA agent for the Bushes because he was a family of the Bushes, and then they released him his dog shit and put him over there. And then what happened?
Well, yeah, he was in World War One, fighting for Germany. Actually.
Why the fuck would Time Magazine put you in their magazine ever?
Well, it was during the Great Depression, and he had turned Germany around, economically at least.
Cool excuse to put the fucking greatest killer of all time in the fucking Time Magazine. That would make no sense to me. So
I
anyway,
wouldn't give him that credit.
well, he's the well, supposedly. I don't think he killed anybody, so I wouldn't either.
I like
I think he's right up there with Manson. Bunch of fake
I like
ass shit.
Hannibal. Yeah, Charlie Manson also didn't kill anybody. It's true. No, but I
Well,
like
Charles
Hannibal.
Manson owned the prison he was in, and nobody could touch him. Nobody could hurt Charles Manson, just like nobody hurt Hitler. He had to fakingly do it himself, supposedly, and that was some fake stuff. Kind of weird, right?
He was a coward, so I wouldn't put it past him to.
Oh, so the
actually
greatest
stop
man,
himself.
time of the year, turned this around, did all this, smart dude, top leader of the military, was a coward. What the fuck? How does that even make sense?
What do you mean a coward?
Coward of who? If he ran the military, who was he scared of? Going against the top people of the world. How was he a coward? I'm going to fight the #1 people in the whole world and take out everyone, but I'm a coward. I'm going to march up to the Vatican. I'm going to march up to the royal thing and tell them what's up, but I'm a coward. What are you talking
Patsy's
about?
not a coward. Definitely.
Where did he get his info?
I think he was there. I think he was like a fly on the wall because he's got some pretty in-depth stuff that he's sure is factual.
Yeah, I find that weird myself. And I'm not saying I was there, but I'm just saying by common sense, I would just like by proxy of common sense, like these things don't add up.
What it would have been to be a fly on the wall, though, eh? Fucking hell.
I'm just saying the dude doesn't really, I mean, their connection to Walt Disney, their connection to cartoons, their connection to Nazi cartoonism and science, it's all the same basket of, propaganda.
Maybe Kosho's reincarnated. Maybe he was Hitler's dog.
Just saying, why would a magazine put somebody like that as Time Man of the Year?
Because it's payrolled by the same people.
Exactly. And how could he turn the country around when he's the one that made the country die and go down and end its own downfall and demise, supposedly, by his actions against Jews and then whatever else? And why would his actions against Jews warrant America to do anything when everybody around the world has got a fucking slave other part, like China and all they all have other countries they take advantage of? And how come America's not stepping in and stopping all of them? They just stopped this little one? Kind of weird, right?
That's what the bankers told him to do.
Right. Are they stopping Russia from doing anything that we don't want them to do? Are we stopping China from China? Don't feed all your kids poison and kill everybody. China, don't give us lead. No, they'll do what they want. They do what they want. And how can you have rules and like actual patents and all this other shit when China can do what they want? Oh, America, you got this patent on? I don't give a fuck. I'll remake it, double, triple it, and sell it back to you. And it's funny, right?
No one should give a shit about the patent. Like, I mean,
I don't think
yeah,
anybody
you made
does
something.
worldwide.
Yeah,
Just
it's
America.
pretty
They
funny
sue each
actually.
other.
Yeah,
See America suing China about any patents? Or Russia? Or any big countries? Israel? Hell no.
good luck.
Be a little guy and try to make something. Don't make anything in your backyard. Somebody will show up.
I think I'm gonna do this experiment that this guy's talking about with the sun angle. I think that's something I can actually do. So I'm gonna do it. See if I can back his results up.
Oh, you mean where the source of the light comes from? It depends. For the horizon, you try that one too.
No. Yeah, well that one, yeah, but just this specific one.
Also do the one with greater light sources and less light sources and see how many shadows you get when you add more lights. Get a lot more shadows. And if you have a greater light and a lesser light shining towards each other, watch that effect too. Like a bright light shining through like some gas or glass, and the shine reflects over to another object, like or a white circle on the wall, just to see what that looks like. It's gonna be weird. Bright light through glass focused on another circle that's like either reflecting of the same light or not. Just either a bright white circle painted on the wall, another source of light, either way. Because with the Earth, we have our atmosphere, we have reflection plus our atmosphere. And you can feel sunlight. I mean, you can feel light to a certain amperage or a certain voltage. If the light puts out a certain wattage or voltage or frequency, you can feel it. So I don't know exactly what a photon's weight would be if that's the idea of a photon, sunburning your skin. So like the thing that sunburns you, is there a weight to that? I know you can feel it, but I don't know if there's a weight to it. There's an electrical continuity or reaction from it through the medium or whatever it comes in contact with. It's a magnetic induction. Just like when you rub the magnet by the other fucking thing and it gets warmed by the copper. Holy shit. So we're like little things of copper running around. And we get, that shit can heat us up. That's crazy. So we have a charge, the charge reacts with the charge, and then we get a sunburn. Or we absorb it, just depending on, our complexion. Based on our complexity, we either take it in or get burnt by it to a certain extent. Yeah, the sun does the same thing as a magnet does to the outside of copper. The sun can be an excited magnet, being excited by the argon, hydrogen, and helium that it's surrounding it, or whatever that means.
isn't the flat Earth based on consensus as well?
There's no claim of flat, it just is. The claim is from the globe.
I'm not so sure. I've personally made no claims.
Fair enough. And sit on the fence then, I suppose.
I'm not sure if I sit on the fence, not even to mention sitting on it. I consider myself sitting in reality, I guess.
You'd have to say that, I think that, wouldn't you?
Sorry?
You would have to think that, wouldn't you?
I'm not sure if I would have to think that. That's just what I think.
Well, how could you not?
How could I not think I'm sitting in reality? If I consider myself sitting on the fence, which is what you suggested.
Therefore, you back the claim that it's a ball.
Oh, I didn't say that at any point, did I?
Well, if you're going to be pedantic, backing the claim, you might as well make the claim. Far out.
Sure, but I could say the same about flat earthers who say that, oh, I'm just on the fence, I'm not making any claims. Couldn't I?
No, it's not comparable.
Why not?
I think it's called logical deduction, isn't it?
Which is considered logical deduction?
It's like if there isn't any curve, what would the surface be?
Sure, then you would be making a claim that there isn't any curve, and then you would be basing your thinking on that claim.
Yeah, I've never met a flat earther that hasn't made the claim that there is no curve.
Fair enough. Some people claim they make no claim that there is no curve, but that's actually how every single one of them think.
No one makes the claim that they don't make a claim that there is no curve.
Of course they do. Only every day for the last 5 years. What
Yeah,
are you
there's no
talking
flat
about?
earther that says there's no flat earther that doesn't say that there is no curve. That's what I'm saying.
Okay, you agree, yeah. They all say
Yeah.
so they're all making a claim, no curve claim.
Yeah, that's the claim, no curve. We don't make any other claims about like the nature of the reality, right? We just know that the Earth, the surface doesn't curve.
Well, you say some other things like out of the atmosphere, we must have a container. Another big claim.
Yeah, based on like, I don't know.
Based on gas canisters.
Yeah. I made that claim too, I guess.
So that's all Laurie's saying is we're all making big claims. We all base some of our thinking on consensus.
Well, you reckon it's a big claim to say that if there isn't any curvature, that would mean that the Earth, the surface of the Earth is level and flat.
If you can't find curvature on the water on big expanses of non-hilly land, yeah.
Yeah.
I believe we have found it.
You reckon we found curvature?
Yeah, all over the world. You reckon you found flatness?
Found flatness? I said there's no curvature.
That's
which would mean...
That's what that means, flat. Have you found
Yeah.
it?
What do you mean found it? You can't
Well,
not find it.
Have you found flatness? Or are you a glober? I forgot.
Yeah, but like you just said, there's hills and valleys and stuff like that, right? But there's no
On the water.
curvature.
How do you know if you haven't found flatness?
Yeah, found flatness.
Okay.
Find flatness. Find flatness
another
every
claim.
time. Yep. What do you mean? That's another claim.
Well, that's
That's
the same.
the one
that's the
claim.
first claim. Yeah, the first claim, no curvature.
That's the one claim,
No.
bro.
You're claiming you know there's none, but then you're also claiming you've actually found and measured flatness. That's another second claim. Not only
You're
are you
saying,
claiming it's
hang
flat,
on.
you're
There's
claiming
no-
you found it to be flat.
There's no curvature, right? That's the claim. Why? If there's no curvature, why do you have to find flatness?
Oh dear, don't you understand how to prove what you believe?
If there's no curvature, then what would it be?
Well, you have to find that there's no curvature, right? First, before
Yeah.
you can claim it.
Yep.
Yeah. So one of us is wrong. You've found flatness. I've found curvature. One of us is wrong. I think.
Where'd you find the curvature?
Oh, over the water and generally over the land.
Over the hills and far away.
You can look at the horizon.
Did you find gas pressure
help.
without containment as well?
Yes. All over the
Where was
world.
that?
I found an atmosphere with no sky dome. All over the world.
Ah, you're using that example.
What other types of containers are there?
Well, is there another example of gas pressure without container?
Not that I can think of right now, but I'm sure there is
Can't
some.
think of one right now. You can't think of one other
some
example.
nuanced ones.
You've just got the atmosphere one, the gradient. That's the one you've got. The one that's
Gravity
that
holding the gas
conjecture's about.
to the planet.
Here is an interesting question. Let's take a look at the atmosphere. Let's say at ground level and then 1 kilometer up. Let's consider that distance. Clearly, there is no wall there. There's no container in that space. Now let's move it up further from 1 kilometer to 2 kilometers. There's still no container there. And then we can do to 3 kilometers, 4, 5, let's go to 10 kilometers. There still isn't clearly a container there. So if it seems that when we look higher and higher, there's no container, where does the need for a container start?
Pressure.
I did ask where. that would mean you have
You
to
think-
give a
You
altitude.
think a big solid piece of nature can't create pressure by itself?
Well, that's flat Earth can't demonstrate it, and globe Earth can't demonstrate how you'd have pressure without a container. So therefore,
We can't
QE.
demonstrate it. We can fly up and not hit a wall, like Laurie was just saying.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be solid, does it?
I don't know anything about non-solid containers. I don't know anything about that.
Well, have you ever seen entropy?
I mean, yeah, I've seen things fall apart and get old.
Or have you seen, say, there's like two glass cylinders and a tap valve in between the two cylinders, and one side's got gas in it and the other side doesn't, and you open up the tap and the gas pretty much instantly goes into the other.
Well, that's
'Cause
not an
soon as-
example of a non-solid container. That's just an example of gas movement.
Right. But as soon as you open the valve, it moves. So the theory is, what would happen to the gas?
Yeah, I know
If there
the
wasn't
theory, Mel, but we have gravity that holds it on.
Yeah. I don't know.
No glober is worried about how the atmosphere stays on the planet at all.
Mm.
And they never were.
Yeah, I've heard it from so many different ways. I tend to think that there's almost like columns, not like a density layer, more like I guess it would be a downward vector from up top though.
Yeah.
So like
what would
a
be the source of
compression.
that?
Yeah,
Why would-
that's the question.
Why would the sky be pushing down?
Well, because to me the sky is turning, so
Yeah.
that would have to create some kind of
Okay, yeah. Effects of it turning.
yeah, exactly. Like there'd have to be a spiral somewhere, because that's what it looks like, doesn't it? When you do the time lapse, how else can you get those concentric circles?
Okay, so let's say the sky's turning above the flat Earth, and it's pushing down on the atmosphere to keep it on Earth.
Yeah.
Does that mean we don't need a dome?
Well, potentially, because I don't know if you know how they say it's space, but when you see it in the daytime, it just looks like blue. Like it's just blue, and then yeah, and then at night the stars come out. They don't look like, some of them look like they don't even look like they're attached to anything. Like they're just like you know,
they're not
floating orb. No,
but on a flat Earth, so you're saying they seem like separated things.
Yeah,
right.
They do. But the way it turns,
I agree.
It all seems to, like, they all have a position, a placement. They don't go out you know, they don't. It doesn't go out of sync. Everything stays where it.
Well, maybe it does over a longer period, but we can't really tell.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, definitely, because I can remember looking at the stars, especially the saucepan, like what they call the Big Dipper, or
yeah. I see that.
I mean, I remember that as a kid, and it pretty much looks exactly the same now.
Yeah, it does.
So
I wouldn't be able to tell though, if one of them stretched out.
Yeah,
a few degrees. I wouldn't be able to tell because I haven't made a picture or a diagram from the past.
Yeah, And if it has moved a little bit, it wouldn't be much.
I think I'm saying even if it has moved, it's pretty constant for us. For each person in their life, it's constant, which
Yeah,
seems to mean something.
these formations and it just seems impossible to me that it's not.
Do you think why would nature do that? Why would God do that?
A bit. It makes more sense to me that it's
Don't you feel the same way when you see an anthill? Think why would nature do that? When a fly lands on your dinner, you think why would nature do that? Why would nature do that?
Well, I mean,
just doing what it does.
Yeah, but it seems most things sort of, or maybe they don't, but sort of seem to make sense. Like everything has some sort of functionality, for the most part, unless it's just some decaying abandoned shopping mall.
I'm going to try and body out on what's the meaning or the point of a coastline?
A coastline.
Stars, what's the difference? The difference between the bottom of your middle toe and the stars.
Yep.
And they're both just there doing their thing.
Well, this is the thing. So if we're on the ground, to me, it makes sense that the sky is the ceiling.
I mean, yeah, that's the same on my model. It's not a physical ceiling, but it's the above.
Yeah. And I don't know what's underneath. I personally don't think that there's space under, like stars underneath the earth. That to me is just weird.
Well, you know what, Mal? I don't often think about my space, my heaven, my ceiling, my above being below you. I don't think about that. I think about it being above me. But in the back of my mind, I believe we're spinning around looking up at different bits.
Yeah, well, we're definitely looking at different bits.
I believe below us is hell. Lava, hot, dark caves, and unknowns. So that's the
unknowns.
Below. And it doesn't matter that you live. It doesn't matter that you live below the below. It's still between us both. It's below us both, right?
Yeah.
Dawn, what you got to do is you got to say, what you don't understand is Hades is the ruler of the night. You need to lay him on with some Greek mythology.
Everything's a duality, Mal.
Right. What you don't understand is as, what do they call it? The chariot of the sun moves across the sky. Thor, awakes.
Yeah.
Well, how deep
sky moves, your soul moves, Mal. You got to get woke on this.
Right, you got to pick. Well, I'm just saying, when you're talking to ballers, just pick some Greek mythology story, and just no. What you don't understand is as Thor pushes the earth around the,
I'm gonna try that. I'm gonna try starting my spiel with what you don't understand is. I was trying to help Mal conceptualize Earth, so I was trying not to be too egoic.
Because it could be another layer, like there could be the lava layer, and then there's people in another layer underneath that, like it's heating.
I think they've got secret caverns between the lava pockets, and they hide out down there and do stuff.
Because it could be caverns that just go on and on.
Y'all, excuse my ignorance for a minute. On the heliocentric model, right? Can someone answer me why the North Pole is the North and why the South is the South? How do we differentiate what South and what North is?
Because North is better and most people lived in the Northern Hemisphere in the recent thousands of years. Most people lived in the Northern Hemisphere, and the Southern Hemisphere was thought as the place where the sun dies.
That's the answer.
It's my answer, yeah.
Like your brain.
We were biased to the north, and actually, if you look it up, I think the magnets have already shifted, haven't they? And it's actually the southern pole in the north of the Earth, something like that. And it could shift again, and that's why that's my evidence for Earth being a magnet.
So it wouldn't have anything to do with how people thought the Earth was for thousands of years.
Yes.
How like the
North
north
is
was
the
closer
center
to
of
the
the old
center.
Earth. Yeah.
Yeah.
South is
So
the bit they don't understand, and the north is the middle.
yeah.
The middle or the top, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They
Is
come
it
from
the
middle
middle
together
on
to
the top?
yeah.
Is it the middle on the globe at the top there?
Yes, pretty much. The Western world thinks it's still the top of the Earth, top of the world, the middle.
Top of the world.
But there's nothing that technically defines that as the top compared to the south. The way like the
No,
universe
not
is,
except
there's no
Polaris.
real up, there's no real up or down.
Polaris anchors the northern hemisphere axis for people because it's a point they can see.
Right.
Imagine all the rich people with telescopes over the last 10,000 years. They will have lived mostly in the north. They will have mostly been observing the northern stars.
Yeah, that's where all the action seems to be. I never get attracted, even though I'm not that far from Antarctica right now. Where I am, it's just a hop over to Tasmania. Next stop's Antarctica. I'm not that far.
You in Melbourne, bro?
That's cool
Yeah.
too. The bottom of the world. That's cool as well. The edge of the world or the bottom of the world.
I thought you were a Queenslander, bro.
Edgelord.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was for a little while. I lived in Queensland, but yeah, nah, back home.
Welcome to
Back in
our
Melbourne.
neck. Oh, so you've always been from Melbourne?
Yeah, I grew up here.
Oh yeah, whereabouts, bro?
Kind of around Camberwell, Baldwin.
Camberwell.
Yeah.
We were just in Camberwell.
Really?
Yeah, no shit.
Cool. Is that still like a good place?
Well, plenty of Jews. Like, it's a very rich area.
Yeah, right. Used to have this arcade. Anyway, yeah, it's going way back. Oof.
Fancy coming to Victoria, bro. No one does that anymore.
Yeah, this is the place. Melbourne's one of the best fucking cities in the world, like without a doubt.
Oh, well, maybe if you've got a couple of jabs in you, it's not too bad now.
We'll see. I think that's going to come to bite him, that guy who's pushing that line really hard.
Yeah, old Dan. Yeah, next Saturday, bro, if you're in the city, there's probably going to be about 100,000 people there.
Really?
Calling for his head.
I'll have to go to that.
Yeah, bro. Well, last Saturday there was 25,000, but the media didn't show it. And then they're saying it's going to be double next week, so it should be interesting.
Cool. That's exciting. An impeached premier or something.
Oh, I don't think anything's stopping him. I don't know. Even if there's a couple of 100,000 on the streets, I think he'll still go.
Wonder how many it would take for him to stand down.
Honestly, I think if they could somehow get over 100,000 people in the streets, maybe that would do something, because that's a lot of people. But yeah, like they got 20,000, and it's still like imagine there was 20,000 people at the steps of Parliament on Saturday, but the media still managed to ignore it. You know, can they ignore 100,000 though? Like the world would be watching if there was 100,000, and then I guess then you start to inflict some sort of change. But they managed to ignore 20,000.
Gee, this could get interesting.
Oh, it's going to get interesting, all right, bro.
Oh,
my
wow.
5-year-old wanted to bash the woman the other day, not letting him in to go bowling. Like, come on, the poor kid, man. He's 5 years old. He's not allowed to go bowling because his old man's a conspiracy theorist. Shit's going to get heavy.
Where are you when you're just kicking it?
You heard of Warrnambool?
Right. Yeah.
Hey?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just in Warrnambool. I just bought a house there, bro. Highest vax rate in the state.
God, that must be a weird experience.
Yeah. Yeah,
You're the odd one out.
I certainly am.
Oh fuck.
Yeah. Just stopped off at the servo, mate. I'll duck out for a sec.
Yeah, no walkers. I won't say too much more about it, but it's almost like an unexplainable feeling. Like when you...
Being segregated.
Yeah, I've never felt like this before, if I'm being honest.
I thought you
put my finger
thought you
on
were
it.
getting it, bro. I remember speaking to you about 2 months ago, and you were like, "That's it, I'm getting it."
Yeah, I don't know. I felt all this pressure, and I was stressing out, and I just thought, well,
Yeah,
if I have to get it, I
remember
will.
you stressing out, man.
Yeah,
Yeah, I remember that. And to be honest, I was having a crack at you.
yeah. No,
I was trying to tell you to hold the line and not do it.
yeah, yeah. I listened.
Oh, sweet as. Bro.
Yeah, I feel fine. I feel good. Just feel a bit. I don't know. Like I said, I don't even have the words for what the feeling is, but it's yeah. I feel more alive. I don't know. I feel like my life matters to me, and I care about it, and I don't want to hurt anyone. I don't want anyone to hurt me. It's really weird. It's like a childlike feeling, like quite innocent. It's like, fuck off, just leave me alone. I'm not hurting anybody. Anyway, that's it.
Yes, you are. You're endangering us all with your selfish choices.
My DJ gear's got a cheat mode where you can select tunes that are in key the tune you're playing. It lights up green and tells you what key it's in. And I hardly ever use it. I like a random selection, but when you use it, the tunes mix together in the same key. It's so great.
Does it pitch shift them?
They're all pitch shifted, but only like 1 or 2%, so it doesn't really affect the keys. Half the tunes are 175, so they're not pitch shifted at all. But, well, basically, I'm just speeding up 172 tunes to 175. So they're slightly out of tune, but they're basically in the same key.
Yeah.
But it's the thing of in-key mixing, because before the
Yeah.
digital stuff would tell people what key a track's in, you'd have to be a really good musician with a really good ear to know how to mix it in key. But now I can just select from a little menu.
Nice.
Hey Don, you ever get into like how each key, you know, like each key used to be kind of relative to like the, you know, to the stars, like, you know, each astrological sign.
I've heard of it.
What's up?
I've heard of that before because there's 12 notes. Yeah.
Right, and then what's crazy is like, you know, then you have
12, yeah.
The concept of microtones, which actually, once you get into microtones, almost gets into the other astrological signs.
Right.
Like the 88. You know, there's like 88.
People split it into 12 notes, don't they? But if you go to other places and it's not Western, like they play between the notes, all different extra math and extra harmonies.
Yeah. Even have these little things called...
Modalities.
Can you guys hear me or no?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure. I'm just walking away from my thing. But yeah, microtones. They have these little things you can actually put on your guitar and stuff like that, which like, you know, it goes in between the note. Like Indian music uses it.
Lots of weird science and math, isn't it, to do with the frequency. There are the gaps between the frequencies. All relates to nature, and chakras, and the sky, and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool shit. But I used to think about that when you were, because you were just talking about the being able to keep a song in a particular key or close by it, and like how like if you were DJing, you could almost like work your way through.
Yeah.
Like, because I used to think about it in the sense of like if you write a song, what key you write it in matters. You know, like what
it does
you know,
affect
like
emotion and mood. In that key, you can only hit so many notes without it sounding out of tune, and those notes in that key will only have a certain amount of different moods.
Yeah.
Or like the idea that and then it like almost imagine like each key kind of speaks to a different resonance of person. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of weird. Like I like that kind of thinking about it.
You see that when you're DJing. You can have a tune that's F minor, but if the bass line notes start on F and then change to a different note, different people will react different to different tunes, just depending on the notes that hit.
Yeah.
Well, it's weird too. Like when you hear like, let's say, you know, like bar room cover people, like, you know, what they'll do is they'll learn the song because it's easy for them in a particular key when the actual song was written in a different key. And I don't know, I've always kind of felt that subtlety. Like when a song doesn't sound like you're like, what's off? Well, like, usually it's because they're in the different key just so they can compromise for their voice or their, you know, like, you know, their frequency. Because not everybody can sing it. You know, I don't know if anybody really can sing in all 12 different keys. I'm sure people can because they can adjust it.
It's
but
hard for
like
different
sing.
people. Yeah.
But there's a range, you know what I mean, that people have. But like if you were to write a song in like E flat minor, or like what I noticed is like a lot of the biggest hits of old were all in E flat. You know, E flat.
And each one has a reverse one that you can lay on top of it. Like one minor
Check.
One minor has a reflective major key that also fits
Right.
with it.
Right. Well, it's relative. It's called relative minor.
Right. I used to make music with really rubbish gear, like with a sampler and a Macintosh with MIDI. So all my sounds would either come raw out the keyboard and be weak, or straight off a record. And I didn't know how to pitch the record right to keep the samples in tune. So I ended up with samples that were just any note. And then I'd try and make tunes with it, and it would never sound fully musical. It would just half work because of the beats. But then when I've progressed, I found you can use MIDI instruments on the computer, and when you actually know what you're doing, you pick the right notes, and suddenly you're making music.
Yeah, because like, what will you sometimes get like a horn sample, and then like, are you drawing it in sometimes, or playing it
Yeah, I
on your
draw it in
keyboard?
and play it in.
Mm-hmm.
The horn samples, there's things you can buy now called romplers, where it's like a MIDI instrument, but it has loads of samples loaded in it already as instrument patches.
Yeah. Yeah, as I start installing on this new MacBook, I'll send you some stuff. I've got some library banks of all kinds of shit, really. Old synths and beats and yeah. What's it called? Field recordings.
Yeah, they're as interesting sometimes.
Yeah.
Merle, I'm sure I've heard of a song and it sounds like exactly the same as your voice. Am I talking shit, or was that you?
Yeah, that's me.
It was you, that song about the flu?
No,
No? What was the song about?
I don't know.
It was about COVID. Yeah?
No. Yeah. I haven't written
Yeah.
any songs about.
What about Conspiracy Guru? He did a song called
I
Pandemic.
told you so. That was a good song. So Merle, it's not you that the world's gone crazy, ate a bat or something like that.
No.
Guy ate a bat, then guy ate a bat. Now we're all got to go to the. Do you remember that? No, it wasn't you.
No.
Do you know the song I'm talking about?
No.
See if I can dig it up.
It's why drum and bass beats house to vibe to, because house only has the bass frequencies pumping on and off, boom, 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 or boop, 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 boop. But drum and bass has long bass notes, so you get to feel different full vibrations through your body. That's why a lot of people respond to it.
Yeah. I met a girl on a tram once, and like she got off the tram and I was walking home, and she kind of went into her house, went into her bedroom, opened up her window, and like lit up a cigarette, and then like I saw her this other time, and she actually invited me in. She like propositioned me like into her room, and through her name was Kelly. She introduced me to drum and bass, and she knew this dude, and she took me to this place called Bass Station. It was in like an old warehouse with floorboards and shit, 3 levels.
Right.
and it was just there weren't that many people there. It was kind of dark, and she got in. She had like a tracksuit jacket on, and she took her tracksuit jacket off, and she sort of had like just a pretty skimpy kind of top on. But he saw her and like put a tune on, like he knew her, and then she just started dancing her ass off, and I was just like, I was just sold like instantly. It all came together. Yeah, loved it.
I was sold instantly from Dreamscape hardcore tapes, and I collected them and listened to them. I started with disco on the radio, and then I liked the synth sounds, and I kept looking and looking until I found hardcore and jungle. And I heard these tapes, and it was just like this occult sound I'd never ever heard. Hardcore and jungle banging out with mad people shouting over the top. That was amazing. I thought, I want to do that.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, there's a great scene in this movie by Lara Lee called Modulations about the history of electronic music. There's this guy, he says, there's just the sound of jungle. It's just quintessential England. That was its drum and bass too, but the jungle was British.
Yeah, it's got a lot of other influences, but it is British. Pitching up and speeding up drum breaks. Very London.
Yeah. Had a guy on there, Doc Scott.
Yeah.
And he just had these menacing kind of burning.
Oh yeah, that's shadowboxing. 31 records.
That's it.
That's
it. And I was seeing
it's a lot more poppy. It's a lot more poppy and female friendly now.
Definitely. Yeah, when I went back to school, a lot of people were making psytrance.
Yeah. House went through a lot of changes. People kept trying to level it up, do different phases. Disco,
I'd go
house,
out,
hard house, trance, psytrance, gabba,
I'd
techno.
go out into the fields with all the trippers and listen to psytrance, and they'd be on mushies and acid, and
Yeah, they're funny people.
just in the bush with a big sound system.
I went
their
to a
heads.
rave once, and I DJ'd. And it was called Seal Clubbing. That was the brand of the rave. It's just a legal rave in a field. But anyway, as the sun came up, they put up cardboard seals all around the field. They towed a rubber dinghy on the back of a Land Rover and gave you a baseball bat, and you had to club the seals as you skidded past in the mud.
Awesome.
Yeah. I was like tripping, and obviously early in the morning, being silly, trolling and saying silly stuff. And I realized, oh, this is why it's called seal clubbing. What am I doing? What am I at? Who are these people?
I've had some of probably like best times of my life at parties, going out on an adventure.
It's very like a pagan ritual, isn't it? A rave.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you've got blurry vision and you walk through and you're seeing weird faces. They're all smiling. They're all in their own little world. I imagine that's what it's like around the fire at some mad tribal ritual.
Yeah, there's a weird scene in one of those Matrixes where they start having a rave and then everyone has like this orgy. It's really intense.
You've seen the Blade film, the
Mm.
vampire film, and they're in the club and all
Yeah,
the blood comes down.
yeah,
Great scene.
yeah,
All
definitely.
start feeding off each other.
It's hard. No, it's hardcore, that film. Wesley.
And that tune was big for a little while, wasn't it? How long ago was that? 20 years ago? 15 years
Wouldn't
ago?
mind watching that again. I'd watch that again. Blade.
Ace of Blade was the tune that they ripped off from the Blade song.
Mm-hmm.
Went do 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 do. Strobe lights and the blood coming from the ceiling. Great.
I reckon we should get like sampling. Keep it going.
Oh, I've got to send you that video of remaking the Prodigy track. That's reminded me.
'Cause he was all about that, wasn't he? Fat Boy Slim, Liam,
Yeah,
just
see,
in
that's
their
how I
room,
started.
just chopping shit up.
Copied them and tried to get a sample, but I just
Mhm.
didn't know enough music theory to make it work.
Yep. I think if we do it together, start bouncing off each other, we'll find like the beats and the basses and the sounds. So I want to find that line too, like between darkness and light, like tightrope walker.
I know I've told you before about this. I've sent you the two videos. I think there's a third one where he remakes Firestarter, but these two, they're just fascinating. You can really see what Liam was doing by this guy remaking it. Blew my mind. You hear him pull a little drum break from an old funk tune, and it sounds all dirty and crusty. And you hear him loop it, speed it up, slow it down, change different bits, and suddenly it slowly forms into the Prodigy beat that we've all heard and danced to in a pub. It's amazing to watch it just form itself. Right, the hand's totally destroyed, quite right in the text.
Oof.
I started making money on YouTube. It's exciting.
What's up, Dylan? You still around?
Yeah, Demo. Steve, you're missing out on the Nathan Oakley stream.
Bryce, what are you doing?
All right. Just relaxing.
Doing what?
Relaxing. You got Nathan Oakley streaming over there.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting kind of tired of Nathan.
Why? He's annoying.
Because, well, no, well, everybody in the flat Earth community is annoying, right?
Yep. Man walks on moon. There. Or man lands on the moon. Yep.
They claim science, but they don't do any science. Isn't that funny?
The flat Earth people?
Yeah.
Of course they don't. Who has time for that?
Photons.
Oh, right. They talk about
Uh-huh.
all this subatomic stuff they don't even have the equipment to do. I mean, a lot of these people don't have the money to go to Toys R Us and buy a freaking microscope set.
Somebody's trying to talk, but can't hear him. Well, think about it. Photon, right? That's ridiculous to start with, right? Can't see it. No chemical makeup. And then your scientific experiment, observed observation, see light. Now you can't get no dumber than that, right? I see light. That's my observed phenomena.
Right.
Then I build a photon gun. Now get that one. They call that a photon gun, right? When they do their experiment, they shoot photon from a flashlight. You got to understand the humor in that, right? No.
Because it's a flashlight's not a gun, right?
Well, the whole thing, right? I claim light as the reason I see photons, the observed phenomena. Now, how am I going to prove that? Well, I build a flashlight. And so now the flashlight produces light, but we're going to call it photons. And then we shoot it through a slit. We're going to call this photons that we're measuring with a electronic sensor going through the slit. And then we're going to take another electronic sensor and measure where it hits the wall. And then we're going to declare, oh, diffraction pattern. Because of, I don't know what the, I get lost. I've listened to that fucking thing and gone over that thing 1,000 times. I can't make sense of it. Well, what about the interference? Well, interference, that's what we talk about all the time when you talk about electricity, interference, ferrule, resonance, any type of language. They always use electrical language, right? See, people want to hide from the ether and you can't do it. That's what I'm saying. If you don't study chemistry a little bit, because that's where the lies start right there. People think nuclear bombs are real. Think about that, Bryce. Oh, somebody's going to drop a nuclear bomb on my head. Well, guess what? They're not real.
Right?
Bombs are. But nuclear bomb? Get out.
Who made up nuclear bombs? Why do
Einstein
who made that
didn't
up?
he? Einstein?
Einstein?
I don't know. I think he was involved in it, wasn't he? Can't remember. 1945 when they bombed Hiroshima. People have a hard time with the truth. Think about it, Bryce. They put bullshit in every one of your pockets. Which one you want to talk about? So we can argue. Huh? Why the fuck would we be on the same page? Turn on the TV and get your answers. And if that doesn't work, Google it and look it up. We'll have all kinds of paper here for you to read, explaining. Shit doesn't work the way it's driving.
Have they had flat earthers kicked off of YouTube? Has that happened?
Yeah, I think quite a few of them actually. Well, the what do you call it? The show. I don't know. 3 strikes, you get a warning, or you get kicked off for a little while. I think you can get back on, but I don't know how it works. But there's been quite a few. Copyright. They get you for all kinds of different.
Coronavirus.
Yeah, they don't like you talking.
What I want to know is,
like
is there one flat earther in the world that believes the mainstream coronavirus stuff? Is there one?
I hope not.
Probably not. Because it's like a bundle, right? It's like buying cable. It's like one comes with the other.
Yeah.
Right?
Well, you got to have solid band, right? I mean, like I say, Bryce, the whole community is a liar. So, well, everything can't, you're going to hear the stupid fucks go, oh, well, everything's not a lie. Well, no fucking shit, nitwit. But the place you start at doing your own investigation. You separate the lies, because the little misleading bullshit, about the viruses. I mean, it's so fucking funny, right? You came from a fucking gorilla. Now you're gonna tell me some dumbass fucking evolved, and then he's gonna get sick. It's kind of a double-edged sword, right?
Wait, you're saying we came from a gorilla?
Well, that's what I like to, tease evolutionists. That's a mainstream lie, right? Where we evolved. However the fuck, they claim bullshit. Same thing there, right? If you follow the science, you can follow the science any way you want to, right? It'll take you right back to X, far as they can go. They can't, even this fucking DNA bullshit. You got no fucking idea right there how fucking what they're lying about. Get the fuck out.
But if you don't believe evolution, you're a Neanderthal, right? Don't believe evolution.
Evolution's a fucking joke. I mean, it's to the point. You can't answer that fucking question. See, it's just like, I mean, if you take science, the study of the physical world, to start with, you can go so far back, Bryce. What you can do is what do they call that? Reverse engineer, right? And you can take us to X, where we're at right now, where the sun does its thing, the water, the nature does, and then the human beings, you can draw blood from us, and you can go, well, man needs water and air, X chemicals. Because see, even right there, when you involve chemicals, which we're made up of chemicals, but then on the other hand, the language, if you go, oh, these chemicals are killing me, right? People won't know what a chemical is as man-made, right? Compounds of nature made by man. It's not fucking something they... Same with gold. I mean, I don't give a fuck what you talk about. Motherfuckers don't want to get into the science. I mean, fuck, they tell you gold fell out of the fucking sky. It's like, get the fuck out of here. Think about it, Bryce. That's what they told us. Told you, told me.
No, gold was created when the galaxy was created.
Yeah, fell from and then somehow fucking ended up in the fucking molten iron core, and now we can go out there and dig the fucking rocks to get it. Get the fuck out. People can't rub two sticks.
Does saying "get the fuck out" fix everything?
Pretty close, Well, I mean, as soon as you start, I'm saying, think about how big the lies are for all of us, right? I don't give a fuck if you're a flat earther or glober, right? I mean, you're a dumbass.
Gold was intelligently created. Right? God created gold, right?
Oh, you don't have to invoke God. See, that's what's so fucking stupid, right? See, you can't, a dumbass can't invoke God, right? You can if you want to. But, then you should go to some motherfucking place where they enjoy talking about God, right? I do. I don't have a problem with it. But here's the thing. I don't need to talk about God, motherfucker. I want to talk right here about fucking real life fucking situation. I don't need no made up fucking fairy tale made by man. Any fucking thing you hear is made by man.
Globers can
right there,
can invoke God as well. I mean, it's not a problem. It's not something that you can use either way in this argument. God could have created the universe big and round Earth, or God could have created a flat Earth. no difference
that's
in
my
all
point.
knowing, all powerful beings' capabilities.
Well, that was my point I was making. It's like I'm a godly man. I believe in God. I know God. I don't have beliefs. But the point I was making is it doesn't come into the conversation. We're scientists right now. And when you go backwards trying to figure out what God did, you can't get there. That's what I'm saying. If science comes to it, QE actually does a pretty good job of destroying evolution. And not only QE, there's hundreds of scientists, claiming the same fucking thing, right? It's not like QE invented anything. But that's my point. We don't need to invoke God, not as a scientist. Now, we can, like I say, once we understand we're on the same ground, the physical nature, that jet condensation can't leave a fucking trail. You got to get at least that far in the physical world to look up in the fucking sky, not be dumb enough to accept, oh, that jet condensation is a fucking cloud. Get the fuck out of here, moron.
Okay, let me ask this. We see wispy clouds that just naturally occur, not associated with jets, and those can remain persistent. Why, if a jet was excreting 1.2 pounds of water for every pound of fuel it burns, would it not leave a persistent contrailer? Why couldn't it?
Well, what is the chemical makeup of a cloud?
Chemical compound of clouds is typically water.
Well, water is
H2O.
invisible. Well, H2O is invisible, so you got to do better.
H2O is invisible. So you've never been outside and you've exhaled and seen H2O come out of your mouth and condense?
Yeah, that's steam. Yeah.
Well, technically it's not steam, but that's a nuanced thing. It's water droplets, tiny little water droplets.
Yeah, that disappear almost instantly. Yeah.
Right. Now let's go up a little bit to clouds. And we see clouds, especially the high clouds. Some of those will be very wispy, but persistent. Like you'll see a little crescent of a cloud standing up there, for hours on end. So it looks like water can stay in that droplet form at different places in the atmosphere, right?
Well, you have to have three elements of a cloud. You can't have just your water. You got to have. Now, if you don't understand that, that's okay. I'll talk about it with you.
Three elements. What are the three elements?
Well, when you talk about gases, right, you start at the ground level, right?
Right.
We all know that. Then the water evaporates, rises up, and makes clouds. That's in the basic sense of it, right?
Yep.
In clear days, at night, you'll actually have what you call condensation come down and make you wet because of the cool air. It comes down, condensates on you. And you never saw that cloud, but it rained, right? Now you go up,
I wouldn't call that rain, but it condensed, yes.
Well, it's what you're claiming. Water, H2O, the invisible.
I don't claim water is invisible. It depends on its state.
Well, you're used to looking at water with chemicals in it.
No, I'm not pure, absolutely pure H2O made from hydrogen and oxygen that you burn in a vessel will produce water, liquid water.
Well, that's what we're talking about. H2O is liquid water.
Yes, but it also will produce gaseous water, and it will also condense.
Yeah, that's gas. Yeah, but it won't be any. There won't be nothing there. It'll always be air and water.
What does that mean? What we're trying to do is, I don't know how we're getting. Let's get back to the clouds. The clouds. If you look at every droplet of water, you'll see little nuclear. So you're right. There are some chemicals in it, but it's like dust. It's pollen, dirt, whatever. It condenses onto the dirt, and then it keeps condensing after that, after nucleation point happens. But now I have a cloud, and the cloud is made up of teeny tiny little droplets with teeny tiny little pieces of dust in it. Why can a jet not do that?
Well, it should. We're in agreement there, right? We don't have a problem with the hot air meeting the cold air and having condensation. We agree on that, right?
Sure.
Yeah, no problem.
And we
But my
also can
problem-
agree that there are persistent wispy clouds that happen at 20,000, 30,000 feet. We'll see those happen all the time.
Yeah. Right now, I won't concede to seeing anything because they do so much weather manipulation. But yeah, I'm gonna agree with you that I've seen high clouds floating through the air. Pretty.
And now, if a jet was excreting tons and tons of water, why could a jet not leave a persistent contrail?
Well, my biggest problem would be the length of time, right? So you get a jet, you're telling me, you're trying to convince me that is condensation. You take off across the sky that I'm eyeballing. I'm watching you do it, right? I mean,
Yeah.
yeah, you've seen it. Takes off across the sky, leaves the trail as far as you can see both directions, and stays there. Now, we just agreed that condensation basically is going to disappear. Now, in
No.
order for it to hang around, that moisture, in order for you to see it and hang around, that's where the molecular bonds come. And that's how rain clouds are formed.
Right, but rain clouds seem to be strictly a relationship of amount of water, pressure, and temperature. Now, if I'm up at 30,000 feet, how long should that contrail last? Where it's
not very long. It'd be too heavy. Yeah, it'd be too heavy. It would just start dissipating and breaking up. And why do they stay together even? I mean, that's what I'm saying. So you can't have that type of action without chemical. It's not
I don't see any reason why they couldn't. I see clouds do it all the time.
Yeah, the molecular bonds, clouds, yes.
Yeah, the molecular bonds, contrails.
Well, with physical matter involved.
With physical matter. They excreted carbon and H2O out of the exhaust pipe. And the carbon creates the particulates it needs to condense on.
Right. There you go.
Okay, so now we got the exact same thing as a cloud, indistinguishable except for maybe like the dust is probably more consistent with being bonded to carbon. Yeah, not bonded, but condensed on carbon.
Did you pay attention to what you just said? Right there, me and you are total agreement. Pay attention to what you just said.
Don't think we're in agreement, but let's.
You said the same thing I've been saying all morning.
Okay, but that's not a chemtrail. That's a vapor trail caused by the exhaust of an airplane.
Because it has chemicals in it.
If you're talking about chemicals being carbon, yes.
Carbon. Now, carbon.
The byproducts of burning fuel.
Now, if you're going to bring up carbon, you better make damn sure you're going to give me the definition of carbon. Okay, go ahead. Go.
Definition of carbon. What is it? 8 electrons. Yeah, I don't remember what carbon is, but carbon. The black shit that you find in fireplaces.
It's kind of a catch-all phrase, right? Carbon.
No, carbon dioxide is another thing. Carbon monoxide is another thing.
Yeah. All plant materials, carbon-based, stuff like that.
Yes, but every chemical has its own chemistry. Cellulose and sugars are carbon chains and hydrocarbon chains. What difference does that make?
But they all start from the beginning, right? Air, here we go again. You're trying to figure out God. Yeah, air, water. See, when you try to figure out God, right? You start with air, water.
When you start with God, you probably would start with nothing.
Well, no, like I say, we can't prove God, but so me and you are standing here on the earth right now. We're talking about real shit.
Well, you started. You brought up the gods. So I don't know why you did that. If you don't.
No, I just said I didn't bring up God. Don't change the fucking stuff. I brought up we're talking about God is fine in what different settings. But right now, me and you, mano mano.
Well, you
Not
said
bullshit,
we
not
start with
bullshit.
God.
You
That's what I heard
interrupting
you
me.
say. So
What did you hear me say? Repeat.
you
what
said
you
we
heard me.
you start with God like about maybe 2 minutes ago now.
Yeah, I said that. Just you can start there, but then right away take one step forward. Okay. And me and you, I do not want to talk about God in a science class.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay.
Yeah, because I don't want to get touchy feelings. People get hurt about God. They got their own personal beliefs there. And that's cool. But me and you, we're out here talking about fucking bombs going boom, boom.
No, I'm not talking about that.
No, we're talking about weather manipulation. We're talking about real facts.
Well, I thought we were talking about chemtrails.
Yeah,
And
that real facts.
your basic premise is that chemtrails can stay persistent, yet clouds remain persistent. Then you say that it's got something to do with the bonds. Well, the bonds are the exact same in a cloud as in a jet trail, with the exception of the fact that it's exhaust, so it will have the unique chemicals associated with burning jet fuel.
You're getting. Can I get something clear from you?
Sure.
I don't know you. I never talked to you before. Are you a baller? Just out of curiosity.
I so far have seen everything lead to a ball for me.
I didn't get that long-winded response. Was that a yes or a no?
Everything leads me to that conclusion.
That you're a baller.
Everything leads me to the conclusion that the Earth is a ball.
I was just double checking. Yeah, I don't really like talking to ballers. Sorry, I'm done talking to you because now all you're doing is.
Yeah,
No,
all you're doing is putting forth evidence and talking reasonably. I understand.
Now you're obfuscating and interrupting me all the time, so I'm done with you, bro.
Yeah, anybody else wants to play with him, go ahead.
I'd like to play with your globe, but I can't because it's impossible and it doesn't exist.
That's cute.
You got one we can play with real water and dirt in there?
Hey, Clancy, like you, I won't talk to Demok because Demok is a rude cunt.
No, because he doesn't have any direct measurements of curve or direct measurements of the globe or direct measurements of how deep the globe is. He doesn't have nothing. He thinks that reality is rude. He likes globe lies. So if you like globe lies, then he's down with the clown. Down with retards.
Right, and then now he's coming at me talking about chemtrails that he doesn't know a fucking thing about. Funnier than shit.
I don't think he
was
knows
you
that
who,
much. I don't think he knows that much about anything.
backed
I
out, Steve.
don't think any of them have ever had an original thought in their
Steve,
fucking
it was
life.
you. Steve, it was you who backed out.
Funk also, I don't think he's ever had an original thought. He can't even form a sentence clearly. He can't even speak a sentence right. He's a cool guy. I like him, but he can't talk right.
Right.
Can't talk right? You don't understand what I'm
No, you
saying?
can't. No, you can't formulate sentences. You don't talk right. You don't understand. That's what I just said about
You-
you. I like
But
you.
you
You're a
understand
good
what I'm
guy,
saying now.
but you have the comprehension of a dog.
But you understand what I'm saying now. Actually, the
Moyak
only people
also.
who seem
Even
to
Moyak, you
misunderstand
guys
me
have the
are people in
comprehension of
here.
something I couldn't comprehend, like maybe a sponge at the bottom of the ocean or something. You guys are that smart. You guys are awesome. You guys are like sponges at the bottom of the ocean. Super sponges like SpongeBob SquarePants.
It's like talking to a 12-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah, you talking to yourself is like talking to a 12-year-old sponge.
Actually, I overrated that. He can't be a 12-year-old.
Or a broke-ass parrot.
I think I was more mature than him as well.
Well, a broke parrot's more mature than you. And they have more purpose. And there's a purpose to them. They are a parrot. They do what they do. That's what they do. Why don't you stop mimicking parrots and go try to be a human?
Yeah, I'm gonna go back to Gems and listen to Pete Shea.
Go
It's
back
even
to
better than this.
Parrotville. Go back to Parrotville and eat some parrot shit.
Yeah, we got Pete Shea and what's his name over there?
Got a
and
bunch
Jeremy.
of parrots over there. Got a bunch of fucking parrots.
Pete Shea's a parrot, huh?
Yeah, a bunch of parrots.
Is Pete Shea a parrot?
Well, he might be your dad.
No, that's impossible.
He might be your parrot dad. That might be a parent.
Yeah, it's a parrot. It's absolutely impossible.
It might be apparent that he's your parent.
No, it's impossible.
Just like a globe? Oh.
No, because I'm as old as he is. Unless you think he could split out kids at like maybe 2 years old.
Your daddy. My equation says he's your daddy. So
Pete was having kids at 2 years old, huh?
Listen, geometry says he's your daddy.
Ah.
Newtonian.
Actually, no, the math says it doesn't work.
I already did it. It's done.
It's already did it. I'm done. Go make a donut, dude.
Science isn't their strong suit, you guys.
Hey, I can make a donut. Can you make a globe? I can make a donut all day. Can you make a globe?
Jesus Christ.
Jesus, no globes. Jesus, snow globes.
Are you back again, Jeremy?
What's up?
Oh, nothing.
Pete was going off of there. I couldn't.
That's why I came over
know,
here.
man.
But I came over here, and all I get is Democ. Clancy doesn't want to talk
Are
to
you,
me.
are you behaving, Democ?
He's not being totally rude. He's just kind of being Democ.
I'm being nice. I love Moyak.
Moyak's good to talk to.
I just wish he had more show and tell presentation globe toys to bring to school.
Well, I mean, we got the dodo bird, so it's tough to go against.
So did you seriously understand when Pete Shea says that it's a round spinning ball and flat?
I think he meant this celestial sphere spinning, but that would have to mean the tree under us. I don't know, man. He'd be losing me sometimes.
Sometimes.
Almost always.
Yeah. Every time he starts getting into the word associations and letter associations, oh God, is that painful.
I mean, that was neat what he was saying about the tree and shit. It was just hard to follow. And the Christmas tree with the star on. Why do we put a star on top of the Christmas tree?
The symbol is Star of David, I believe.
Yeah, the North Star. The star that supposedly drove them to Bethlehem, the three wise men.
Oh, all right.
I'd love to know how a star leads you anywhere.
I don't know, sextant user, angle finder to stars that don't exist. You tell us. You're the one that knows about all the stars and the distances to them and where they're in the angles and the.
Yeah, well, you can do that, but you need more information than just a star. You know, a star can make you head a direction. Like I could head north looking at the North Star. That's the only star I could really do that with. If it was in the western sky,
I agree with you.
I could go west, but then it's going to be in the eastern sky when it sets. I mean, vice versa.
Polaris will lead you places. I mean, if you know something's north of you.
Only north. So depending on your starting point, it will either take you to Bethlehem or it won't.
Where's Bethlehem and where's the other place?
Don't know. They don't get real specific.
Either way, so it's just that's what the star is for on the top of the tree, no doubt. And then Pete put this crazy cockamamie thing together about the star.
About the stand with 4 legs. It's like, oh shit, my tree stand has 3. Oh damn.
Well, the Christmas tree itself had a couple different meanings. It's about the holly tree and shit like that too. For with the mistletoe where you hang it up and you kiss or whatever.
evergreen, which implies eternal life. All sorts of crazy
Yeah,
archaic things.
they stay alive in the wintertime. I mean, might be a pine cone or something that's magical. You eat it, or a pine tree or something. You never know. Might be some really good pine trees that are. I mean, think about it though. If you live the whole year round, you live through the winter. I mean, that's got to be a resilient tree.
Well, pretty much all trees live through winter. Some of them just shed their leaves.
Right, right. But I mean, it can still. It can. Yeah, it doesn't have to shed its leaves. It still does its thing. You know.
And it fucks my pool up. Stupid pine needles only float for a little while, and they go to the bottom. They're hard to suck out with the pool filter.
They might do that to ensure that they can grow or something. You never know. Like feed food, something. I think seeds are one of the most awesome things besides a couple things. I mean, there's a lot of awesome things in the world, but seeds just amaze me too, how they can sit dry. It's just crazy.
That's an argument we could have. Are seeds alive?
Well, I mean, they get to sit like inside a wet tomato or a wet fruit or like whatever the object is. There's a seed of it, but it doesn't start growing from it. Only when it dries, drops, and then gets added water to it. It's just weird. I think it's just weird.
Yeah, I don't know why they don't trigger, but I have seen them trigger in tomatoes while they're still in the tomato. That's pretty rare. I mean, I've only seen it like once or twice.
Oh, yeah, kind of like a potato or an onion when you leave them in an icebox.
Yeah, kind of thing.
See, that's what I was wondering. I was wondering why more things didn't do that.
It gets bored of being in there and just decides I'm going to start growing.
Well, I mean, shit, and that's another thing. Like, we could cultivate onions and stuff that grow like potatoes. Like, the hell, it shouldn't be too hard. They grow in the cold too. I mean, dry place. What's the actual rate of an onion that pops out of itself and starts growing, or that potato out of all the eyes?
You say what's the rate?
Yeah, the rate versus versus a weed or versus pot or versus celery. I don't know. Yeah, the growth rate, like how quick it can grow tall.
Out of an onion. I don't know. I don't think of that in rate. It does have a lot of energy stored in that onion, so it can grow a lot of material fast, but it doesn't seem to grow that much faster than something from a seed.
I wonder what the fastest growing plant is.
Kudzu.
A what?
Kudzu.
Yep. What? Yapudzu with a Y?
C. Kudzu. I think that's the fastest growing.
Kudzu. You might be right. I haven't looked it up. I'm just curious about that.
At least it's a really invasive species down in the south. It'll crush trees. Grows up the tree as a vine, and like sprouts leaves. Suck it against the tree.
Yeah, it'll suck the life out of that son of a bitch up.
That might be just the fastest growing around here.
Yeah, there's a lot of vines like that, like poison ivy and stuff that'll kind of, I mean, it ain't that strong, but it'll do it. Yeah, poison ivy's pretty powerful too, and it gets a lot of like that, a lot of hairy roots and red shit, and then the leaves. I wonder why that's not edible.
Oh, it looks like bamboo is the winner.
Bamboo.
I love watching the TikToks. They be doing crazy stuff, bro. You can make anything out of bamboo. Bro, they be making wild shit out of bamboo, bro. It's a huge fucking resource to have.
Super tough.
Scaffolding. Dude,
Super
they make
tough.
yeah, they make scaffolding out of it, bro. Like skyscraper scaffolding and shit.
Can grow 91 centimeters per day. Speed of 0.00003 kilometers per hour.
Damn. So that, and then like there's some weed, there's some other plants too that grow pretty quick, but that's fast.
For such a material, for the material that it is, yeah. I mean, if like it wouldn't be as impressive if you had like just some like vine or something. Like that's not really. I don't know. Maybe, but
Doesn't it grow hollow? It grows hollow, right? With a hollow tube, like
it's
hollow.
kind of hollow. There's like sections, like in a boat. You know how they'll have like separate sections all.
Yeah. Yeah, I had some bamboo furniture, but I didn't see, I didn't look at the inside, just seen how they folded it and design and everything. It's super strong shit.
Yeah.
$35 inches a day, man.
35 inches a day?
Yep.
God damn. And what about those
I
big
mean, there is no shortage of resources on Earth, man. I'm fucking telling you guys. People that think that there's like some finite amount of resources, maybe to a certain extent, but there's only so much water or whatever. But I mean, we can the water's not going anywhere, right? It doesn't. Can you just straight up lose water?
No, it kind of goes back as we retain it, then we put it back in. Like we got to pee and everything. Like it rain. Like yeah,
We take it like places like from aquifers and stuff. You can drain an aquifer, and
But that
then,
water, once you take it out of an aquifer, that water is like still on Earth somewhere. So like we're not losing it. You know what I mean?
It's still there. It's in the atmosphere and it's in the oceans. But now
Or whatever we put it in. Yeah.
Now it's been salted.
Yeah, but that's fine. We can turn salt water into potable water.
You can just energy intense.
I don't even think all you got to do is distill it.
Distilling in quantity takes energy.
All it takes a little
You
bit
do it
of
with solar power.
Yep, ingenuity, solar power, and bend the glass that you're using.
You know what's cool? You ever see that field of mirrors they have, and they all point to this one spot up in the air, and they begin like, yeah, that thing's.
No, I got it. You know how you guys want to do how the HHO thing works? Just do it that. That's the same thing, right?
Another way you could do it, you could turn it into hydrogen and oxygen, and then you get pure water out of that.
Right. Exactly. That's what I'm saying. You just electrolyte that, and then you centrifuge it, and then when it's coming out, you put it in the tornado pattern, so it won't be so fucking hot to you, and you can use it. Once you tornado it so much, it'll almost become helium. But go ahead.
That's another good thing. Couldn't we just make water if we wanted to? If we just got hydrogen and oxygen?
Yes, sir.
So I mean, our water supply is near unlimited. That's all you need, right there. If you have water, you usually got unlimited everything else. Food. I mean, as far as humans' bare needs, if you have enough water, you can have as much food as you want, pretty much.
Water picks up a lot of minerals and stuff that you need, like hard water in your faucet. But like outside, it kind of does better. It like picks up like what you need, not like all the goopy shit. I'm just saying, like, water retains stuff you wouldn't think it does, but even when it gets done, there's like a film left, or like a screening, or like even on your boats, or in your, you know what I'm talking about. Yeah, think about the rate that ponds scum builds up. Why haven't we used that for energy or some type of thing? And think about the rate that the black stuff builds up when you burn, like just put heat against any metal or object. It like builds up piles of black shit. Well, I mean, it's got to be, probably use that for something straight pure carbon.
Looks like it takes 3.67 kilowatt hours to change 1 liter of water into hydrogen and oxygen. That's like the amount of energy it takes to run your air conditioner.
Yeah, but I bet there'd be a better way if you could do it to where you could like make it spin and have it, yeah, and then you also add like a Fresno lens, and have it like pump. I'm serious. You have certain amounts push over, the ocean would push and pull and compress and decompress. So you'd have a gap, and you'd have a setup with a P trap to where there's like an open air section where it comes in like, and it like you have. I'm telling you, man, you can do it. It can be done.
Okay.
Well, the ocean's its own vacuum in a way when it goes in and out. And if you set it up right, it has to go in and it has to go back out. So it'll have a push and a pull.
What are you trying to do here? Are you trying to split water, or are you trying to make electricity?
You can do both.
Well, the tide going in and out doesn't produce any hydrogen that I know of.
No, I didn't. I didn't say the tide going in and out's doing it. You got to add some human stuff to it, buddy. You got to add like a Fresno lens, a container. It's got to be put the right way.
So if I stick a Fresno lens out in the waves, that's going to make something happen other than it'll.
You'd have a tube, and it'd be going through the tube, and you'd have the sides of the tube or the top set up like a magnifying glass type thing, and you'd have another magnifying glass with the sun that follows the light, the little thing that follows the light, like
tracking sun tracking setup.
Yeah, it'll focus the sun through the fucking magnifying glass that it's tracking with, like moving where it moves, and it'll keep it focused on the other magnifying glass, focusing it through to boil the water. So you can use electricity from the current, and you can use sun also going through the Fresno lens tube.
Okay, are we trying to create hydrogen and oxygen here, or just distill water?
You can do both. It does both. The condensation will be clean water, and in the process, you're also going to get electricity. You can do both, man. Why stop? Why stop at one? Why you only got to? Why?
Well, because you got to make your system to do your distilling, and you got to make your system to do the electrolysis.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
So you don't just say you can do it; you have to do it and then run the equations on how it works. Now, the solar still, I don't know how fast you can make it. You got 1,000 watts per square meter hitting the Earth roughly. So
you'd magnify it too, so you have it come into a solar one, and you go from one solar to the next, and then the water, and you can also electrify it while you're doing it too. Like the way you have it, it can produce a source of heat or energy on its own, like a little friction itself when it comes in, with the way you set it up. I'm saying you can have it going from a big tube to a little tube, automatically compressing itself, and then towards the end is where you osmose it, or you can do it at the end where it's a big amount. You can do a lot of things, man.
Well, if it's 3.67 kilowatt hours to do 1 liter of water, 3.6 kilowatt hours I think would be much better spent using it to heat water and just do distillation. I would think 3.67 kilowatt hours you probably could distill probably a gallon or two.
What material gets the hottest in the sunlight? Like, what material can, like, I know sand gets super fucking hot when you're standing on it, it'll burn the shit out of you. So, like, what material can get that hot or more if the sun is just beating down?
Something Banta black.
Exactly. So you have some water in that too. So you use all the smart things that you need to, and it's gonna draw energy and create. Yeah, it's gonna work. Of course, you have to produce a little one first, and then once the little one works, then you just make a big one. Just get you a little salt water, pour it in a small little container, and just do different things with different amounts of lenses. And if you can get a good rate, for like the 3 hours, or you can lower it to 1 hour or half hour, that'd be crazy.
I saw him do a car. I saw him do a car in Fanta Black, bro. That shit was crazy. It looked sick.
They can do this in a car too. They can
No,
literally
the paint color.
Right, but think about instead of your sunroof being a sunroof, having a amount of liquid on the other side of it, and it being a magnifying glass or the Fresnel lens.
The Fresnel lens doesn't add much to it. That just allows you to concentrate into small things. So if you want to do all the same work you could do in the car, you could do it in a 2-liter bottle by concentrating with a Fresnel lens.
Well, I'm just saying listen, I'm saying whatever. You're right. Whatever works the best is what we need to do. So I'm just saying a Fresnel lens, Moyak, for an example, so you kind of know what I'm talking about. I'm just, you know what I mean? It's just the idea of magnifying the glass the best way we can, like you just described. Yeah. Yeah, just the way you can heat it up, kind of like a greenhouse where the water stores and it keeps a certain amount. And then once that amount like does what it does, the next amount can be let in like through a gauge or whatever. So this part gets turned in and the next amount of water comes in and that part gets turned in, next amount of water comes in. And you can keep it flowing. And then the other part will create energy or electricity. That's where you'll do that. Because even if you do the gas thing, you can still set it up in a way that you can get condensation or clean water from it. Wouldn't that be the exhaust?
Oh, I'm reading something.
I mean, to some extent. Like we got shit dripping out of our motors right now, out of our exhaust tank, the exhaust pipe drips. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So one portion you would do what you need, depending on which one. So you'd either get the electricity first and then do the osmosis, or get the osmosis and electricity. So that's how you would do it. You could do both. The question is what's the better time or amount of energy less used to create the most output for the water?
You can evaporate 1 liter of water in 5 minutes with 7,500 watt hours.
I wonder if we could tap into thermal.
What, Earth geothermal?
Sun, thermal, electrical, you should be doing something. You can also add the wind in there. I mean, you can have like the ultimate little thing right there by the tides and the water.
Yeah, well, for me, I just have a well stuck in the ground, and I suck the water out of the swamp using about 100 feet of earth as a filter.
That too. That's what I was saying. Like a big suction pump that's created kind of by the ocean. If you hook the tube a certain way and then hook the other parts that it'll like create a suction, and it'll pull the shit through the sand. So
That's
like,
how you get rid of the salt. If you're near the ocean and you have a nice freshwater well, and you start sucking water out of it, eventually it'll be a saltwater well.
oh yeah, eventually, yeah, because that's what happens to that's where they get all the main battery shit for, or used to anyway. The bottom layer of salt. Like a little bit under the portions of ocean, there's like fine, super fine salt. Yeah, eventually it'd pull in salt. You'd have to keep adding like filters or something. Salt has an electrical property. Does salt have a magnetic property?
Probably dia.
I wonder if there's a way you can use that to your advantage too. A couple magnets or a couple like some type of magnetic field, and then do your thing. Huh.
Can't do much with that because like you gotta do a reset on it every time. You may have a repulsion, but unless you can get it back to where it can be repulsed again, it doesn't do you any good from an energy production standpoint.
Right. Just trying to think. Just thinking, like, if you could have like a salt magnet, it would pull the salt out of the water as the water's flowing. You know, if you have a small enough amount that you could, the magnet could work on or repel. Yeah, either pull it from it or push it away. But I mean, the salt is so condensed in that water. Yeah.
Ooh. You put a magnet in water. Since it repels water, does it make a current?
It says it repels water.
Magnet repels water, yeah.
I've always put magnets in the water when I was a kid. It didn't really do anything. Now,
Oh,
I never really,
minuscule.
but I never looked at the level in the cup. You know what I mean? I never really paid attention to the level in the cup. I was just trying to do stuff with them inside the water in general when I was really little. I never actually paid attention to the level that the water went up.
Yeah, if you make up your own Cavendish experiment, you take a magnet, you can use that to repel the mass. But it's a
Well, I
tiny
know
effect.
that.
Like even with a kick-ass magnet, it's gonna take
Oh yeah,
minutes
no,
for
I
it to
knew.
start moving.
Yeah, I know the balloon. When you rub the static electricity from your head to the balloon, it can move the stream. I mean, I knew that, but I just wasn't thinking that an actual permanent the little permanent magnets were like gonna push be resilient to the water and push it away. I just didn't think it. It didn't seem like there was a reaction. As a kid, I didn't. Plus, you don't know
Yeah,
as much.
you wouldn't see it. It's minute. Like I said,
Right.
if you made your own Cavendish experiment and you put 2 bags of water on there, and you got close to it with the magnet, it will push it away slowly. So it's in the picograms of force.
So if magnets repel water, and you can control your magnetic field, then literally a fucking submarine should, in theory, be able to propel itself forward through creating a field.
Yeah, but I think submarines would be kind of bummed if they only made it like 1 foot per day.
Oh, that's all it's worth?
Yeah, it's tiny amount of force. Plus, in that case, it would be repelling in all directions, which would result in no movement.
Oh, no, I was thinking more if they had just like a little end cap at the end, like put on the end, not really the whole thing. But yeah, I guess it would go over the whole thing. It would be trapped. Yeah, with the liquid, it would have to go through the rest of the walls. But if you had like some like little thing on the front, just like a little mechanism on the front of your ship, like on the outside of the front of your ship.
And that's the reason that I mentioned the fact that you have to make something like a torsion balance to test it. Means that it's a real minute force. Like even if you exhaled on it, it would like spin around like 10 times faster than the magnet would push it. One of these 1,200-pound magnets.
That's probably why they might use sound. Sound does repel shit pretty good. Sound is a magnet. I mean, goddamn, it's a magnetic wave propagating through the air that carries, your voice, your frequency.
I don't see magnetism involved with it really at all, other than like maybe the molecular bonds of air, how air stays apart from itself.
Yeah, it
You're,
just
you're
reminds
making
me.
a wave. You're actually it's kinetic energy, not magnetic.
Well, I mean, it ends up, I mean, at the end of the day, it's kind of both, but yeah. Yeah, I see what you're saying. But at the end of the day, I mean, in my mind, I think it's kind of, it's magnetic. It's just a different type. I mean, it acts the same, you know, light and sound, you know, they act the same as magnetism. Just weird. So does an explosion, you know, from inward to outward.
How does light and this sound work the same way?
How does what?
Light and sound work the same way.
The way they propagate outward and spread. Like if I yell, it goes from the source out and then it like can't go that far. You know, it starts from the source, the strongest. Same as the sunlight and everything else. They just work the same in the principle how they spread out and then die down from the
Yeah,
source.
they both have an isotropic field, I guess. You know, they start from one center point radiate out in all directions.
Yeah. Yeah,
But that's pretty
it's the
loose.
opposite. It's the opposite of gravity though.
But the same thing can be said for a fart.
For a what?
For a fart.
Yeah, I agree. 100%.
A silent but deadly one. Doesn't make any sound, but it just propagates out and gets to your nose 10
Think
feet
about
away.
that. What is that electrical funk? What is that? What is it's electricity at like, you know, at the end of the day, like somehow, but it's a stinky fart and it gets to our nose. That's just crazy. Swamp air. Dirt, funky, stinky electricity. How does that even make sense, guys? Think about that.
Okay, you're back into electricity. I don't see the correlation.
Well, your brain is an electrical sensor. Your nose is an electrical sensor, right? Your eyeballs, your mouth, your taste buds. It's all breaks down to a source of electrical input being sent. It's just funny to me to think about a stinky smell, a stinky electricity, like burnt hair. Like I don't know, it's just weird, right? Like electrical smells and burnt shit and stink.
And, anything you want to say in the world is electrical from that standpoint. If we sense it, we're sensing an electrical stimulation somewhere.
Right. That's why I'm trying to say, like when we get the barometric pressure and all this shit, we're just sensing the electrical continuity. I mean, literally, that's it. Because the temperature and the elevation can control the voltage or the output, and you know, so can the resistance or the pressure of the medium. And they're all going to give you an electrical output, a differential, every one of them. When the temperature changes, when you go up higher or lower, when you put more pressure on something, you're going to change it. So we're really not reading globe pressure of what, like the way they explain it.
Well, the only place that it becomes electrical, like if I take a balloon and I go to the top of a mountain and it squishes, and I measure how much it squishes, how much it inflates, that's not really an electrical thing except from the standpoint of my brain processing the information. It has nothing to do with the reaction. It's how you read the reaction as your eyes get photons bouncing off the balloon and say, oh, it's bigger than it was a minute ago.
Right. There was a reaction. Now, if you can explain that reaction, it has to do with electricity or magnetism.
Electricity or magnetism in my balloon inflating and deflating. I don't see it.
Yeah, it's called potential. You have potential and you have resistance. They all become kinetic.
I can measure electric potential. I don't see an increase in electric potential in my balloon expanding as I went up to the top of the mountain.
You don't see a potential
I
decreasing
don't
or
see electric potential, which I can measure.
Well, the word potential can be, I mean, it's just the ability to do something, whether you're calling it electric or not.
Well,
It's
electric potential is a very specific thing.
well, listen, I mean, you have potential for electricity to do things. Now, if this gas is moving this material, this balloon, it has potential, clearly. It has to.
Yeah, kinetic though.
Right, which is electric. It's all electric at the end of the day. It's just crazy different ways to put it or say it, you know, because different things, you would have lots of different reactions. We have magnetic, diamagnetic, we have this, we have that, this ground, positive, negative, neutral, of course. So they all have potential, but what they can do with that is either negative or positive. They can be either or. Everything can be. It's like you get in where you fit in for gases and shit, and the electrical continuity. That's how it's just the way it is. Did I teach him something?
I don't know. I was barely listening.
I think I taught him it was all electric.
I mean, I tried teaching these guys. I tried teaching them yesterday that temperature affects weight. At least their model does. At the very least, it might not in reality, but in their model it does, because they try saying no, it doesn't. But like, dude, E equals MC squared.
Yeah, energy
E is
times
that
mass.
if you have more energy, so that if you have a higher temperature, it'll have more energy, and then it'll have more mass. You
A
can't have more
bigger,
mass and less weight, right?
right, a bigger lightning bolt, right? That's basically what they're describing.
No, not lightning bolt.
Well, it's energy. So if they can see the mass of a lightning bolt, that's what they're talking about. Energy equals mass
I'm just
times.
talking about things getting hotter or colder and then weighing more or less. Like if you weigh a steel ball that's cold and a steel ball that's fucking super duper hot, they shouldn't weigh the same. You're gonna probably need a pretty good scale, but
Well, what I've learned is it's weird. It can be changed. I don't know if this makes any sense, but like when I cook stuff in a pan, some stuff wants to stick to that fucking pan, and when I turn it over, it won't. Like it like molecularly like heats up to the pan. So I don't know. I'd never really thought about the idea of certain materials being less, because I thought that the material not doing anything to the material, just keeping it the same. It's going to keep the same volume. But if you put enough energy or electrical field around something, then yeah, you're going to control the weight. I mean, it's you have to. That's the whole point of lift in a fucking airplane.
I don't know about that's how airplanes work.
A
It has to do
missile.
with the Bernoulli principle or something.
Listen, it's not flying without heat.
Nothing happens without heat. There's always heat.
Okay, so what I'm saying is to get that motherfucking missile up, we'll use a missile because it ain't getting flown by nobody. It's got that little heat at the butt, and it has to be forced by the heat. So it's changing its weight. And when the heat's gone, guess what? That rocket comes back. Or the missile. I was just thinking more along the lines of like, a solid piece of steel or something that sits there like, I mean, I don't know.
Yeah, the solid piece of steel just sitting there. If you get it hot, it weighs more or less than when it was cold.
Yeah, I was wondering would it weigh more because some stuff wants to like adhere to shit. So I never really I haven't weighed it. That's all. Thinking about it right now since you're saying it. I thought about it before. I know that the temperature controls the helium, so if that gives you an idea of what the temperature can do, it can make the helium go up or down. So
Well, the easiest one to do is salt. Weigh salt, put it on your little burner, evaporate some of the water out of it. That salt is going to weigh less. So there would be one example.
Oh, what up, bro? I heard him ripping you on Oakley's the other day. Those fucking guys.
Mountains used to be trees.
Yeah, yo, I'm with that, bro. I'm with that. There's a lot of similarities between them. You know, we know wood can become petrified. If you just look at the structure of it, it's in like an octagon or some shape. I don't know how many sides it has, but the mountains and the trees have like the same kind of shape thing going on.
Yep. Well, that's where we all get lost in the weeds, right? Because of the lies, once again. And so we're out here arguing on basic chemistry. Like what we were just talking about, heat. And we all agree. There ain't nothing happening without heat, period. There ain't nothing happening without sound. See, that's another one, right? Think about it. Even though you can't hear it, right? Same thing, just like different things that happen. There's sound, the electricity. You got the heat, the sound, the vibration, all the time. Anytime anything happens, they just got us all fucked up on the. And that's why it comes to who's a fucking shill and who's not, right? Who's bringing out facts and just like talking to, was that Moyoc, man? I was talking to him this morning. Well, they want to deny jet condensation, right? It's like, well, fuck. It's pretty obvious. Anybody that can rub two sticks together needs to look at that, right? Get into the, because we're all lacking in the chemistry. I'm not coming down here claiming chemistry knowledge. I'm coming out here claiming the motherfuckers lie about it.
Moyak was denying contrails?
Yeah.
Well, he wasn't. I was here. He wasn't denying contrails. He was denying that they are like not
chemtrails.
vapor.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I said that, Jeremy. He was trying to tell me it is jet condensation, and I'm telling him he's full of shit. But here we go, basic science. I don't want to argue with somebody that doesn't know basic science about what constitute a cloud.
I don't understand. Condensation comes out the back of a jet. So what?
Right. But that comes out of a jet motor, which is really another critical aspect of life, how that little motherfucking jet motor works, because it's critical, right? Tons of fucking air come through it and very little fuel. And then out the ass end now, you're looking at these, what they call us, jet condensation. Now, everybody and their brother has seen those. Now, you also know, anybody that's been watching also knows they turn a fucking afterburner on whenever they want to and make that shit puke out smoke. Turn it off. Seen it myself 1,000 times.
A jet engine doesn't have an afterburner, or not a.
We're not talking about afterburners. We're talking about a motherfucking jet flying through the air, hit a switch at a show. You know what an air show is? Yeah. And then they turn on the little smoke.
Yeah,
Hell, they even got the little tiny airplanes that'll turn on the smoke.
Yeah,
smoke.
but
that's chemical.
Afterburner.
That's chemical. No, those are chemicals. Okay. Though anytime you put something in the air, you are manipulating the weather. Okay. You want to get that simple little fact down. Dust going up in the air affects the weather. Smoke going up in the air affects the weather. That's just fact. It's not arguable. Oh, a little fire is not going to, no, you burn a little wood, you convert chemical energy to this chemical energy. It's not rocket science. And when you start talking science, the first thing you learn about the dirty bastards is they electrolyze so much shit, right? Oh, we'll electrolyze this and this makes this chemical. Or we had these two elements, which are, you know, just elements, man or God made elements. That's where they fuck us, right? The beginning. Like I say, if you research gold right now, they're going to tell you the fucking shit fell out of the sky. Okay? So that's how fucked up we are talking with dumbasses. They believe this fucking gold fell from the fucking sky. That's how fucking ignorant a man can be. Because that sure as fuck didn't happen. But that's what we're up against. When you take the logic out of the argument, you know, now you're arguing about, oh, what do they call those goddamn things when they explode? Supernova. But to me, the science, right now, the science is the real-time weather manipulation. You're interested, you'd want to do the basic research, just so you know. I love posting the picture I've got of the bastards spraying a cross up over my head out here in Seattle. And then the other one I like is the fuckers took a jet, went up in the sky over Seattle, drew a penis, the fucking contrail, with the con. See, here we go again, talking about what the fuck I just said, Fox. Fucking turned on the switch, drew a picture of a fucking penis, turned the fucking switch off. Duh.
Gotta do a mic check. I'm not coming.
Somebody's low. Is that you, Bryce? Somebody's low. We could hear you, but you were really low.
What about now? Is that better?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Ah, cool.
Hey, Jeremy, you still there? So what do you think of that, Funk? Photons.
Sorry.
So you think photons are real, do you?
No, I don't see any reason to doubt it. It's not really like
Well, let's go over that experiment.
it's not changing my life in any way.
Oh, is that how you judge things? Is that what you do? Oh, that doesn't affect my life. I don't give a shit.
No, I would give a shit, but since they are consistent, there need to be some kind of conspiracy for it to be a lie. And
Photons?
I don't see any reason why there needs to be a conspiracy.
Are we talking about photons?
Yeah.
So what's the first thing you need to know about a photon, right? So let's do the experiment, right? Have you ever done the photon experiment?
The photon experiment? I don't know if there is only one. I think there's several.
There's only one. Well, there's,
Is there?
know, let's just talk about one basic. The first.
Okay.
So give me your hypothesis.
Oh, you want to? I think the what you call that again? Electron.
I see. I'll help you out.
Photoelectric effect, for example.
Yeah, well, that's not it, but I'll help you out.
That
Here's
is that is
no,
a
Hypothesis.
test for.
No, The hypothesis.
The
we gotta get
hypothesis is that it's not the amount of photons which hits the material which makes it interact on a atomic level. It's the frequency, which
well, wait a minute now.
Which
you're
is
getting past, you're skipping over here. Don't get carried away. The
Okay.
observed phenomena, right? That's all I'm asking for right now. What is your observed phenomena?
that was the absurd phenomena would be that to knock like electron off a
You have to see something with your observed.
yeah,
What do you?
we can observe photons, and we can also observe electrons. So
No, where? That's why I'm asking you. Like, see here, I helped you out a second ago. I observe light. That's the experiment. You understand that? That's the hypothesis of
what you falsify. So your falsification needs to have that to be a proper test.
I'm not falsing anything. I'm just making sure me and you stay on the same page right now. I don't want to argue at all.
I
We're
don't
talking
disagree with your perception of things, and it's the same with me.
Well, do you understand what I just said?
But that's pretty.
Do you understand what I just said about?
You said we see light. You said we see light.
Okay, are we in agreement right there?
Yeah.
That's your hypothesis. That's your hypothesis, and we're both in agreement on it.
Hypothesis that I see light.
We're doing a scientific experiment right now, Funk. Right?
To see light.
That's a photon. Correct.
But I
Google
wouldn't.
it? You can
But I
Google it.
wouldn't
You
see.
can Google-
But yes,
No,
but
you can Google it.
I wouldn't see any
Google-
difference. Oh my God!
No,
Please.
no. We're talking about your scientific method, your scientific.
Yeah, but the
experiment.
method wouldn't. Your eyes wouldn't.
Funk. Do not deviate from facts right now. I mean, see what I'm saying? We're just trying to walk through.
No,
a
you're
simple experiment.
deviating from the scientific method. There is no
I'm
way
not.
for you to Yes, you are.
Where? Observation observed. Please tell me.
You
what it
are
is.
the
Photon.
description of what a photon is. You would not. You wouldn't. You wouldn't falsify that with just by looking at something with your own eye. That's not how we know. Like how we know
That's
that
the
photons would exist.
Are you serious? Are you serious right now?
Yes.
What's the observation again? That's what we're talking about right now.
The observation is the effect that photon has on stuff. That's how we see it. We don't see. We don't see
Effect
just
is
by
not-
looking with your own eye on something.
Funk, bro. Listen.
Yeah.
Observation does not affect anything. Me and you looking at something, get the fuck out of here, dude. Well,
What?
unless you want to go there. Me and you, when we look at something, we are not affecting it. I'm not affecting the wind.
No, but you'll see it, and then you need to think, what does it mean that what you
Now
see?
we're going to write down. Now we're going to write down our hypothesis. Correct?
Yeah, we need to do that for like part of our way to.
And I'm trying to give you your science, the same one they gave me. And I don't want to argue about this. I want to make sure that me and you are clear on the observed phenomena. And out of your mouth should come, I see light. That's the first thing me and you have to agree on before we go any further.
Wait, but photon, when you say that, do you mean the scientific explanation of photon, or do you mean just light in general?
Hypotheses. Can you not look up your scientific experiment for
What are you
photons?
talking
Just
about?
Google it. Google it.
I know what the photon is. It's like it's the small, like it's a packet
Now,
of light.
you guys are still. You guys
No,
are
it's a
still.
packet. It's a packet
No,
of light.
you guys come in here and get the biggest kick out of obfuscating everything.
No, I'm just trying to be very clear. It says so very clearly. Photon is a packet of light.
I'm gonna try this with Demon.
It's a packet of electromagnetic wave. It's the smallest. It's the smallest packet you can have.
Do you not understand that me and you can't even get past the first?
Well, you want to say. You want to say.
I'm trying to be peaceful and very learnable. I'm trying to learn from you, right?
Tell me what your hypothesis is for light.
I see light.
You see light?
That's not mine. Don't ask me for mine.
Okay.
We're not talking about me and you. We're talking about the big boys. Observe.
We're the big boys.
Natural scientists. Observe
Yeah, we see light. Yes, but
That's
what is your
okay, so we're in agreement on hypotheses, right?
No, I don't think so.
What do you mean? Oh my god. Oh my god.
A hypothesis is a proposed explanation. You're not explaining it if you're just saying what you see, your observation.
Have we made it to the first step? So we're in agreement. The observed phenomena.
Yeah, we observe a phenomena, but
We-
what's your hypothesis? It's supposed to be an explanation for it.
Right. So we made it past the first step finally, right?
Yeah.
So now we're going to go to the second
But
step, right?
not for photon, right? Not for photon, but just so you know.
No, photons. We're talking about photons. An experiment. It's a scientific experiment that we're talking about. Non-arguable. I mean, at least, we could disagree, but we have to come to terms that it's in the Wikipedia.
Okay. We see light. Then we do what?
Up and have it explained to us.
Yeah. We see light, then we do what?
There's no arguing. I mean, arguing is for fucking dumbass.
Sure. But we see light, then we do what?
Well, that's what
What's
I'm
your
getting at.
hypothesis? Okay,
That's what I'm
go. Get at it then.
What is yours? You're the one that claimed. You're the one. I'm kind of having a hard time with photons. You're the one claiming them, not me. You follow that logic?
But just seeing light, I would never. Just seeing light, I would never claim that we have photons.
Now you're talking about your own butt. I'm talking about science. See how you guys obfuscate?
No.
I don't even know how high to insult you right now, other than it's recorded, and I hope your mom listens to this.
But you know why they thought that there is a difference between
Could I quickly
light
ask a
ray.
question? Could I quickly ask a question?
Will it help?
Well, no, it's just a clarification. What do you mean by package of light? When you mentioned package of light, I was just wondering what you meant by that.
Just the description of photon is like a quanta of light that you have like when you send when
But you said a package. You said package.
Yeah.
Yeah, right. What's that? Do you mean
It's
it's
like,
a package of light? That means it contains more than
It's
one
a tiny.
photon.
It's a
right?
piece. No, it's not it's like the tiniest electromagnetic. You can have energy, and you can have like, for example, okay, so send an electromagnetic wave, but an electromagnetic wave.
No, let's stick to
light.
Let's stick to light. You
Yeah,
said
but the electromagnetic
right,
wave
you
is
said a
part of.
photon. Wait a minute. You said
Yeah,
a
yeah.
photon came off an electron, right? Is that what you said?
Photon can knock off an electron. Yeah.
What knocked the photon off? What knocked the photon off? What do you mean?
I didn't say a photon got knocked off. I'm saying.
No, you said an electron knocked. A photon was knocked off an electron. Came off an electron.
A photon knocked off an electron.
Yeah, right. And I was asking you what do you mean by because the electron's part of the atom, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because it orbits the atom.
Yeah.
Right. So how did the photon get knocked off the electron?
By sending like very high frequency on the light, it knocked off electron.
What do you mean a light? But the light was the thing that got knocked off the light
No.
didn't exist.
I didn't say
before
that. I didn't say that.
You said the photon got knocked off the electron.
Okay, maybe you heard wrong or I said wrong. Photon knocked off an electron. You understand?
Yeah, that's what you said. And you said it was a package. It was a package, meaning it was a conglomerate or something.
By saying package, it means that since electromagnetic wave doesn't necessarily have like a size, like a quantity. It's not like send me one wave. A wave is continuous. Therefore, you use the word package.
No, but you said the wave ended up like a. It was when the guy was asking earlier on about the wave, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And he said, "What is it? It's a wave or it's a particle?"
What?
Right. And you said,
Who said?
You said, I don't know. There was a guy talking earlier on. The guy that was talking to that I interrupted. He was talking to, and you were saying it was when he was asking about a wave or a particle, and you explained that the particle of light was knocked off an electron, and it was.
He asked me for a hypothesis for photon, and I explained him one test, which backs up.
Yeah, you explained it, and that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
Exactly, that's what I'm saying. So you were explaining what, and then you mentioned package, and then you said it got knocked off an electron, and that's what I wanted to ask you about. What do you mean by a package? That was my first question.
Okay, I explained it you earlier by package because normally when we see think of a wave, it's continuous. It doesn't have an end. It doesn't have a give
and
me
when
two
it
waves
collapses,
or one wave.
when it collapses, then you get light. Then you get your photon. Yeah. When the wave collapses, that's when you get your effect. That's when you read. That's when you get your information. When a wave collapses, you get your information, right?
No.
No, you don't. Okay, good.
I think I know what you when you say if you were supposed to measure a wave, like an electromagnetic wave, then you have something called wave collapse.
Yeah, that's when you get the information. That just means it's like a mathematical. It's just a mathematical equation. It just means that then you get your information. That's all. That wave collapse, the light wave, or that whatever they call it, that collapse is just when it actually decays, or when when an atom decays, it gives off an electron, which then somehow gives off a photon or whatever. Or a proton, depends.
I'm not sure at what. I think that when you have like an interaction, that's when you have a wave collapse. So it could be a different kind of interaction.
When you read it, it's when you read it.
One of them is
when you detect it, because the only way to read light, right, is firing energy. What you call a light package. I'll call it an energy package, right? At the photon or whatever, it collapses, right? Because light's invisible. You can't see light. Light's invisible until it interacts with something, and that's what that wave collapses, right? Yeah, I know. So that's what I'm saying. So when you detect that, you're actually destroying that photon. Right, that photon doesn't exist anymore. You understand?
Yes, sort of. I think you could maybe
but that's
say that. I'm not
that's
sure.
that double slit. That's that when you observe it. The only way to observe a photon, you couldn't stand there when they say observe, right? It doesn't mean that you're standing there watching it because you can't see the speed of light, right? So you don't see that. So what they do, they have a detector, and then they fire an energy packet to collapse the light. That photon that or that so-called proton, depends which one they're using, at a certain speed. But think about the speed that you would have to send one package of light. You would have to switch on and off, as in computers, 0-1 binary.
I don't think
on and off. Yeah, but you
Yeah.
have to do that. Yep.
But they don't use that name mainly the double slit experiment. That's you can sort of infer that kind of behavior from looking at the interference pattern. But when you look at individual particles, they have not sent photons because I don't think we can send individual photon. We send electrons. Right.
Yeah, but that there, what you're talking about is now you're getting into the mathematical side of it. When you start when they start talking about, if you understand what quantum physics, I describe, right, what is quantum physics? I know what quantum physics is. I know exactly when Richard Feynman said nobody can understand quantum physics or whatever. I understand quantum physics. What do you think quantum physics is?
Quantum physics?
Yeah, what is it?
I think it's like I think the description I have heard, which is probably best fitting, is like the description of like fundamental particles as can be described as like a wave function, and
Right,
they
okay.
also hold quantities of energy levels, which is part of the quanta part.
Which means small, I know. Right, but no, it's not. It's the most opposite thing from that. All it is a law of probability. The probability of that is that. Right, so listen, right, so here we go. Right. So the law of probability, is that when they measure, for example, what I was saying, a wave collapse, where a photon or a proton is going to come through a slit where it goes, that one, it's a mathematical equation. They say the probability, they don't even need to measure this. And then it's written down. And then it's written down, and that's a lot of the stuff you guys argue about. But this is, I've just explained to you, it's a law of probability. So it's like betting on a horse. Now I choose not to put my money on the horse, as does a lot of people, logically, and thinking it's absurd to think, right, that kind of thing, that they don't even know what an atom looks like. And when you actually look into the science that they're telling you about photons, which you actually said, they don't really matter. And then you just got in an argument with that guy that I interrupted, which I apologise for, that guy that interrupted that was talking to you, that you told him, light doesn't matter. In one breath, you said light doesn't matter, and then you've just went on to a big discussion about what light was, and
yeah, but he was talking about photons specifically, and you can't say.
Then you
because
said photons don't matter. You said photons, but we actually see through a photon. We actually see, according to the science, our retina
I don't think I said
interacts with
that
photons.
directly.
You did. I'll rewind it because I can just rewind.
Sure, I would
where
like to hear the
thought.
context, because it was very. I don't
No,
think
you
he
belittled
really
him
understands.
talking about photons. You actually stated, if I'm wrong about you saying, photons don't matter, or words to that kind of degree or whatever, I'll contribute $50 to this Discord channel, or the Flat Earth Awakening. That's what I'll do. Or the Earth Awakenings.
But I was saying, wait. I was, I think, I'm not sure when I said it, but it was probably when he was talking about well, we need to start with that we can see. And I was thinking, well, why is he talking about photons yet? Like, why is he talking about photons? You don't need, you cannot, there is like no hypothesis from where you can derive the photon just by using your own eyes and say, well, I can see. It's kind of useless, I think. So therefore, I
But
was
how are you
thinking,
going to measure it then? How can you measure it then? How can you say,
then you need to
right,
use
what?
instruments, but your eyes cannot.
The instruments that are
do
picking
that.
up what? Exactly what are they picking up?
Well,
It
they are
looks like they're
reacting.
picking
They are
up-
reacting with the electromagnetic waves, but
Yeah,
but-
exactly. A frequency, electric. That's what exactly. But who says that light's an electromagnetic wave? So it's like, here's one for you, right? When I strike a match and light comes off that, how the fuck does sulfur and a bit of wood create an electromagnetic wave?
yeah, that's a question you can ask. But that's
Yeah,
nothing to do with the
I'm still
photon.
waiting for an
It
answer.
could,
I got told that as well, exactly what you're going to tell me. I got told that last time. Oh, but light's an electromagnetic wave. And I said, okay, right, I'll fucking strike a match. Bit of wood, a bit of flame. Explain me how a bit of fire and a bit of wood and a bit of sulfur creates an electromagnetic wave. That means you don't need a copper coil and a spinning magnet or a magnet passing through a copper coil then to create a magnetic wave. Just a bit of wood and a bit of sulfur. And off you go. There you go. So, what's
yeah,
that?
but that's
Explain that.
and there's an
I don't know, John.
electromagnetic wave, which is not the same as a magnetic
No, I
field.
got.
Right?
But that's what. But you're telling me. But light's created by a packet of electricity. It needs electricity, right? Because it's an electron. That's why it was called electricity, right? So it needs this energy, this electricity, right? And then it needs that electricity has to decide. It has to interact with something that knocks off this so-called photon.
Photon, yeah.
Right. Then which is light, right? So this electricity. This little electron that it changes phase actually. When it changes phase, it knocks off the photon, right? But that doesn't matter, right?
Yeah.
So it loses the energy somehow, right? And then
Yeah.
it knocks off the photon. So there you go, you have it, right? So what am I doing? So I'm literally striking a match and I'm knocking off photons from electrons.
Well, it's a black body radiation, isn't that what's...
Is that a different kind of light then, yeah? A different kind of photon.
No, it's the same kind of photon. It's just like, yeah.
Well, how does that work though?
How
well, how do you
black body
well,
radiation?
exactly, it's a match. What does it do? What does it how does that flame, right, suddenly turn into an electromagnetic wave then?
You know that, or you want to find that out?
No, I want to know that. Listen, all the questions that I'm asking you, they're not gotchas or anything like that. These are because I love science, right?
Well, I'm not sure
And
what you're doing. Are you asking me, or is it a rhetorical question? Or
no, it's not rhetorical. That's what I'm saying. It's a genuine question.
Because you
I
don't
don't
know.
know. How the fuck do I know? Because it's impossible in the way that science is working.
Is it
unless heat knocks off electrons? Then every time I boiled a kettle or whatever, or is there a certain centigrade of heat that needs to knock off a photon from an electron? These are genuine questions because I'm fascinated. I'd love to know what reality is, and the answers I'm getting from science is it's fantasy. It's fantasy. It's just a way.
But have you worked in a lab or worked with this in like
Well, what
real
does
life?
it matter?
Or
I've just explained to you. You even agreed to me. I explained quantum physics. It's a law of probability, and you agreed.
Yeah.
And you actually presented yourself as someone that knows about quantum physics. So you agreed with me. So obviously, to some depth.
I think that's a way to explain it.
Yep, but some depth, I have some kind of intelligence there that you would never ask me that question. Have I worked in a lab? Why would I have to work in a lab?
No, because you said you wanted to know more about it, and you said, "Well, I severely doubt, or you think it was Fantasy-Land," and I was thinking, well, if
I
you have
wasn't
worked with this,
educated. Okay, I'll give you the explaining. I wasn't educated into that path, knowing about grants for experiments and stuff like that. I got the education that you were going into. I don't know. I don't know the difference between white collar and blue collar, but basically labouring. You know, like working in shops or
yeah,
retail, building.
you work in
You know,
blue
that
collar
kind of
job.
sector. You know what public schools indoctrinate you into. Yeah, well, yeah, state paid schools. They've got to they've got to build the buildings that the, people want to make money off of. So I was in that class kind of thing, but I've always been interested in science and photons and quantum.
Yeah, but you should go to school then.
No, but
Study this.
I'm not that interested. I've got easier way. I would never want to get into that because my theories would probably.
But it's not easy. But it's not easy. That's the point. Like it's very difficult. So you can't like learn this over YouTube from time to time. You need to actually sit down and work with this for years. Then you'll understand it
how
fully
about
more
this
better
then,
than
right?
I do.
Let me give you an example, right? I move people's furniture as a fluter man in Denmark, right? But I got a job in Stockholm. Now, the guy that I was moving was what do you call it? A physicist, but he worked with cancer, radiation, and stuff like that, right? And he was working on a new cure for cancer. It was proton. They were using protons, right?
Yeah, I've heard about that. I think they derived that from like technology from
And
CERN.
this guy, I moved this guy. He went up to Aarhus. I moved him from Stockholm into Aarhus, and it's so funny. The guy was brilliant, man. We ended up after we packed the lorry. We ended up sitting up talking about Richard Feynman and all kind of stuff while he was giving me Motorhead whiskey, filling me out. It was brilliant. He was like a Brian Cox kind of dude. Really nice guy, but he was telling me about this. What it was is it was all about the like you can if you give enough energy to a proton, it'll decay at a certain point. When it decays, it gives off its radiation. So what they were basically doing is they were sending inside the, they would find out where the cancer, the little, the cancerous part of the body was, right? And they would fire in a proton with a certain amount of energy, but they were doing it with time, and and they're dealing with fucking millionths of a second. When this decays, because if it decays too soon, it destroys all the cells before it. If it decays too late, it'll miss the thing. So that's what the science is, right? So they're sending, and it's like radiotherapy. They do it now. There's a thing called radiotherapy as well they use, but that's not as precise as this. But he was telling, I swear, I was fascinated. And we sat for 4 hours, 5 hours, when I got pissed drunk, and I was so hungover the next morning to move all this stuff into the van.
I have to go for a few seconds.
Yeah. Anyway, that was a mad story. So I kind of know what I'm talking about. My questions are always genuine, but I think most of these people that believe in the science or whatever, they don't actually realise. They only know a cursory. They only have a cursory knowledge or a certain depth of knowledge. I could never believe half the shit. Once you look at it, you could never. I can't believe I believed any of that, and I never questioned it. But I don't care because now, and and I can't believe anybody believes that. Anybody believes. The science, what they tell you what a proton and a quark, or this is happening, this is what light is. They don't have a clue, man. They don't have a clue. They really don't. But anyway, there they are. Any arguments against that? How you doing, Don? I just seen you. You talking?
Yeah. I'm now going to walk up Asda in the evening sunset.
Oh, nice. How you doing anyway?
All good.
Yeah, I heard you still arguing against the flat earth after you got on at me for what are you doing? Where have you been?
Oh, yeah.
I thought
Sometimes I do.
you should come over here and preach as well, Don, instead of arguing against stuff. Get people to agree with you and, you know, what's happening in Britain.
Yeah, we talk about that. Sometimes I just allow myself to have a bit of entertainment talking about flat earth. Try not to preach the.
Yeah,
Usually,
I suppose
my mic keeps cutting out. Sorry. Usually, it's the weird semantic arguments that draw me in.
Are you arguing with
Yeah.
DP now? Fuck. That's a waste of time, though.
No, I've told Ali to give up flat earth, and then he's heard me having a flat earth argument. So he's right. I'm a hypocrite.
No, I wasn't having a go. It was a poke, Don. Do you know what I did? I think only you've always been. I think you're probably the only person people shouldn't debate with because you're so good at it.
Oh my God! Thank you so much.
Yeah, but with everything, it doesn't matter with logic and that. You've got a very logical brain. Yeah.
I can be
I've
very
always liked.
annoying, can't I?
Say again.
I can be very annoying, but I like to think I'm got good wit, and sometimes I win arguments.
I think it's a good thing that you're annoying when you're annoying against
maybe.
Bev or fucking DP or something. Those are the most annoying people in here.
I don't think
I don't think I found you
It's
annoying.
like a fucking cancer on this live stream now.
Maybe aggressive
spreading
rather
shit.
than annoying.
No, I don't even think aggressive because I don't ever think I've heard you losing the plot. Right, you might have done when I haven't been listening, but I've known you now for a few years. I think all I've heard is maybe your voice has maybe got a bit louder, but never losing the plot. Or
What I
anything
normally
like
do
that.
if I get angry, I call them. I get angry when they lie, and then they repeat it. And that's when I sometimes shout, "You liar!" and try and stop debating. Then.
Yeah, but I'm saying you don't do a Brenda, shall we say?
No, I like Jem, who just really shouting.
Jim
but
is
they're
very
angry.
aggressive.
James scared though. James scared of. He actually thinks that people talking about the flat Earth and levels horizontal is going to make any difference at all whatsoever. The world's going down the fucking shitter, right? And people are talking about something. It took me a long time, Don. I always said this was a bit of a psyop because the fact is, exactly, and you'll remember because people were talking about sort of other things relevant to what affects them in reality and stuff like that, and then all of a sudden it was this came along.
I think it can be useful to discuss. Ultimately, it seems useless. Arguing about plumb lines isn't going to sort your society out.
It's very, yeah.
But that annoys me. That annoys me with you, don't not annoys me, but do you know what? That's what I'm saying. I can't believe someone as intelligent as yourself, because you really are a good. Yeah, I would, without a doubt, you're a hard debater. yeah. And most of the times you actually win. You point out people's illogicity when they're illogic, man.
Yeah.
Right, and you do that very well, and it's like natural to you. But
it's
when
not
you
just
say
you,
about,
for
when
the
you
other
argue about
sides.
horizontal, but wait a minute, when you try to take out the or bring in the nuances, it's sometimes I think you know you're doing that just for the
Yes, I do.
argument. You're not, yeah. All right. Oh well, that's good to know. Actually, I'm glad. I'm glad because then you're still you're not that. You're not. That's good. I'm glad I read you. I read you right there because. But anyway, but even that doesn't mean that Earth's a ball on its
Sometimes,
disc.
sometimes they're so stuck in the details that I just add more details so that
Yeah.
their theory doesn't play out. You know what I'm saying?
Hey, chip, yeah.
Stuck
Yep.
in a loop.
Top of the morning to you, sir. All right. It's a lovely bunch here, huh?
Yeah. How you doing?
Yeah, hanging in there, you know, just kicking around the pooch and all.
What you up to? What you got to talk about then?
Well, I just pulled some coffee off the pot and been pouring it in there and mixed a little tea in there. That's how we do it around here.
So you're having coffee and tea and ice?
Coffee.
Yeah, that's how we do it around.
Coffee. Where are you from?
Well, if I told you, I'd have to kill you.
Okay, well, that won't matter then if you tell me because I'll be dead, so I can't tell anybody else. On you go, mate. Where are you from?
Well, what if I killed myself?
I don't really care where you're from. You just seem to have something to say when you came in.
Well, that's all I got now.
So what's happening these days in Britain and Don? Changed days, right?
We're past most of the C19 psyop, and now we're into all of our pavements are being pulled up by special 5G roadwork services. They're putting it in everywhere.
All right, I was in. I drove to London. It was Britain last year, right? And I was driving up. I think it was the M1. There was a huge sign. It's so funny, and it was like, road building England or whatever is building a new smart motorway, man.
Smart water.
So the 5G, you said just outside London, it is on the M1. If you go up, there was a huge big sign
5G
saying
river.
I laughed. They didn't say 5G, but a smart motorway. Yeah,
Motorway.
do you know what?
That's it, mate. They've just dug up everything to connect all the new traffic lights to 5G, and then they're connecting.
You know what
now
makes
to
me laugh, Don?
all the buildings.
Yeah. How about this, Don? Right, see what you have to do is, right, what it doesn't make me laugh because it's sad, because I really do. I love people, and I love the majority of people in this world, man. They don't want any shit, and they're good, kind, fucking people. I've been around a bit, and I've noticed the majority of people fucking help you out or whatever. I've had so many nice things done to me wherever I went. So that's where I'm getting that from. And it's so fucking sad. It's so sad. These poor people are not going to know what's fucking hit them. And they're still voting for these politicians, and they're like, and it's a shame because, if you want to look at indoctrination and all that kind of stuff, and, neuro-linguistic programming and whatever, you can go and take classes for it, or making people change their reality. Basically, you can change a Christian to an atheist, man. Right, that's the power of this kind of manipulation, and then they get us as kids. You know, we're just kids, and as I was talking to Funk earlier on, you know, unfortunately I got not unfortunately actually, because my primary school I got brought up in a kind of Carl Steiner kind of way. You know, we got a lot of our classes outside, and on the mountainside, or we'd go down the beach, and we'd have mathematics down there with fucking there's 2 leaves, how many, you know, that kind of stuff.
I like
And
the
then I
Steiner
went in,
schools.
yeah, but then I went to secondary school, Don, when I was 11 or 12, it was like 2,000 pupils. You know, it was huge, man. And then it was, thank fuck I never listened and I paid attention. Thank fuck, you know, I really never, because my life's been a lot better than what my friends. I'm glad I know what I know. Back to what I was talking about though, Don. You should never get depressed or down that the world's going to shit or something like that. At least you're not going to get a surprise. You know, you think the majority of the people's going to end up going, fuck, man, I've got nothing. I've got no job. I'm relying on a handout from a government which won't exist anymore. Come 2030, there'll be no more governments. It'll be a state, and it'll all be a European state. It'll all be split into 3. You'll have America, you'll have Russia, you'll have all the Asian countries, and then you'll have Europe. And that's what it'll be. It'll be a state. Not as so, like beforehand, you could go down to the council, your local council office, bang on the door, say to the mayor, "Oh, you fucker, you're a prick. Get you to fuck out of here, man. You've just fucking ripped off my granny," or you know, whatever you've done. Right, so you can go and bang on someone's door, or you can go and find out the address of your prime minister or whatever where they are staying. At least you can go and see them. But when it becomes a state, you can forget it, man. You can forget it. Where are you going to go to? You won't have your local court, all your local courts, and where do you appeal? You're fucked, and these poor people are fucked. Humanity's fucked, man. And by 2030, people realise what's happened to them, and it's a fucking shame. You know, my daughter's got to go through this, my son's got to go through this, all their friends, all these poor people that are not going to have the freedoms that we had. You know? But at least it won't be a surprise for me. No. Fuck, I'm shutting up.
Don left. How much do you guys mind being told what? Anybody in?
I'll answer.
You never tell a man what to do. Okay? That's the first thing you want to remember. You will piss that man off the minute you tell him something.
Anybody. I'm not talking about like a man-to-man, but like, for example, your boss or some kind of authority, or not even
Yeah,
that.
yeah, that's what we're talking about. He better not be a prick. Okay? Nobody outranks you. Okay? You understand that? Oh, you have a hard time with authority, do you?
No,
Is that
I
what-
don't.
is that- oh, no, you don't have a problem with authority. You enjoy taking orders, correct?
Not for anything, but yeah,
Oh, so you like military type lifestyle.
no, I like freedom. Do you like military lifestyle? Clancy? Steve?
No, it sucks.
Yeah. Think you want the same thing?
That's what we have right now.
I think
Appeal
I'm
to authority.
very free, but I also do have to accept that, I don't know,
Yeah,
fucking might is right sometimes.
in our mind, we're free. Yeah, that's what's critical too, right?
Yeah.
See,
I think
see,
like,
here's
yeah.
see, like
Sorry.
people that don't have certain aspects, right? Because they bullshit you. But like, even if you take out God out of the equation, right? Because it's God, then you. See, so right there, forget about God. I know you're an atheist, it doesn't matter. But me and you are still men, okay? Man. Not some other son of a bitch claiming his arrogance over me, right? That's why we come out here, right? With science, facts. Take your bullshit, shove it up your asses. Your little make-believe, what they call make-believe idols, like Mike Tyson and Muhammad Ali, and these make-believe. See, you want to kind of come back grounded. Because what happens is it's very easy to give your power that you have to make believe soccer heroes or TV movie star bullshit actors. And then they'll even tell you how wonderful you should behave. Oh, you should think this way and think that way. And don't fuck all Mother Nature. Isn't that funny how they'll want to take your brain and tell you how wonderful you are, but yet not teach you one damn thing about the cycle of what you'd call God, the cycle of Earth. It's a physical thing, right? Isn't that funny? But you don't know all about the physical nature of life. Think about that. Makes you pretty fucking ignorant, right?
I think teaching young people about God is kind of indoctrination.
Yeah, I don't even give a fuck. I didn't invoke God.
You said God just now.
Once again, you miss the most critical thing about man that makes him dumber than a fucking rock. Here's a fact. It just is a fact. Not listening is what'll make you a dumb motherfucker. Follow? See, if you don't hear nothing, how the fuck can you even think?
Yeah, but hearing doesn't help if you can't think.
Right.
Some people can't think, even if they can hear.
That's why you invoke God or whatever. I just invoked it. I just said that I tried to get you to the point of how high you are. See, so you don't let anybody take that away from you. Nobody. So that's where manners comes in and respect, right? Not authority.
Yeah, I think, from my point of view, I would say there is a limit to liberty. Like, for example, I do accept that I have to accept that other people don't have the same views than me. But then hopefully, I hope that other people agree with me. For example, there are people who think it's okay to fucking rape people. I think it's fine. And people do think that. Some people do think that.
That makes you a fucking retard. People
Sure,
think that.
but they do still exist.
Yeah,
So
we don't give a stupid, do we?
no, but the thing is, whatever we want to think it's wrong or not, we have to deal with it. And the way we
Right.
deal with it is we need to accept that there is a little bit loss of liberty because of that. That's come with the price of containing rapists.
Well, yeah, right. Stop though, because once again, you hit key points, right? Liberty, that term. See, it's like America, right? See, people get fucked up about America, right? No matter how you slice it. But there's certain, fact of America, right? It's kind of, here we go again. I'm just going to say God one time. God, then freedom. See, there's kind of a couple, 3 or 4 things right there. But that's one thing that makes American. That's why people get pissed off at us and we don't give a fuck about certain things, right? But then the lies come in, right? You know, the war and what the fuck is America really doing? But we're only talking about right now the Constitution and you and me as a man, our full blown power, so you don't get smoke blowed up your ass. Thinking, and then you know your arrogance. Well, I'm this high intelligent motherfucker that went to college, and I'm telling you this, but
Why
yet
are you mentioning that? It's very weird to mention college and talk about like more
brainwashing.
get involved in politics without having any degree.
Brainwashing. That's what we're
What?
talking about all the time in here. Brainwashing. I mean, you have to savvy brainwash. My God, Funk, you've been out in this game for 5 years, bro.
Yeah.
What the fuck? I mean, you don't understand. You've been all of us. It's not
I think
possible.
I
When
don't
you
think
invoke
I have been
doctrination,
brainwashed, but
well, when you invoke doctrination, teaching, I
yeah,
mean,
I
what the
was
fuck?
talking about religious. By definition, I think
It's
it's
all part of
indoctrination.
brainwashing. Yeah, every bit of it is brainwashing. You know, you can put different names on it. There's no three, right? And your history is so critical. You know who your mom and dad were, what experiences you have. But once you get into bullshit, see, that's what we're talking about all the time in here. What the fuck is bullshit, and what the fuck ain't?
Yeah. How do you determine what's real or not? That's the question.
Well, the truth, right?
Yeah.
See, that's the truth. And so, like when we come out here, we're using what we think is truth. Now, the switch comes in, you guys accept written down bullshit, and flat earthers, as a rule, don't. Now, there's a lot of them still operating on man's knowledge, don't get me wrong. But you got to get the fuck away from man's knowledge and pay attention to the facts. So if you're not out here digging in the science, in the physical world of chemical reactions and how the fuck the sun works, you know, because the radiation, that little radiation bullshit, you know, that's getting kind of old. Nuclear power bombs and stupid ass shit, you know, we got to put up with listening to you guys.
I don't think that's bullshit though. I think like
Well, of course.
the best for me, the best evidence that it's not bullshit is that it's empirical, that it's been used, it's been made technology out of this knowledge, which work.
Exactly.
And sure, it doesn't have to be correct,
Empirically.
but at least it's not
Empirical. That's
wrong.
what you said. Empirical. That's what you said. That's critical. Exactly right.
Yeah,
That's what we're here
and
for.
like how do we have nuclear reactors? Like they do create energy. We get energy from them.
Yeah.
It's not
Yeah.
magic, right?
Yeah. Yeah, but you're not splitting atoms. See, that's the critical part. See.
Yeah, but what if they do? Like they claim they do, and they also make energy. They're not saying we do this and they don't make any energy.
Let me
Right?
ask you a quick question. Let me ask you a quick question about nuclear power. Do they use electrolysis in any way, shape, or form?
Not in a nuclear power
Are you
plant.
knowledge? No. So your answer
No.
is no.
Not in
You never
a
did.
nuclear power plant. No.
So you don't know anything about nuclear power.
I know about a little bit about nuclear power.
You might want to Google that. Make sure you understand the process.
What? I do understand a little bit.
If you're claiming they don't use electrolysis, just start, you know, in part
What
of
do
the.
they
just
use
Google it.
electrolysis?
I'm not going to talk to somebody about.
Yes.
It's pretty involved, nuclear power. I mean, it's, you know, and then
But
they hide.
nuclear power is a
Heating up water. Heats up water.
yeah, it heats up water. It's true.
Yeah.
It's like to have like a decay of atoms. Normally uranium-236. They decay that, and it decays into decay process. Will
chemical reaction going on. Yeah.
it's not chemical; it's nuclear reaction.
Whoa! Stop. Now,
But you can't say an
Well-
atom splits and say it's chemical.
I'm not. Well, now we're not even talking about. But you, it's not. You invoke not a chemical reaction. Now, I'd like to know where chemical reactions. It's possible for a chemical reaction not to take place on anything you do. So, would you mind explaining that to me?
I mean, nuclear reaction is by definition splitting atoms. Chemical reaction is binding atoms together. You're not doing that. Well, you are not doing that, so.
I have to agree, it is a chemical reaction.
How is it a chemical reaction?
Well, if you're breaking down, if a metal breaks down, yeah, it's not through electricity, through chemicals, right? That's how you break metals or matter down, is through chemicals like acid and stuff like that.
Yes, but
Right.
that's actually a chemical reaction. You're binding like iron
Yeah,
to
exactly, and
oxygen,
that's
for
what.
example.
Right.
That's not
Do you know
what the nuclear
uranium?
reactor does.
No, but the result of that is a chemical reaction. That is creating a chemical. Well, it is because it's creating heat.
It could create the heat from a
Uranium's a
chemical reaction,
chemical,
yeah.
right? Uranium's a chemical, right?
Yeah, but
And it's
but
just
the
breaking
reaction
down.
isn't binding.
Right.
It's not binding to anything. It's actually splitting the atom into pieces.
All metals. No, it's not, because if it was splitting the atom, it would explode. Right?
Yeah, well,
It's
it
like
could
talking
if
about
it
two
happened
different
fast
things.
enough. It
No.
could if it happened fast enough, but it's a control.
No, it doesn't. It melts down.
breakdown.
No, it doesn't. It melts down because it's decaying and it's giving off energy, which heats up the water.
Yeah.
It's a big steam engine. Right.
But
so there you go. Then.
but when iron
It's
iron
a
is
chemical reaction.
but it's
It's
iron
not atomic.
is
It's no, it's not atomic. I mean, you're not
My
splitting
God.
any atoms otherwise. Well, it's not, because if you split an atom, it fucking
Is there-
explodes, man. End
How
of
do you know
story.
that? How do you know that? It creates energy, yeah, but if it happens in
Because
a
of
controlled
your
fashion-
science, because of the science that I've been brought up since I was a kid. That's
Yeah,
how I
yeah.
know.
I know it creates energy, but
So it
if
doesn't, right?
have-
Okay, so it doesn't, right? So if you split an atom, then it
Yeah.
doesn't explode. Is that what you're saying?
explode, it's a very simplistic way to explain it.
Well,
Explosion
it doesn't matter.
would mean
But
it
you know
happens
what I
really
mean.
fast.
But wait a minute. You know what I mean. So it doesn't matter which way I say
I
it.
think
you
you got a
understand what I say.
very. I think you're
Yeah,
having a
right,
very
okay,
strange
but
way
you're
to
saying
explain it.
whatever, right? Yeah, but it doesn't matter. You understand, because if you didn't understand, you wouldn't be able to point out the difference
it releases
of what I
heat,
was doing.
but-
But anyway, so the point is, so it doesn't explode then, no?
It does. It does. Sort of explode. It doesn't explode fast.
Sort of. Explain sort of then.
It means you're releasing heat, but you're releasing it slow, not very fast.
So it does release energy then.
Yeah, it does release energy. Otherwise,
Right,
it
so
would
why
work.
didn't
That's
you
the whole
just say that?
purpose of it.
It's not sort of, then it is, it releases
Because that's not
energy slowly.
explosion. Explosion sounds like something that's happening uncontrolled,
But it's
like releasing a
two-phased.
lot
Well,
of
it does.
heat really fast.
Well, it does. It's atomic bombs are two-phase, right? A hydrogen bombs are a two-phase bomb, yeah.
Yeah, but those are deliberately built in a way to have a quick nuclear reaction without any way of dissipating the heat. But in a nuclear reactor, you have a cooling tower, or you have a cooling liquid to take that heat away, and you use that heat. Why are you laughing?
Because that was nothing about that. Was not. It's like, do you know, when because I've been in having conversations like this for so many years. It's like you were just freestyling. I call it freestyling, right? And you're working within your own logical. But you never even answered the question.
Explain
you never
what's wrong about
explained.
it.
Wait a minute. You never explained what I asked you. You didn't even address what I asked you. Then you just went off and went away off and because it's enclosed and it's doing this.
Yes.
Or whatever you said.
Why do you
stopped
think a
listening. That's why I
grenade?
started
Why do you
laughing.
think a grenade explode And when you light gunpowder on the ground, it
Because it
doesn't
gets
explode.
it's got a detonation. It detonates,
Because
right?
so it's contained inside a grenade.
Yeah, but it's detonated, and there's a split second. There's a point before it explodes, right?
Yeah, and if you light the gunpowder and you take away that energy, why if you light
Right,
it
like-
not all in at once?
So what's
Why are
that
you
got to do
laughing?
with atomic bombs? Well, man,
It
well, what the
has,
fuck?
it's an analog.
You're doing
with
exactly.
You're using like idiotic terms like exploding. Nuclear reaction is not real
right.
because it explodes. Like what
Oh,
the
well,
hell?
what does it do then? Well, what does it do? Is it a chemical
It
reaction?
releases
then?
heat. It's not a chemical reaction. It releases heat.
Yeah, and what does the heat do?
Heat, it's energy. You have to take it away, else you will have an explosion.
The difference is a nuclear reactor is controlled in that the neutrons are controlled and that they don't hit more atoms, which release more neutrons, which release more atoms. There's a controlled mechanism to that. In an actual nuclear explosion, it's a runaway reaction where if there's too many neutrons hitting too many other neutrons, then they can change the rods and they can get more absorption, and then they can reduce the reactions that way. A nuclear reaction doesn't work that way.
You guys are funny, man.
They can
Go ahead.
regulate it. They can regulate it.
Now Funk is riding on the information that last guy just gave, man. It's brilliant.
Well, what was wrong about
He's
what
like,
I said?
he's trying to take
Alibi.
the credit. He's like, yeah, you can do this
Explain
and that. Agreeing with the
Alibi.
guy.
Stop the
You didn't have
bullshit
a
now.
clue what that guy said there, Funk. Explain what
Yes,
he
I
said
did.
there. Well, go
He
on and
said-
explain what he said.
Well, he said that you have a controlled way of you have a way to control the reaction time by like it releases neutrons, and I believe that when it releases the neutrons initially have too much energy. So the way they control it is by using the control rod, which will slow down the neutrons, and which will have low enough energy to have a
All right,
reaction
I got
with
it.
uranium
Right,
again.
so now ask him how did they control it? That's like
With
a
a control
question to
rod.
ask.
With control rods.
Yeah, and how does that control it though?
I think it has
What's it
certain
no,
method. I think they use
stop.
bore.
Now,
I think they use
now
bore.
you're going beyond. You're going beyond because you had to wait for that guy to explain to me. You're going beyond your knowledge now. What is
No,
a control rod?
What is wrong about what
What's
I
a
said?
control rod? What's
A control rod is to control the reaction of the nuclear reaction.
No, but how does it work then? How does it work?
I
What is
explained it.
What does it do?
slow down the neutrons.
And how does it slow down the neutron?
It slows down the neutron by re-emit it. It reacts with a bore. I think it's bore. It reacts with a bore. I think it's bore. I'm not 100% sure. And that will, when it reacts with it, it slows down the neutrons.
It doesn't slow the speed down. To be clear, it doesn't slow the speed down. It slows down the number of reactions.
Yeah, I'm quite sure it slows down the energy in them because I think they're too high energy or something. That's what I read on it.
So does the control rod absorb the energy?
Yeah, I think so.
What's it
Of
made
the
of?
neutrons.
The control rod. What's it made of?
Don't you listen to me? I said it like 5 times today. You're being so fucking condescending. I'm not sure I want to explain it several times to you.
No, okay, don't then. But I wasn't being condescending. That's
Yeah, you were.
That's what I'm
You
saying.
were
You
very
guys,
condescending. You
No,
were saying
actually,
that
no,
I was
dude.
riding on Extremis' wave, that I didn't fully understand it, while you haven't explained shit. All you said was nuclear reaction cannot be real because it's an explosion. Like, that's the limit of your knowledge.
No, I said it was a chemical reaction.
Yeah, and that's wrong. It's not a chemical reaction.
Ah, but it's not. That's what I'm trying to find out. What is it? What is the control rod? If you think I'm being condescending, well, obviously you've been picked on as a child, or
No.
someone's been. Well, it must be
You're
something like that.
condescending. I mean,
was
if I were
asking-
to meet
No,
you in
no.
real life, I'll
Hey,
tell
listen,
you to
listen.
fuck
Let
off.
me say. Hey, let me
Or
say
if you
something to you.
continue to
Right?
follow me, I
Let
think
me-
I would slap you in the face.
let me
That's
let me
how I
say
deal with
something
people
to you.
like you.
Right. Let me say
I
something
don't
to you.
think
Right?
you.
I'll say something to you.
No. I don't
was
want.
being
I don't
totally
think you need to say
sincere.
anything.
No, okay, well that's your way out. That's
Is
fine.
that how? Is that how you?
That's
Is
your
that
way
how?
out. That's
Is
fine.
that?
That's your
Is
way
that
out.
how you
I was not being
communicate with people?
condescending.
Yeah, you were.
Anybody that's listening, I was not being condescending. I was
You were
genuinely
being a
asking
fucking idiot.
questions. And
Come
this
on,
guy has
Alibi.
got a problem, right? This guy's got a problem, not me.
You were being
And,
a fucking
I,
idiot.
I am not. I am
Alibi.
not being condescending.
Yeah,
right?
you were being a
That's
fucking
it.
idiot,
It's-
Alibi.
No, I certainly was not. Anybody that knows me, I don't do that.
Well,
right?
if
I
you
don't do
don't know
shit.
that you're an
So
idiot, then I
so the
swear I
problem
can't help
lies
you.
with you then.
I
If
mean,
it is a
these
problem,
people tell.
yeah,
Huh?
yeah. Well, do you know, maybe you're too feely or whatever. But I never
No,
ever.
no,
I
I
can't
think you
even
were being an
conceive
idiot.
that how was I being condescending there? If anybody else
You were
picked up,
saying that I was riding extremist wave, that I didn't know
and
what
you
the hell I
were.
was
I
talking
wasn't.
about.
That wasn't being condescending. That
And I was
saying a fact.
asking you how that
That
was.
that was a fact. That was a fact. You were riding on his. You were, because I was talking
So
to
I
him and you
didn't go
interrupted.
further and explain in more detail.
I asked a
exactly what
question. I wasn't even
behaved.
talking to you, and suddenly you were the expert again after he clarified what he was talking about. I didn't even want to talk to you again. I wanted to talk to that guy that knew more about it than apparently I did. So,
You're being a fucking old idiot.
No, you just chose to interrupt in a fucking conversation I wanted to have with someone else, and then the way to get out of it, you called me condescending when I wasn't even fucking talking to you in the first place. But I was not being condescending to you. I let it ride that you interrupted a conversation I was having with that guy.
I wasn't interrupting.
Well, you fucking
wasn't-
did, because I was speaking to him because
No, I
you'd
didn't
stopped
fucking
talking.
do that.
The depth of your knowledge disappeared, and now I am being condescending. The depth of
How
your
can
knowledge
you? How can I?
disappeared.
Why
and
would I
your
have to need
friend
your
there
acknowledge
has
of
a bit of a deeper
acknowledge
that
of
friend.
my knowledge when you don't even when you think it's a chemical reaction? I mean, your depth is it's not very deep, to be honest.
Well, your
If you
friend
think
never
it's a chemical.
disagreed. Your friend never disagreed there.
With me, no, he didn't.
No, he didn't disagree with me either.
Yes, he did. He said it wasn't an explosion, Alibi. You were
It was a
just
chemical
completely
reaction.
wrong. No.
Oh, wait a minute. I
not.
was talking about an atomic. When you don't split atoms when you make nuclear power. End of story.
Yes.
It's something degrading.
Ask
So you don't.
extremists that.
Right, that
Ask
was the whole
extremists
argument.
that.
Dude,
Yes, ask
when
extremists
I
that.
said, well, that's actually good, that, because now you've went back to the point. I said that when you split an atom, there's an explosion, right? And then you started talking about nuclear power. Well, nuclear power's not about fucking splitting atoms.
Yes, it is, you fucking idiot. How stupid can you be, man?
Oh, now you're being condescending, stupid. I'm a fucking
Yeah, but
idiot.
read on it then.
I'm so
Read on
hurt.
it then.
Hey, it's good. Can I go on for about 10 minutes how you hurt my feelings now? Or
I didn't talk about it for 10
no,
minutes.
actually, I won't.
I told you
I
to
won't
fuck
because
off.
I don't give a fuck. I'm not like a fucking puss, man.
Go back to your blue collar job, man. You're out of your depth now.
Out of my day.
Yeah, you are. Go back to a pub or something and talk about how
brilliant, man.
nuclear reactors apparently work according to you.
They don't split atoms in nuclear reactors,
They
man.
do.
You're a loony. You're a loony to believe
How can I
that. You're the
be?
one that's looking stupid.
Have you seen a nuclear? Have you seen a nuclear reaction? Have you seen a nuclear
yes,
reaction?
I have actually. Yes, I've watched many nuclear bombs. Yeah.
Have you seen them in real life?
No, I haven't. Of
How do you
course I
know that's
haven't.
not a chemical
Well,
reaction?
and then we get this dangerous.
Alibi.
Well,
Alibi.
it actually is.
How do you know that's not a chemical
that is.
reaction?
Well, there we go. Because I told you I don't believe in atoms, so I don't believe them split.
But
That's
haven't
why
you
I
seen,
asked you. Hey, wait a minute. Whoa. That's why I asked you why it is always a two-part. I know why they do hydrogen. I know why it is a two-part sequence to a hydrogen bomb, which is a chemical fucking action. So, but I don't believe in atoms. I don't believe in splitting atoms and shit like that. I was just speaking on your language. But that's what they say. You split an atom. You don't.
So how do you know
nuclear
that
reactors.
nuclear? How do you know nuclear
Well, go and look
reactions
at
explode?
but go and have a look.
Because you were said,
No, that-
Alibi.
no,
Earlier
yes.
you said, Alibi, calm down. Earlier you said You knew that they were exploding because you have seen atom bombs, and now you're saying that's not actually an atom splitting anymore. That's actually
I'm
chemical
speaking
reaction.
in your right. So that bit of information
You have
I
to
gave
decide.
you secondary. Wait a minute. That information I gave you secondary was like my opinion of it. But the thing about the atom bombs, it's splitting the atoms, is what you believe in. So a sort of a split between reality and your fucking fantasy world. So
So how
sometimes
do
I
you
mix
know
the
that?
two.
How do you know that atoms? Extremists, you're back. So what is a nuclear reaction? Is that a chemical reaction or is it a nuclear reaction?
It's definitely not a chemical reaction.
Yeah, there is go.
What about a hydrogen? What about a hydrogen bomb extremist?
fucking
What about
stupid,
hydrogen bomb extremists?
It's not a chemical. A chemical reaction is like wood burning or something like that. These
Or
involve
iron rusting or something.
Yeah, these involve neutrons hitting other neutrons, and
What
in the
about
case of a
hydrogen?
bomb, it's an uncontrolled reaction where there's a critical mass, and at a certain point, if you have enough of this material, plutonium, uranium, whatever it is, then the reaction is uncontrolled, and it literally explodes. Whereas in a reactor, you don't have that critical mass, and the whole point of dropping the control rods is the control rods absorb the neutrons. You can lower them or raise them, and change the reaction speed, the speed of the reaction, how fast the neutrons collide, and that slows down or speeds up the reaction to prevent it from going critical and exploding in a bomb. And so you control the amount of heat. You control the reaction process, which controls the heating process, which gives you the energy.
Current, yeah,
Right.
you control current.
Right, wait a
Thank
minute.
you.
Right, but see the hydrogen bomb. It's a two-phase bomb, yeah.
Yes, basically in a hydrogen bomb, the nuclear part of it, the atomic part of it, explodes, compressing the hydrogen fuel or whatever it is that's the hydrogen part of it so fast and so quick that it's a secondary explosion, and it's whatever 100 times more powerful or whatever it is.
Yeah, right. Here's an interesting. Right, this is the thing about the hydrogen bomb for me. It's just a theory, right? Just a theory. Bear with me, right? Now, water, as they say, now I don't believe about the hydrogen oxygen shit, right? But they say you can split water into hydrogen. You can produce that, and if you hit it with enough charge, and 1 litre of water is equal to 1,000 litres of hydrogen, right? Now I always thought, how about this? Because I just found, well, I never found out. I kind of found out that hydrogen bomb was two-phase. How about this, right? A hydrogen bomb is just full of fucking water, and they blast it with enough electricity, because it's all about electricity. That's how they create. That's how they knock protons, photons off of electrons, protons off of atoms, and stuff like that. They hit it with a massive electrical wave or whatever. So say they hit this motherfucker, because it's a two-phase, they hit it to split it, and then when it compresses, like what you said, and it's like a spark plug inside an engine, it just goes boom, man. And that's a lot of litres you could fit inside the size of an atomic bomb, a hydrogen bomb, for example. Just a theory. It's not that far off, though, right? Or is it?
It has nothing to do with electricity. You can shock an atomic bomb and it will not go off because it has.
No, I'm
nothing
talking
to do
about
with
hydrogen. No, I was talking about splitting hydrogen from the water. You know that electrolysis, where you split, you use aluminium, you stick a charge into aluminium, and it produces hydrogen, yeah?
Right. They do
You
use
see-
an isotope of water. It's like heavy water. It's not regular seawater. It's an isotope of water that.
Yeah,
keeps
it's
it
weird.
under-
I've heard about it, but I never kind of. They used it up in Finland. They had a place up in Finland. I think Hitler was trying to get a hold of it because they produced that heavy water, but I just perused over it, kind of. But what is it?
But again, the bomb itself does not use electricity. There's no electric charge involved.
But you don't know that. How do you know how to make a hydrogen bomb?
Because basically they trigger the nuclear bomb, and then that produces the secondary explosion, which triggers the hydrogen bomb part of it. But it's not electricity involved in it. Again, it's the.
Well, where'd you get the energy? Where'd you get the energy to split that atom? Because they used it in the first place. They have to use some kind of energy source to fucking split an atom.
That's the whole point.
Because they use it to knock off electrons, protons, and all that kind of thing. So they have to have electricity from somewhere, or
That's
energy.
the whole point of the. That's the whole point of the critical mass, is that they bring these two masses together, and when they're together, they produce the explosion.
Yeah, but as I say, with a hydrogen bomb, it's a two-phase though, right? It's two-phase. It's two phases.
Okay.
So. All right, okay. I'll stop there because now that's interesting. What you say, I know how, but you've got to you have to get like uranium. If you dig up uranium, it's not radioactive when you get it. It's only when it gets processed. So like through man's process, it becomes radioactive, right? You don't dig up uranium and you're going to die of cancer or anything like that, because it's not radioactive. You've got to process it. You've got to put it through some kind of process that turns it
Uranium out of the
radioactive.
ground is radioactive.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't. No, it's not. Uranium isn't. It has to get processed to start decaying, to give off radiation. It has to.
Uranium out of the ground will decay on its own to another element. Uranium out of the ground has a half-life. That's the whole point of it being radioactive. There is a half-life to uranium out of the ground.
Right. Okay, I won't argue with it. I'm going to have to look at that because it was my understanding that it wasn't until you processed it into that 236 or whatever
They concentrate it. That's what they do with it to have it more concentrated.
Now, that's the whole point. They enrich it. That's the whole thing about enrichment.
Right, that's it. Right, there you go. But it doesn't come out the ground radioactive.
The
It's
enrichment is just
that was
it's just separating.
Enriched, I know.
It's just separating them, right, based on their densities.
Yeah, but uranium's not. It's not radioactive when it comes out.
Yes, that's the whole point of a half-life. If it has a half-life, it's radioactive. And now it's not. I mean, it's got there's different kinds. 238 is 4 billion years or whatever it is. The other kind are, I don't know, 100 million. I don't know what it is, but it's still has a half-life out of
your knowledge. It's great because the two of you guys, who was that? What's the name again? Funk, and you. One's got you've got a blending of a fuller knowledge than you have and he has separately, because you explained about about it gets processed and stuff like that, right? But it doesn't come out that way. That's what I'm saying. We overstretch our knowledge, right? And sometimes, it's we either use logic or maybe whatever we use to maybe overstretch our knowledge a little bit. And I noticed it there with the two use, and I do it myself. Oh well, I try not to, but I'm aware of when I'm doing it. And I think if more people done that, they wouldn't realise. I could learn something here, or I think because it's all about knowledge. Knowledge is power. It's the opposite of what George Orwell
Oh, did you
said.
say I was wrong then earlier, Alibi?
No, you were. No, you didn't go as far as the other dude. Next extremist, where the knowledge of a thing, and then you backed him up, and you proved to me, yeah, right, okay, you know that because it's mainstream. I know the mainstream argument anyway. So you're just verifying what I already kind of know, you know. So it's like I know what you're going to tell me, I know what you're going to say, I know what I'm going to get told, right? And but I know what scientists are saying as well because I'm interested in science. So I listen to scientists, and then I come to places like this and hear people like totally contradict or go to a certain level of knowledge, and then they start making shit up. You know,
Well,
and
did I
that's,
make shit up?
I
You
mean,
said I did
you were
earlier.
on the road. You were on the road to it, and on the road to it, and I saved you from the embarrassment of
What
doing
the
that by
fuck?
pulling you up straight away.
This
So
is
yes,
your condescending part, Alibi. I didn't
yeah,
say
that was
anything
me.
that
Yeah,
was
that's
wrong.
me there. Yeah, I'll admit I was being condescending, but I was being
Yeah.
factual. I was being
No, you
factual.
didn't. I was correcting
I
you.
told you the truth. I was being truthful.
Your whole point from the start was that the nuclear reactor couldn't split atoms because
But it doesn't. It still doesn't. And
okay,
that
then
guy
you're still
agrees
being
with me.
no,
But
he
that guy
doesn't.
agreed with me.
No, he
So
doesn't.
it doesn't split atoms.
Extremities. Does a nuclear reactor split atoms?
A fission reaction splits atoms. Yes.
Yeah. There you go, Alibi. I mean, you
On
need to get your head
global,
out of your ass,
Hey,
Alibi.
wait a minute. I wouldn't have expected. Well, I kinda sort of. I was hoping for
my
a
God.
bit of truth there, but I didn't expect anything else.
Yeah, I gotta go and feed my daughter, so you're
So,
kind of like a waste
what
of
do you
time, Alibi.
think? What do you think a nuclear reactor does? If it doesn't split atoms, what does it do instead?
Right. Okay. Right. Well, let's go with your science. Do you know how? Do you know how when you boil a kettle, right, and you've got the element on the bottom, right, and if you could see inside that, you suddenly see little bubbles start forming, and then they go up. They go up like that, right? Those little bubbles, you know, only because I don't believe in atoms, but only because I want to speak your fucking language. And see these little bubbles, they're like little atoms. They're not split. They're just little atoms. And the little atoms leaving this bit of metal or whatever, and it's just going bloop, and it's producing heat, and it goes somewhere. It doesn't add to the volume of the water, which is kind of strange. It just fucking disappears, man. But the point is, that's how I see it, right? It's not splitting atoms. It's decaying atoms, right? Because if they split an atom, why the fuck they would just say, "Oh, let's decay an atom and let's make a bomb," right? It's not. They don't split atoms in a fucking. And I could get. I guarantee you, I could get a ball earther, atomic physicist to tell you that that's fucking absurd. That to say that it's splitting a fucking atom. If it was so easy to split an atom, Niels Bohr wouldn't have got a fucking Nobel Prize for it. And they wouldn't have made, they wouldn't have had all this technology to have to split an atom to make this huge explosion. Think what you're saying, right?
I mean, I don't understand.
If I understood correctly, you said if we were able to split atoms, that would win a Nobel Prize. If that's true, I mean, take a look to Nobel Prize in Chemistry of 1944.
See, that's your problem. That's your problem there. You totally just jumped in and a fucking, what the fuck was that got to do? I said they already got a prize for splitting atoms. I said nuclear power is not fucking splitting fucking atoms.
Yeah.
It's giving off little bubbles. It's giving off atoms of matter, which is decaying. That's a radiation. That's where you get radiation. And the only reason it gets smaller, the only thing a reason gets smaller is because it loses matter. So when it vaporizes or whatever energy you guys think it gives off or whatever, that's like like if you put a solid in a liquid, that's all that is. But it's decaying like that and it's giving off a certain energy, but it has to be fucking processed before that happens. You have to manipulate it or stimulate it in some kind of way through electricity or heat or some kind of stimulus. It doesn't happen fucking natural.
Yeah, this ain't magic.
Exactly.
Nothing's magic. Isn't that magic? See, the magic starts when the bullshit starts. Oh, math. I can weigh
Steve.
everything because I use, be quiet, I'm talking. I weigh everything in kilograms, right? Dynamite. That's how they measure a bomb when they tell you how big of an explosion you're going to make. Isn't that funny?
Yeah, I have a question, Steve. Are bombs
No,
electric?
Ed. No, Ed. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm just changing it. Go ahead.
Are bombs electric?
Are you asking me, Ed? Or are you asking Electric Uni? I thought, oh, I see Electric University. I thought you had him a question. Are you asking me, Ed? Go ahead.
Yeah, I was asking you.
Are bombs electric?
Mm-hmm.
Well, see, the critical listening is they will always invoke charge, okay? Now, that's an electrical term. So now that bomb, he covered pretty, who was that? Ali B has given you guys pretty good explanations here. Now you take a diesel engine, right? A lot of people aren't even aware of a simple working of a diesel motor. Comes up, compresses gases, and this electric causes heat, and this electric gets so hot it explodes on its own. So now you go to a bomb, and we all know it's got to be contained for the best explosion. He was talking about gunpowder bullshit funk. So now you're talking about a hydrogen bomb or whatever fucking bomb you want to talk about. It's going to be enclosed for the chemical reaction to take place. See, chemical reaction is caused by the little fucking charges that each one of them have. And then they get pissed off at each other.
First of all, it's not chemical. Second of all, a hydrogen bomb does not use electricity.
Chemical. Now stop.
Wait a second,
right there.
extremist. Your dick is hanging out. Be careful now.
Yeah, exactly. Thank you, Ed. See, chemical just about covers every motherfucking thing on the planet. Follow? So if you even use the word chemical, you're talking about anything, elements. See, an element is by itself. Chemical is two elements. So get the fuck out of here when you use chemical. Be careful.
Yeah, even
Ain't
water's
nothing
chemical, dude.
without chemicals. There's nothing happening without some type of chemical involved. So get
Same,
the fuck out.
right, and vice versa, right? Because a chemical reaction on its fundamental level is electrical, the transference of ions and electrons, and that's all on the fundamental level, electric.
Right. And that's where they trick you with the electron microscope.
But that's the thing is, an elemental decay, radioactive decay is not chemical.
It's one element at a time. It's not, he's right. I mean, he's not talking about, it's not a chemical decay, it's elemental decay.
Yeah.
But my point is, it's not a chemical reaction of some sort.
Nice
The
story.
rules,
Right,
of
but I think it's,
the rules of chemical reactions do not govern elemental decay, radioactive decay.
Compost pile. You're talking.
Thanks for clarifying, Steve.
And again, electricity is not involved in hydrogen bomb.
Yeah, I know.
Can I say about the chemical? Can I quickly interrupt? What about aluminium? When aluminium, when aluminium, right, it interacts with water, it goes all furry, yeah, which is a chemical reaction. It's going back to its base state. You know, when aluminium goes that kind of white furry stuff. It's still aluminium, but it's going back to its base state. That's a chemical, right? And if it was left to go longer, so it is a chemical reaction. All metals are based in chemicals. They're all made up of chemicals, atoms, chemical atoms. Are they not? I thought.
Atoms.
That's right. Atom.
Right. But listen, I've got to speak. Well, I don't know the. Excuse me for not getting the right wordage or verbiage or whatever you want to call it. But it's
No,
all
you got it right.
all these
You
things
got
are
it
on the chemical scale. They're all on the
Yep.
chemical scale, right? So it's a chemical reaction. Kudos to you've put me on a new. Who's that that was talking there?
Steve in Extremis.
No, Steve. Oh, well,
the
it's
one
Steve. Yeah.
I'm the
Yeah.
one
Shout
talking to
out,
you.
Steve.
Hey,
Yeah, you
Alex,
that's
how you-
talking.
Yeah,
How you doing, mate?
Yes, hey, glad to meet you, Al. It's nice to talk to someone that. See, I'm a student. Make sure you understand that, brother.
Yeah, so
And
am
you
I.
know-
So am I.
Yeah.
Always will be. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but nice. You've actually put me down a new. You kind of made me look at things in other ways when you said it was a chemical reaction. I never thought of that before, and I'm only arguing now for the first time why it's a chemical reaction. So, but I'm sure I can refine it. But that's a good point, mate. What you made there about that, about it being just with my knowledge about my cursory knowledge about matter and stuff like that. It's all made up of chemicals anyway, so of course it's chemical decay. Yeah.
Yeah, and that's exactly where the lying bullshit starts, right? Right at the chemical. So
Yeah. That's what I'm saying. That's why I kind of twigged. You know, it's the first time I've ever argued why it's chemical. It's that analogy with the water, the little bubbles of water about not splitting atoms and stuff like that. Of course, it's because it's all chemical. You know, everything's according to them, right? You know, everything's fucking chemicals. That's a good one.
well, even in the nuclear power plants, the first thing you need to understand, real simple, is they charge that up with electrolysis. That's the first process. Everything's all set up, ready to go. You're going to throw the switch. The first thing you're doing is you're ionizing the chemicals with the anode and the cathode. Yeah,
Right.
So
Yeah, that's it, Grim. Grim gets us. That's the thing, Grim. But look, jump in when you think more. When
No,
I'm going
it-
off, I'm just testing stuff now, but because you know, like loads about the electric universe, I'm well into that. Everything seems to start. It needs that stimulus, man, and it seems to be electricity. You know,
it's electron capture. Basically, you're storing a potential. Without that, what they call the strong nuclear force or weak nuclear force, excuse me. Without that and that balance, it's a push through the net of the electrical force. They wouldn't have that decay in the first place.
Exactly. Yeah,
It
the
just
sun
wouldn't
is
occur.
pure ass energy, pure ass electric.
So on a cursory, on a basic level, I was kind of right, but you explained it better. So I can use that now as an argument, but I didn't know to that depth. You're right enough. Yeah, anything moving through any kind of space, it needs that.
Yeah. Charge.
So you want
Yeah. And it's so funny on you go, Clancy.
They even found their charged neutral particles on the outside of the with the IBEX mission or the Voyager 2 or whatever the hell which one it was, when they went through the heliopause of the sun, which is like broke their standard narrative. It just took the shit and snapped it in half because that wasn't expected. It wasn't supposed to be there, and they're not even supposed to exist. Out there.
Yeah, so, everything outer space is just BS, right? Because that's the whole thing, right? You got to put everything inside this circuit. the electric circuit. So the sun is inside this electric circuit now.
Mm-hmm.
Everything is just the way it works, right? I mean, the lines are
The
everything.
idea of all it being separated and not connected is what's BS. Everything out there is connected to everything. There are no islands in space.
Where does the bullshit of outer space start?
On the horizon.
Where your hopes and dreams end.
What?
That was brilliant, man. That was brilliantly timed, by the way. But I actually think there's something up there. I do believe there's a point. What they call space exists, but I don't think it's what they say it is.
Well,
That's
what's
my-
his name? Felix Baumgartner jumped from what 120,000 feet, and he required a spacesuit essentially. And so, is that space?
No, that was due to the less pressure, right? You would obviously need, like when you go diving, right? You need,
My question is.
Well, that's kind of what they mean.
Is that altitude space?
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I get that. I believe when they send rockets up there and the ISS is there and they're floating about, I believe in that shit. I believe in that. I don't think it's fake. I believe there's something up there. They're just not telling us what it is.
He said he got really hot. Do you remember that? His temperature was rising really bad, so they had to. Do you remember that? You don't remember that? It was going to make him pass out. Supposedly, go look back at it.
You know what I remember is that whole fucking thing. Felix Baumgartner's bullshit, and so if we want to talk about it, let's talk about the bullshit to start with, right? So
all right, the bullshit was the.
Well, the motherfucker jumped out of that balloon and traveled at the speed of sound. Now that is pretty much I'd call bullshit, but prove me wrong. I don't know. Science again, right? Liars.
Maybe that's why. Maybe that's why he wore that spacesuit to protect him. Maybe it wasn't anything at all to do with the black air. They knew he was going to travel at that speed, so they had to protect him. There you go.
Yeah, right.
I don't know. Who knows? I mean, there's another thing. Personally, myself, the biggest giveaway. 1 second. The biggest giveaway is when they showed that camera from inside and they showed that curve through the window, and then he opened up the thing and it was flat as fuck, right? And when he jumped, that was enough for me. I thought, why would they do that? Why do they keep continuing to give over exaggerated curves of the earth in any photograph? It's always GoPro or whatever. I've not got as I say, I still don't, I think it's infinite. I think it's fucking some weird thing that we don't know about it, but I always wonder, why the fuck would you use a GoPro or, like the majority of vision we get from up there is GoPro? Why would you want to do that? Because everybody knows there's a flat earth movement, right? So there would have to be people that put up linear photograph or just to prove it, just to shut it, because it's great to take the piss out of flat earthers. Everybody loves it. We get Discord servers full of them, live streams full of them. They love to come on and take the piss out of us. So, I mean, these guys, these scientists or these astronauts, they know about us. They know there's people out here that believes that they know how big we are. So it always surprised me. That was the question I was asking. That's one of the things that don't fit. Is that, well, do you know, if it was me, I'd love to take the piss out of them and prove them wrong, man. If I was doing something and go bang. Not NASA. NASA's not obliged to take photographs of the flat earth or the round earth. They're not, because it's not a public entity. It's not like you phone them, I demand for you to take photographs or do this experiment, and why haven't you done this? We have no standing in that arena regarding that, even though most people pay their taxes, or Americans pay their taxes for that, but you have no standing in that. So, I believe in the space thing, but I just think they're lying about it. You know. Sorry, I'll mute again. I can't help it.
I cried the day I saw Felix Baumgartner, and my earth was only Mexico. It couldn't go no farther.
You talking there, Clancy? You listening? Bobby. Aye, trying to unmute himself.
There. Was somebody say something to me?
Yeah, it was me. It was Ali.
Yeah, I was listening. I've been listening.
All right, I went a bit quiet there, so I thought I'd continue our conversation. So, how did you get into started questioning stuff that you were getting?
Did I get what question answered or what? I didn't
No,
follow.
when did you start? When did you start? Well, this little journey.
Flat earther or type of deal. Well, like most of us, right? My whole life, right? And then so my whole life I'm going through X, just like we all say, I didn't think this, I didn't think that, which we all get exposed to X. But then 15 years ago, I had to get involved with the medical community. And just being the way I am, I do a lot of research. And plus everything going on. So that started, right? And so I went through that journey. And then all of a sudden, I'm on the internet, right? Doing it just like we all were doing, right? And whenever that flat earth came up, right, I was like, holy crap. I don't even know how many I looked at, but as soon as I saw one, right, it's like, oh my God. I can see too
How did I
far.
miss that? How did I miss that? Yeah.
Yeah. And so the whole, the whole bill went off, right? And it made it, I'm an old man, right? So it's a lot easier for me to see a whole bunch more lies throughout the past, right? So it's fucking easy for me. And yeah, and like I say, so life gets easier for you, right? I mean, we all know that as you get older. That's why the only thing that really matters, It's not what age you are.
How
it's
old
like
are you then, Clancy? I'm 56, by the way. How old are you?
68. Yeah.
All right.
See, that's old time.
All right.
Yes, us old timers kind of come out with a little different attitude out here, right? Yeah.
Steve, last year you said you were turning 69. Did you forget
69.
your
Yeah, I'm
age?
68. 68. I'll be 69 here next month.
I see.
I try.
That was funny. Sorry, I'm not laughing. Sometimes I think. Yeah. So right. So I'm going to ask you a question. You said you got into the medical thing, looking into that, and then flat Earth came up, and because I had a theory about 2 years, I've been in it about. When I look at videos, I realise it's longer than than I thought it was. But I've been in over 6 years online, talking about talking about this, right? But before that, I was looking at other things, like more financial institutions, the way local governments run and where they get their funding, or the law and stuff like that, right? And then I got into flat earth and I just dropped everything, right? Like a lot of people did. Like they dropped everything and went into flat earth. And I was thinking, and as I say, about 2 years after I got in it, I thought, fuck, this could be a psyop, because then I noticed, wait a minute, you're not even allowed to talk about. I know the Illuminati, but like there was certain subjects you couldn't talk about which were actually affecting people's real life. Where when you look at, the shape of the Earth's like an abstract, so it's like it's not real or anything. Like talking about mathematics, photography, and all that kind of stuff. It's not really real, is it? It's like a simulator. A photograph's not real. It's a simulator or whatever. But they it's like I felt that because if, for want of a better word, the truther movement, it was like full on. I'm imagining now, right? If it was the truther movement that was when I first, got on the internet, because that's what it was. It was all about governments exposing politicians, or getting, like verified shit, man. Papers, evidence, and stuff like that. And it was quite funny how all that stuff. Well, first of all, it split people up, right? It split people up that believed the Earth was flat and thought it wasn't absurd. So they got within the truther movement. They got a split there, and we have, not that we've wasted our time, because it's brought on other truths and stuff like that, right? But it's not anything that's going to change our lives. It doesn't matter whether the moon exists or the ISS exists, or horizontal is fucking level, or vertical's perpendicular to horizontal, or light bends this way, or a photon, electron, and shit like that, man.
Yeah. Well, you
it
made
doesn't really matter. Sorry.
Well, you made the critical statement earlier. It's a psyop opera. See, that's the first thing you have to come to terms with, right? No matter how you slice it. Because when I discovered, myself personally, when I discovered this, everything in my life now was a lie. Now, is everything a lie? No, fuck no. Because I've verified a whole bunch of shit. But on the other hand, the bullshit I got to listen to out here, yeah, it's a bunch of lie. So now you've got the psyop going on, right? And I've already explained, we've talked about it, just being aware of the flat earth, you're aware of psyops. So now everything's a fucking total psyop. The vaccine, the fucking...
but I was aware, don't talk about the vaccine though, but I was aware of psyops before I got into flat earth. I knew about psyops before I got into flat earth, by the way. So I knew they existed, but it was just like 2 years after, because I was like, look, taking it from, if they want to say these fucking ball earthers about their relative position, I was number 3 observer. I was out with the experiment. I was not observing the experiment. I was the third, and I was looking at myself and thinking, fucking hell, you've just, what I was doing. I had live streams anyway, but it was like, fuck, I've changed direction, and that was only it's only a hypothesis that after 2 years of being in Flyer, but I still went with it anyway, because I found out, do you know something, Clancy? It's like you'd be as well hitting your head on a brick wall trying to tell people, hi, by the way, your government's corrupt. They'll tell you, they'll agree with you. But see, when you go into the details of it, it won't impact them. They won't get it. They won't understand the implications of a new law that gets passed because it's so small. That kind of thing.
Yep. Yeah. And it all adds up. And that's why I say it's so easy for me to see it, right? Where it all adds up for damn near 70 years. Yeah, exactly.
I wish I
No,
was
here,
your
look.
age.
Huh?
Seriously, I wish as I say, I'm 56, right? And I'm so glad I'm my age, right? I'm so glad. I'd be even happier if I was your age, because I know, well, the end is nigh. And I don't mean that in a bad way. And I really don't mean that in a bad way, or that I want to die or anything like that. It's a weird concept. It's because that I know that I would have lasted this long. When people go to me, young dudes go, "Ah, you old bastard," and that, I said, "Hey, what you've got to remember, I've lasted this long. Let's see where you are when you're 56 or you're 50. I mean, just for a laugh, kind of thing." So I appreciate the age. I would hate, I swear it, I have no wish. Or do you know how probably in the old days you probably heard a lot of people saying, "Oh, I wish I was 20 years younger. Oh, I wish I was," things like that. I swear it, man. I'm so glad I'm the age I am. I really am, because, I'm my what do you call it? I don't know how to explain it, but yeah, I'm so glad I'm the age I am, because I do feel sorry for guys that are about maybe 25, 30, and my kids as well, that are like, anybody under, well, I feel sorry for people that are unaware of what's coming. So it's a shame.
Yeah.
Even the guys that are arguing with us, Clancy, even these guys that get us frustrated, man, I don't feel sorry for them, because, yeah, but I just think that's a shame. It's a shame, man. You could, like what I said with the PSYOP, it brought all the truthers over here, but what it did also is it brought all the skeptics, all these guys that are really good at debating, really intelligent people, there's a lot of intelligent people that I've talked to that are ball earthers, and they'll argue the shit out, don't get me wrong, a lot of these people, and I'm thinking, fuck, man, you're over here, and you're not seeing what's going on, man. You're not seeing what's going on, and you're hiding, or you don't care, or whatever. I certainly wouldn't be here if I turned like Ranty, if he turned into a ball earther and just stayed in this thing. If I found out the earth was a ball, I'd apologise. I'd come on every server and I'd apologise to every single ball earther. I would say, by the way, do you know, if I ever call you a gun or whatever, I'm very sorry. And then it would disappear. I would go away. Why would the fuck would I want to come back and pick on flat earthers or whatever, I'd be gone. I'd accept it, take it on the chin or whatever. I certainly wouldn't be here.
Yeah. No shit. Me neither. Me neither.
Picking on you, Clancy. Like, so I'm having a conversation. We imagine, right, we're having a good, or I'm doing most of the talking, but but I'm saying, so I'm talking to you. Imagine I'm talking all nice to you, and then say 2 months later I've decided the Earth is a ball, and next minute I'm calling you a fucking retard and stuff like that. Is that, that makes the friendship we had before kind of false, right? And it says a lot about the character, right? Of someone or whatever, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So.
That's what it's about, right? I mean, see, character, loyalty, character.
So what have you been doing all your life then, Clancy? What do you work as? Or what's your history?
We were all
Well,
brilliant philosophers when it was flat, and then it became round and we became dumb.
Yeah, possibly, actually. Yeah, I never got the ball air thing.
I think that was D-Mike. I didn't hear you very good, D-Mike. Oh, I was born and raised a logger, and then went into construction work and became a lineman, and then went around the country building high voltage power lines and different shit like that.
Did you ever use a spirit level?
Oh, fuck, I laugh about that shit,
Isn't it?
man.
Oh, God, man, it's amazing, isn't it, man? Isn't that the funniest? When I hear them, do you know they're going, when they're going, I can't, because I worked in the forestry. I did felling trees, but on a smaller scale in Scotland. We've not got the big, huge motherfuckers like yous have got in America or whatever. But I spent 3 years doing forestry, working in the forestry, thinning out, and a bit of logging for the paper mill or whatever kind of thing.
Yeah, even when you talk about water, right? Farming. And that's another thing I've had all kinds of different hobbies, right? That's another thing about flat earthers, right? We do a lot of different shit.
Yeah, we do.
Yeah. Well, and that's where you get your knowledge from, right? Well, because that's what we're talking about, your own personal experiences mostly.
Yeah, exactly. And all the things that we've, for example, did you do the logging when you were younger? Like you were going into a group of guys, the old rugged fucking, hey, you prick, that's not how you hold a saw, and you head there, or when you fell a tree in the wrong direction, that kind of stuff.
Let me tell you a quick story about my dad. Now, in logging, you had this thing called a spar tree. Now, they would climb up there in the old days by hand, cut the top of that tree off, right? And then rig it up with cables and heavy ass shit, right? And start pulling logs in. Okay. Now, my dad, he did not have a chainsaw. Now, so I'm just trying to give you a little history about it, right? What you just said.
Yeah, go for it. Go for it. I love us.
Yeah. And so, anyway, that was my dad, right? And so then I get born and I started logging when I was 10 years old with my dad. And so I had to go out. He would get side jobs on weekends, and then I'd have to pick up all the brush.
Yeah, you were learning, though. You were learning.
Yeah, I was. But anyway, yeah, that's kind of a. And then I went into construction. I logged for a year out of high school, and then I switched to power line construction, and I stayed in power line construction from then on.
And then that was you. Have you retired now? Yeah.
Yeah. I was all union and.
Well, unions are good. Unions are good.
See,
well, they used to be good.
Yeah, well, we argue about it, right? Here we go, right? See, like unionism is actually communism, right? I mean, that type of socialism is that type of program, right? And then, but yet people skip over who is the biggest unions in the world, right? That's what you want to be highly aware of, right? So first you got the lawyers, and then assholes are going to argue with you that they're not a union, right? And then the next union. Oh yeah, I mean it's non-arguable. And then the next one is doctors, and they got their fucking union, right? And so now and then you go below them, then you go the government, which is fucking America, right? We're like, that's part of the socialist program we got going on right now, because the government job,
communist program. Communism.
Yeah.
We live in a communist. We live in a communist world, man, and people don't seem to realise that. It's so easy to argue, right? Someone like a lot more intelligent than me and better at arguing than I am. And I know that for a fact. I've got the concept in my head, but I'm just not good at arguing the point. We live in a communist society. The world is run under a communist ideology.
Exactly.
Right? And and people don't say it. America, Britain, even where I stay, Denmark, it's regarded as a socialist. It's socialist because there's a lot of. How about this then, right? How about this for scary? Imagine this, right? 33%. That's 1 in 3 people in Denmark are employed by the government.
Yeah. Same
How
way in
about
America.
that, man? Right,
Same
who are you
way-
going to vote for? You ain't going to go against your government. So they've got a population, right? And this is how they do it, man. It's strength of numbers, and they only need a third, right? That's the thing, it's not like, it's not like 50-50. You only need 30%, right? This is the way they work on. You only need 30% of the population of a country to control that country, because you know for a fact there isn't going to be what do you call it, a party or ideology that's going to be any higher than the 30%, even though you come back, well, it was 52 to 48. It wasn't really those numbers. All you need is 30% of a population to control it.
Let me hit on 2 points. Let me hit on 2 points you just brought up. Okay,
Yeah, go for
America is the same way. 30% work for the government, maybe more. I forget. It doesn't matter. Just like you. But anyway, in agreement with you.
Is it really?
Oh yeah.
Is it as much as that? Yeah. Fuck.
Fire in hell. Yeah.
Fuck.
And then the other point. What was it? I just slipped my mind real quick. The other point you made was, the United States of America is a republic. Now, the definition of a republic is 60%. See, it's almost impossible to get things to pass when you vote, and it takes a 60% majority, right? And they lowered it to 51. See, that's where the communism comes in, and people don't even know enough about history. They refuse to even read the Constitution, right? How it's been changed, how they've gotten fucked.
But the Constitution is evil, Clancy. It's evil. It's God. It's Satan's own fucking words according to these people, man.
Yeah.
How dare the people have rights?
Well, it's back to the psycho, part of the game. I mean, that's why you got to be so careful. Because, like I say, I'm not claiming anything, right? I was on the show the other day with Nathan, and I claimed the mountains used to be trees. And I didn't make a claim, but hey, mountains used to be trees. Now, if you want to look at that, I'd take a look at it, right? Because
but the thing is, there, Clancy, here, you said that, right? And I looked at that, and it was kind of compelling. Then I went on, and I thought more about it, and then I thought, I don't believe it. But I'll tell you something, right? It doesn't matter to me whether you believe that, because do you know what? I can't prove they're not. And I'm of the understanding I can't prove they haven't been trees and there wasn't giants and stuff like that, no matter how absurd it sounds to me. Because if you think about it, like, if I wanted to be on the sciencey world, I'm meant to believe that, you know, there's these wee balls that are bouncing about and then suddenly they let off these fucking photons in 1 minute they're a wave, and then they're actually wavelets, and then they decay and they do that. You know, when I think of what I'm meant to believe in science, I'm like, get you to fuck. I don't know then. I've come to the conclusion I don't have a fucking clue, and neither does anybody. Anybody, doesn't matter whether it be you, fucking Nathan Oakley,
Well, you want to be
fucking
careful. You want to be careful though. Because-
you're going into hyper skepticism, but no, it's not that. It's not. I don't.
No. We're talking facts. No, we're talking facts now. Like I say, I don't give a fuck about the mountains being trees. Okay, follow. We want to go to the next step. You know, because liars, science. What you just said about how they've lied to us about geology, right?
Yeah.
So now we're exposing that part of the game, because all the things we talk about are all lies to start with. Flying to outer space, that's just stupid ass shit. But down here on the ground level, like, you have to argue with people that not even understanding that right now the biggest argument out there is global warming, and you go, you dumb bastards, start fucking irrigating. Okay, that causes shit to grow. Get the fuck out of here with your rocket science bullshit. Start understanding what the fuck water is, what the fuck chemicals are, shit like that. Hydrogen power. Get away from the
But
fucking
how are you
lie.
going to find out what water is when science doesn't even know? They say it's, do you know, they're simplistic. Oh, it's hydrogen. What is it? 2 parts hydrogen, 2 parts hydrogen, 1 part oxygen. What do you mean?
There is.
It's because they can't, right? This is the thing, right? Water, to me, water's an element, right? It's an element. It is of its own. It isn't made up of anything. It's an element.
Yeah.
Right? So it's not made up of hydrogen and oxygen and stuff like that. It's an element of its very, very own. They can't prove, you know, when they do that thing, they say, oh, look, I've produced hydrogen and oxygen's got, the water's got a lower level when they go down. They can't prove, that doesn't prove that water's made up of hydrogen or oxygen. If you,
It's liquid electricity.
here's one for everybody, anybody that's here. A quick one. Just let me I'll finish and then I'll shut the fuck up because I do talk a lot. Here's one for you. Go and find out, right? Google how to make oxygen, and then go and find out how they make oxygen tanks, and then you'll get well, it might hit you. You might go fuck, right, like that. So.
There's a picture of 3 water molecules in chat.
A picture? How cute.
Yeah. I mean, there it is. So.
Can you pose them for me? Can you bring some to my house so I can take a picture of them with me and you next to them?
Yeah,
smiling?
you can turn on your tap water, get you
Turn
an
on my
electron scanning microscope, and you can look at them.
So I can scan the electrical continuity of the flow of the water going through my pipes. And that's doing what?
Of course you can, Demont. Of course you can, Demont. You can make that in your garage, can't you?
And you call that what? See, what you call it is different. But what liquid is just flowing electricity. It really is its own element. It's liquid electricity. Just like helium and everything else. They're liquid electricity of what they are.
So, but I was wanting to ask Allie B about these hydrogen generators where they use water to make hydrogen gas to operate vehicles. I mean, what do you think of that?
Yeah, well, that's why I said, if you notice what I said at the last point, is when they use that aluminium 236 or something like that it's called, and they put it in, they put a charge through it, and it what do you call it? It's allegedly separates hydrogen from the oxygen. Yeah, so it separates yeah, and it gets taken in through the. You can do it actually. You can do it through the air intake. You can actually put it through the air intake. Yeah,
it's really kinetic energy, electrical flow.
Right, but it sucks it in, so it actually sucks in, but you've got to get it in with the timing. So the right amount gets sucked in at the right time, blah, blah. You know, there's no point.
Right, the amount for compression, just like baking
but
a
the
cake.
point is, yeah, exactly. When it's not in the right sequence, you know, it's not compression or expansion, whatever. Right, but that doesn't prove that water's got hydrogen. All that proves is when you stick 2 bits of metal in water and stick a charge through it, it produces hydrogen, and the when it's been burnt, the waste is water. Right, so it doesn't prove anything. It just fucking, and so what? The water level goes low. It doesn't mean it moves. It turns into hydrogen or oxygen. So I don't know what your fucking point is with that. I agree that actually happens. You know, but that doesn't prove water produces hydrogen. It just means that when you put in electricity into water, the effect is hydrogen. That's it. What I said, if you look, well, think about this then, right? Now, think about this. So those aluminium metal things, the little wafers, fuck, am I muted?
No, you're coming in.
No,
All right. So, okay. So when you see them little bubbles come off, like my friend Clancy there was talking about the chemical reaction, the breakdown, the decay of the metal was producing the hydrogen, not the fucking water. And what does water do when it gets heated up? It evaporates. It doesn't mean it turns into fucking hydrogen and oxygen. It just evaporates. And if there's, and we know if we put an electrical, wait a minute, we know if we put an electrical charge into a bit of metal, you could do it in the jail. You could get 2 wires, plug it into your light bulb, get a loop of wire, positive, negative, stick in your cup of tea, switch your light on, stick in a cup of tea and it'll warm up the water. Works like a kettle. It's the same principle. But it doesn't mean that the water's producing hydrogen, right? That's all. Next question, perhaps.
I've got to step out and unload right quick. You familiar with that, ain't you?
Familiar with
Yeah.
what, Wayne?
Uploading.
Unloading.
You've got to step out and upload. Yeah, I'm familiar with stepping out and uploading, man.
No, unload.
Oh, unload, right? Okay.
Yeah. Got to unstrap and all that.
He's got work to do. Sorry, he's got to unload his. I forgot he's a driver. I thought left. I forgot left lane's driving. So. So, what does anybody else think about that? About it doesn't prove water's made up of hydrogen. It's not made up. It's not a compound or anything like that. It's an element.
Super critical to understand basic chemistry. That's the whole thing, right? Because the hydrogen, they're, like I say, they're in the truth community. There's science people out there teaching about the real story about chemical, not the BS. Like I say, we're arguing right now about global warming. They're pounding that, the psyop. You're destroying the world. You don't have enough sense to save it because, like I said, irrigation is that fucking simple. water everywhere you look, all over the world, and they tell you there's a water shortage. Okay, or they'll tell you it's polluted, or the groundwater's polluted. Big giant lie, because water filters itself, running through sand, different material. Ain't rocket. Everything comes and goes. Not knowing that everything comes back to the very beginning, which is someone said strong nuclear force, weak nuclear force, mercury, sodium, different basic elements that you find in all these fucking shit they talk about.
Yeah, they're just names, right? They're just names they've given them away.
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah,
well, that's sodium.
Yeah, it's exactly. How, they understand what helium is. Oh, how did you? What material is this helium coming from? Then
Yeah.
you gave it the helium, hydrogen, which burns, air.
How does it work? You know, how does
Yeah.
it work? Where, you know, how do you're and this is what scientists do, though. They say, you don't understand. Just exactly what these guys do, you know, so you don't understand. But it's the exact same thing, Clancy, as they say that, oh, you don't, when you ask that question, you know.
Yeah.
I told my kids that. I told, since my daughter and my son, they were 5 years old, before they were going to school, I said, look, I said, don't be shy, put your hand up and asking the question. There's nothing wrong with asking a question. If you don't understand it, ask the question. And then when they got old, I told them, right, do you know if you ask someone a question and they go to a certain point and then you ask them another question, they say, you don't understand or stuff like that. They don't know what they're talking about. But don't intimidate that, you know, don't, because it's their teachers they're talking to. I said, don't push it or anything like that. I said, but you'll meet people that was just a kind of subliminal or a slight, what do you call it, bit of kind of an anchor or something. So when they're older in life, and you know it matters to them in life, because I told them, I says, you know, believe anybody tells you the most fantastic story, just believe them. I says, but only question it when it's going to really, really affect your life or a decision you're going to make. I says, that's the only time you should question. Let people, if people want to make up stories and they want to tell you a story, don't care about, don't judge them, don't think they're crazy or anything like that. I said, just accept it because it doesn't matter. It doesn't affect your life. I says, but when you hear a story that's going to affect your life, that's when you should look at it, you know? That's when you have to, like, go, right, okay, this isn't, something's not right here, I'm going to look at it. And fuck it whether you're a conspiracy theorist or whatever people are accusing you. You don't have to tell nobody, but you go and have a look at it. If it doesn't sit right, there's something wrong. And I told my kids that, but I kept them out of the conspiracy theory kind of thing, for the most anyway. But I've educated them in a kind of way, respect, you know, respect to everybody, you know, don't ever look down on anybody or whatever. If someone wants to tell you the story, just
Manners and discipline. See,
yeah,
that's another thing, right?
and respect your teachers, because I said, but you have to expect, you know, if your teacher disrespects you, don't start shouting and think they say, excuse me, I think you've disrespected me. You know, I told them how to answer. I says, but see if I ever find out that you've disrespect the teachers, I'll be very disappointed. Just don't do that. You don't have to. I've explained to you why you don't have to, so don't do that. You know, it's your choice. You get into an argument. You know, I've sort of told them that, and they're kind of, my daughter, I can't even debate with my daughter, no matter what subject, Clancy. She fucking kills me. Even if I'm right, she still kills me. Wipes the floor. She's only, what's she now? She's 17. 18, actually. She does. She wipes the floor with me, man. Shout out Danish education, man. It's good.
Well, here's another funny thing too, right? About gas. So everyone's a kid. You get a car, you know, and you're hanging around all your mechanic buddies, working on your car, and someone throws out, "Oh man, they could build a carburetor that could give us 100 miles a gallon easy." Of course. And then the gas crunch comes along, and people are messing around. We still had lead. And one of the things people swore by, I never did prove any of this stuff, but one of the things they would do is put magnets on the fuel line, right? And claim that, which to me logically would be yes, because it had lead in the gas, and then the magnets would cause the electric current to do weird shit as it passed through. Same way electricity is generated.
Oh yeah, but there was a carburetor developed in the 30s or the 40s. That guy got what was it called? No, I think it was the 30s or the 40s or 50s. There was a carburetor developed by a guy. Oh, no, it was before that. It was before the 50s. It was developed by a guy like that guy that done the hydrogen car thing and disappeared. This guy never disappeared, but he developed, it was a carburetor that just got like uber miles per gallon because it did something with the petrol. Because people, maybe people, they might realise or they might not, but it's like that fuel, when it goes in there, I think it's something as low as maybe 8% of the energy, the potential energy that gets burned, or it might be higher, or 28 or something like that, I think. Perhaps, or 20%. But think of that. So 20% of what you're paying for, fuel is getting wasted. It doesn't burn, man. It doesn't burn. It's wasted. It's black smoke or whatever. Where diesel is more efficient because it's sprayed and it's atomized, and hydrogen, well, that's even cleaner. But it's so funny, and it's like, I can't believe that the normal person in the street isn't at least being exposed to, or at least thought, wait a minute, this petrol and diesel, or not even at least, in Denmark certainly, it's not just went, wait, even to go like that, there's something not fucking right here. When they pay tax or they think, fuck it, they've just built a roundabout. Why did they just build a roundabout on a flyover round there? It doesn't make sense to me on anything. They just go, such is life, and they get on with it, pay their tax, go to work, feed their kids and their wife and that kind of thing. It doesn't, it amazes me that more people haven't just went, wait a fucking minute, there's something. And I don't think, it's like, I don't think they know what, because protesting doesn't work, man. I wouldn't know the solution to change the system that we're living in. We do need government, we do need people to look after our production. If we make food, we can oversupply food, so that gives a potential for selling food to another country or whatever, right? So there's commerce there, right? So, but we need people that we can trust in charge to, negotiate with this other group of people that are in charge that will give the workers or the people that produce the wealth of the country a good reward, man. Okay, most people want to work, right? And it's a load of shit, if everybody had £1 million in their bank account, they wouldn't work, on 100 million. I can assure you, you would get soon pissed off. You'd run out of things to do. You'd invent something, or you'd start a business, or you'd start producing something. Because you soon get bored waking up every morning and think, I don't have to work. You think, fuck it. I've always liked to fiddle about with cars, and you can afford to buy an old wrecked car. You've got loads of times. Fuck it, I'm going to batter out or you do something like that. And that's why, in my opinion, that they don't, they steal our time, because all the inventions, all the money, these people make money off of for doing nothing. You know, they don't invent anything. The inventor never makes money. He might be rich and have a nice house and fucking Monte Carlo or whatever. But if the banks go bust, he'll go bust along. He's not in the club, like George Carlin says. So these people are they're taking what they can get, kind of thing. And they're not thinking, you know, they're not looking at the bigger picture of it. They're just, I think they've been educated in that way, because I think it's not, to me, it's not logical, because they say we are a community-based, you know, animal group, mammal or whatever, right? We're community-based, so it wouldn't make sense to alienate yourself from a community. You know, if that's your yearning, if that's primal, whatever, you've got to be part of a group. It doesn't make sense to alienate yourself from that. So I don't think people, human beings, naturally gravitate towards violence or anything like that, you know. I think it, so I believe that there's a system working there that creates this reality. It's not a simulation. It's metaphorically, it's a simulation, but it's done through the understanding of the human psyche. So we react in fear. They know we react in fear and blah blah. You know, if you're in a if you're in a state of fear all the time, and someone says something, says, "Oh, if you don't do that, this is going to happen." Fucking natural. But right, if you're in a state of like knowing, and they say, you know, if you don't do that, such and such is going to happen, you go, that's ridiculous. Don't be stupid. That's not going to happen because of this, that, and that. We're not stupid. They've dumbed down the. Yeah, they've done a great job, man. Sorry.
Yeah,
man.
that's what they took away from us. That's why I say, that's why, you know, it's my favorite preach. God, then you. And God made us all highly intelligent. Get out of here with your nonsense. They'll come at you with their arrogance. Now and then speak with knowledge of man. Oh, man gave me all this knowledge. Oh, the hell you say. And then they manipulate you. Yeah, it's amazing. Psycho game. That's the most amazing thing about it. See, I mean, everything you said there, and then that's the thing about a flat earther, right? You're as close to freedom as you can get, understanding that, yeah, you're manipulated. I think that's what you said. You called it something different. Some of the brainwashing that goes on.
Yeah.
And in the matrix. You are in a matrix. I'm sorry. I have to listen to people talk about Mike Tyson, right? Think about that. So here I am in this matrix, trying to figure these lies out. I know guaranteed TV. I'm at 0 on TV. Now they're liars. You have to prove me wrong differently. Okay. Now, any celebrity on that TV is a liar. Now you got to prove me wrong. Now this is where it gets tricky, right? Oh, Mike Tyson is so funny, nice guy. Yeah, I agree with you. But here's the thing, right? The heavyweight champion of the world is a big deal, and they control that. So if you think Muhammad Ali and Mike Tyson and the little guy right now, Conor McGregor, made up little fucking idols, go ahead and believe that bullshit. I don't care. I
Yeah,
absolutely
but
believe.
Clancy, 1 second. Do you not think, this is not, I agree with you 100%, but think about, imagine these are, you call them in their language, useful fools. Imagine these people are allowed, they're not really agents, they're totally oblivious to what they're doing.
Yeah.
They're just, and I agree with the Conor McGregor. I'm so glad. That was quite funny you mentioned. There's probably, maybe a few people know who he is. No, they probably do. But it was quite funny. I totally agree. But I always give, maybe it's because I always give people second chances. Not second chances, but I get benefit of the doubt. That's it. I give people
I used to,
benefit of the doubt because I don't know. But I
well,
always
well,
believe.
I used to be the same way, right? I mean, I love football. I love competition. I love all entertainment. But my point, the only point I'm making is, personally, I don't care, right? But if we're in the truth community, you want to be aware that it's a persona to lead
Yeah.
you. Yeah, and that's all. It's no big deal. You just don't want to be, it's made up. So take it from whatever
Yeah,
you want.
it's like that. It's that what I talked about the world view. If you believe, I heard a conversation about it was about world view. What does it matter if you're told you're living on a globe? And there was kind of a good answer to that, but it's a more of a, well, do you know, if you're living in a constricted reality or whatever, right? You'll make your decisions based on what that person, and that's only what that person's told you. So, how does it affect my life? Well, it affects your life in the way that you make in every decision, whether you realize it or not. When you get up in the morning, blah blah, this place is a spinning ball, or it's a flat earth, or whatever it is. But your every decision is based on your belief or reality, your perception of what reality is. You might think your reality is that everybody likes you at work, right? That's your reality. There you go, you live it, you wake up every morning. And then what happens when you find out, hey, no cunt work likes me at work, man? It's crushed, man. And there's the difference, your perception of what.
Well, they take your dreams away from you on the pretension of giving them to you. So the first thing they took away from you is the dream of when you open your eyes and you look out and see Mother Nature. So what they've done, put you in a concrete city, pretend you're destroying the land. Once again, right? Nobody has a garden. I'm a gardener my whole life.
Me too.
The house, and so when you teach your kids right from the get-go how nature works, see, then you're not getting smoke blowed up your ass from that point on how the cycle system works. And that's where we're all lost. That's what I'm saying in the science community. All of us are lost at zero because we're starting in the make believe bullshit. And they don't want to get back to the, wait a minute, the way the fucking cycle, the water cycle works and the chemicals, is so fucking simple, it's pathetic. That's why burning air for fuel is the only way to roll. I mean, whatever. Free energy everywhere. I mean,
There is, and they know that, Clancy, right? And the thing is, if these guys looked a little bit deeper into the science that they've been taught, right? That they've been taught, they would know that that energy's there waiting to be harvested. But they just don't get, they don't put the two and two together, man. That's crazy. That's crazy. I've just seen SE Montreal.
What's up, brother? Ali, how are you?
Oh, how you doing, SE? Jeez, man. I managed to get in.
Good stuff. Glad to see you're here.
Yeah, so what's up?
All good, all good.
What do you think of the conversation so far? Everybody's muted themselves. As usual, I've taken over.
I'm enjoying it. I'm enjoying it. I invited Chris just before. I sent him an invite.
Oh, good stuff. I just actually just scroll. I did. I'm on my mobile. Oh, hang on, it's blanking out. Oh. I'm on my tablet, and I just happened to scroll down. Well, I was like, oh, there's SE at the bottom. I never even knew you were there.
Yeah. So how do you find the server?
Yeah, it's good, man.
Yeah, I told you everybody's respectful here.
Yeah.
Well,
And
mostly
I
everybody.
was behaving. I was trying to behave myself as well. Remember that because you recommended me here, so I thought I'll come.
Yeah, Geo has a good server here. Doesn't tolerate abuses and you know, foul language and the like.
It gets well, yeah, exactly. It kind of flows here. It gets a bit tight with when Jeremy's in. He gets a bit freaked out. Sometimes I think you should just let it go a bit, but yeah, most of the times it's good.
Jeremy, he lets it loose. Is that?
No, he doesn't let it as loose, and he interrupts maybe or misunderstands a little bit. But it's hard being a moderator. That's a killer.
Yeah, you'll never satisfy anybody. Yeah, everybody, that is.
And that's what I'm saying. So I remember that when not to get annoyed about it.
Yeah, but so far most people, I mean, they make it easy because most people behave. You know.
Yeah, it's good. It's actually good to have that. It's kind of it's a two-edged sword, right? It's because it's good to have that, but it's kind of sad that we need to have that.
Yeah,
You know,
yeah.
shouldn't we already know how to, speak to each other anyway, kind of thing, you know?
Yeah,
But
it
it's
should
good.
be moderation. Agreed. Yeah.
Yeah, we should but I think it's great. Yeah, I'm enjoying it so far. You know, nobody's told me to shut up yet. They just mute.
There's no reason to tell you that.
No, of course not. So what's happening back there in Canada? Not mentioning any things significantly, but what we talked about before. Is it as bad as Australia?
Well, it seems to have simmered down over here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Australia is a whole different planet. Like they're, yeah.
No. All right, okay. It's good to hear it's not. Yeah, because you were actually worse in Australia at one point, so.
Yeah. See, we
So I
try
like
not to
to.
talk about that because, you know how they are, right?
Yeah, well, I was actually just going to change the subject to there because I was listening
Nice.
to you the other night. I was actually listening because I always hunt out something, but I heard you the other night and you were talking about the twin boat paradox.
You like
Yeah,
that
but
one?
see the thing is, you know, the thing is, man, is they don't get it.
Don't get him started, Alec, on that.
No, I'm
You see,
not.
you
No, but I'm
triggered one
not.
guy
No, wait,
already.
Don, we had the conversation. Wait a minute. Don't interrupt. I'm not going to get him. It was just a conversation. It was just to say
I'm only joking.
that
I don't mind.
it was. It doesn't matter anyway. But it was awesome. It was awesome because it logically. Listen, you know they want to take things into the metaphysical or whatever. Well, logic's man-made, right? So it's some man that's decided a certain method of how we should see reality, right? So even logic's man-made, right? But it was the beauty of it is it's like that's the logic, and it was like listening to the guy. I can't remember who you were talking to, but it was like listening to that guy and thinking, "Ah, come on, man!" He couldn't get the idea right. You're in that boat and that dips that way, right? And then the other person's in that boat and his water dips that way, right? And they're a certain mileage apart, right? So this guy's relative point, his horizon is 3 meters below whatever it would be. And from the point of view of the other guy that's looking, his horizon. So you would immediately draw like a curve,
Isn't it confusing?
line that dips down and joins together, right? If you explain that.
Isn't it confusing to try and put into words how you see that in your head?
No, I could draw it. No, but it's not actually. It's not. I just explained how it was. Is what one person, you look at, draw a straight line, then draw a curve, right?
You
A
could
certain
see
distance apart. Wait a
some
minute,
people,
Don.
right?
Well, no. No, I think that's more of the cognitive dissonance. That why people can't get that. Right, that's cognitive dissonance. That's not it's confusing or anything like that.
I think it's a trick. I think it's flat earthers using semantics to make globers get confused about their own model. I think it's a trick.
But it's not though. But don't look at it logically, right? So listen, here, I'll give you an example. So you're where you are, right? Okay? You're where you are.
I'm not going to go into it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no mind anyway. But anyway, Essie, I was I was loving it when you were not loving it, but I was more what do you call it? Yeah, I don't know. But I was the person that you were talking to, I could just the guy was confused, and I don't think he was lying or anything like that. It's like it's hard to explain, but it's cognitive dissonance. And that's what it is, because he can't answer.
Was it Don or Bacon? I don't
No, it
think
wasn't Don. No, it was someone else. I think you were on Bev's.
Maybe it was Bacon.
You were on, yep, and you were explaining, and he couldn't understand and you can usually tell, when someone's, they know what you're talking about, right? But he didn't. He wasn't. He was kind of confused, because it was cognitive dissonance about that. It wasn't because he couldn't understand what you're talking about. It's because it was to imagining it. It was his brain protecting. Because the way you explain it, I can't see the problem with it. Right? It doesn't prove the Earth is flat or it's round, and that's the thing I don't get. Right? Is these people won't admit fucking logical things, right? That when you explain them, say, well, wouldn't that be right? And you would go straight away because it's logical. Of course, man. Of course, it would have to be either a hump or a fucking drop, right? And not just a drop, like a drop. You bring in the other person. If you brought in the other person, right, the drop would meet in the middle. And have you always noticed that the drop?
That's a good way
Have
of
you
saying
always
it.
noticed? Have you always noticed SE, right? Have you always noticed, right? You know how they draw the observer, they draw the target, and the circle. The drop's always in the middle, but that's not right, is it? Because your horizon stops at fucking, imagine the observer was 60 miles away from the observation, your what do you call it? Your horizon finishes at 3 fucking miles. So how can they even? Why did they even continue in that fucking circle? But you're meant. They always draw the line to the middle, the apex, if you want to call it, or they draw this tangent line from your eyesight over there. But you're not seeing 60 miles or 100 miles or whatever. You can only, your horizon's only 3 miles or 5 miles or whatever number they want to make up, but they never draw it when they do it orthographically with a circle and they stick.
Hypothetical
They
humps on a
stick them in.
diagram.
Hey, listen, Don, right? I'm not trying to prove the earth is fucking flat here. I'm just talking about the shite that fucking your so-called side that you have aligned yourself with talk. You can even see the logicity in that, man. Right? We don't see when you draw a circle and they two lines, when a rumpus does it or anybody does it, you draw a line there and over the apex and the sagittar or whatever, that big hump, they draw over there, but they always draw a line down to the middle, the midpoint between you and the observer. But that observer's the observer's 60 miles away from the target, and we all know his horizon finishes at 3 fucking miles or 4 miles.
That's what I mean.
So why
The
draw?
scale's wrong.
Why draw? The scale's wrong. But that's but listen, the thing is,
you know,
and
it's a
this is
meme.
the point, I agree with you exactly. The scale's wrong, right? The scale's wrong, but nobody fucking thinks about that. Right? It doesn't matter. You're never halfway. The only time, there's only one time you're halfway, that hump, the distance between you and the horizon and the distance between the horizon and that object is, if you're 6 foot, it's fucking whatever it is, 3
So let
miles
me
away,
ask
man.
you, Ali, on
End
a
of
globe
story.
Earth,
And if you're at 100 foot, it's fucking it's that distance plus past the horizon. But yous guys always represent it like
Ali,
that.
if Earth was a globe, is there a double drop hump between two boats?
No, of course there's not.
If Earth was a globe, though.
No,
Would
of
there
course
be?
there's not a double drop, because water could never, right? Say there was some mystical force
no,
that
you
could make
fell for
water
it.
bend. Yeah, but I'm saying there could never be that. There would
you're above
never be. But there would never be that. No, I'm just saying there would never be. If
You already
the Earth
called it
was
a
a
hump.
globe, there would never be a hump. There would. There would
See,
have to
I've
be.
got you
Yeah,
thinking
okay.
now,
Yep,
haven't
okay,
I?
right, fair enough. There would have to be a hump between it, because I
Yes.
would be lower. Of
Double
course it
drop
would be.
hump from both sides. It's dropping, but between you is a hump, right?
Yeah, there would have to be. Yeah, there would
It's
have
not
to
a
be.
paradox. It actually exists on a globe. It's just worded weirdly.
No, it does. Right. It does. If the Earth was a globe, there'd be a hump of water there. Of course it would. Logic demands that.
I'm glad you
Right? If you
said that,
drew
Alex.
that,
That's how I know you can do good thought experiments and you're honest about it.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
you
of
didn't
course it
realize
would
what
be.
you said there, Don. Are you saying that the water drops only behind you?
No, I'm not going to discuss the double hump. You know, I know
Of
that
course you don't want.
you're
I
full
know
of
you don't want to
tricks.
discuss it. Yeah.
It's bullshit. I was just getting at it to understand, even if it's not a globe, technically on a globe, that is what it would be, a hump between 2 points. That's what a sphere does. You put 2
Right,
points
but
on
your
it,
model,
there's a hump
yours,
between you.
yeah, but your fantasy model, what does it say about where does the water start dropping? Please go ahead.
That's all semantic nonsense. I can't be
Don,
bothered to discuss.
hey
with
Don,
you.
I think he's having a real problem with.
Oh, here we go.
On the surface, it'll drop
Can't, Donnie.
immediately away. But if you're up at any distance at all, the ground will appear to rise up and be a hump and then fall away after that point where it reaches level from your eyesight.
Rise up and then fall away.
Right, and that's the hump you're talking about. So you only have a hump when you're looking at the horizon from any point above the surface of the sphere. So if you're up, if you're 6 feet tall, that hump.
You're
that
saying
hump,
two
that hump-
different
hold
things,
on,
gentlemen.
Hold on. That hump will meet your eyes at 3 miles if you're 6 feet tall, and then fall away from that point further. That's why things are obscured behind it. This is
Xanax
not a real difficult
controlling.
concept. SE, you got to really think about it. On a basketball, forget about the earth. If you're
Xanax, you
standing
know
on a
he
basketball,
knows this. You know he's
I
trolling.
know, I get it, but it's just kind of nonsense.
carry on then,
Going
everyone.
back to this confusion. Just forget about the earth. On a basketball, an ant will see a hump, and it will be a certain distance, a few inches from him, and then at that point further, that sphere will be obscured. That's the hump. It's basic spherical geometry here. Nothing new.
So you're done. You're done, Kosho?
I'm not kosher, but yes, I'm done.
Oh,
Hope
I'm
you got-
sorry, Nick.
I
My
hope you got it.
apologies.
And thanks for giving me the space.
So
Yeah, no problem.
I ask you once again, in this mythical model that you just established, we're on a boat. Your boat is going backwards, the water, dropping behind you, correct?
Why
So
would
you can
the-
have a hump?
Why would the water be dropping backward?
Okay, let's start off the scenario. We got two boats, right? Equal size, equal height. Me and you are standing in the front, in the bow, right?
On both
The boats
boats?
are
or
facing each
am I
other.
on one boat? Am I on one boat and you're on the other boat?
Yeah, and we're facing each other.
Okay.
We're
Our boats are
about,
facing each other.
it's a very small boat. We're about, give
We're on
or
a
take, we're
16
about 6-7 feet off
Okay,
the water.
we're both on 16-foot sailboats.
Yeah.
We're on the bow, looking at holding the anchor, holding that little handheld
They're not sailboats. They're powered boats because we're going to give instructions to the
This is
captain
so
to
great.
reverse.
All right, we
to-
got two ski boats, 16 feet long, and we're on the bow, little beat sunsetter. It's a little sunsetter ski boat with a little bow seat, and we're sitting in that bow seat, 6 feet off.
It'll
the
make you
ground.
happy. Yeah, we'll make it that. So
Well, yeah,
we're
so
good.
let's make
You're
it colorful.
tracking so far.
Yeah, so we're both in the front. We got a driver behind us, and we're looking at each other in these ski boats. They're 16 feet long, and they're about 6 feet. Our eyes are about 6 feet off the water. Now what?
Right. So now we start reverse. We give the captains a single reverse. So the boats start going backwards slowly.
Right.
Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, now what happens to the water in between me and you?
What happens to the water?
How does the water look? How does the water
Yeah, that's
appear to
bad.
us?
The water. If we're looking right at the water, it'll appear to rise up.
In between us? So a hump
In
will
between
start
us.
forming.
Pardon me?
A hump will start forming in between us.
Yes, of course.
Okay, fine.
Yeah.
So a hump. Now, please tell me in your model, when does the water start to drop? Because there's a curve equally everywhere, right? And so in your model, in your fantasy sphere, where does the water start dropping from the bow of the boat? Let's say.
How about can I add one little thing to your scenario? Just one little one, not a big one.
No. You answer my question, and then I'll answer yours.
Well, because I was thinking about this thing to add to it, make it clearer for you, because it seems like you're forgetting a major point here.
No, I'm asking the question. You seem to be the one that's confused here.
Right. I'm not confused. I'm just trying to make it so you can understand. You're very confused. So
You're
what
gonna
point
tell me you're gonna ask me my question. Is that what you're trying to tell me here?
No. I was going to add something to the scenario to give it more meat so you can understand what's going on. But go.
I don't need any of your additional
I'll do it later.
salsa.
I'll do it later. So as we start, the water in front of us, between the boats, or as far as we can see, we're looking at
The
each
question
other.
is this. Let me ask it again. Maybe I wasn't clear enough. Maybe you didn't hear it.
No, I heard it. I was thinking about this thing to add to your thing, so I apologize. Go ahead.
Okay, so when I asked you what happens when the boats start going reverse, you said the water would hump in between us, right?
Right.
Then I asked you, in your model, in your sphere fantasy model, when does the water start to curve?
It's curving the entire time. But
so it's curving right away. Okay, so you realize now you said two things at the same time. You have two opposing thoughts in your brain at the same time. You realize that?
There's no opposition of those thoughts. You're having a confusion with something curving and something appearing to rise. That's the problem you're having. And that's what happens when you move away from a spot on a curve. It'll appear to rise, and you will also be curving away from it. That's why it appears to rise, and that's why it curves. Both are true. Jesse, this is
You even said it yourself. Both are true.
You're too intelligent to have this conversation, Jesse. I can tell. You're a smart guy, and you're not really playing fair. Come on, be real.
It's your model, bro, that's giving you up.
Not a model.
It's the cognitive. It's the paradox that you just realized.
You're not thinking. You're not. If you're serious.
How do you know? How do you know? How do you know it appears to rise?
Because the boat disappears and it blurs
The
into
angle.
the water.
Yeah,
All right,
angle.
so it appears to rise, but the boat disappears. So it's the appearance of the rising that makes the boat disappear.
Hold on, you guys.
Water going up between you.
Yeah.
The angle from you to the water will continue to rise as you get further away. Just as if you were on a flat surface, the same thing would happen.
All right, and it'll block out the bottom of the boat first, yeah.
Because of the curvature, because of this rate at which it rises.
No, wait a minute. But it'll block out the bottom of the boat, yeah, if you move away from it.
Yeah.
Not until it gets 3 miles away.
This isn't fantasy model.
Hey, okay, wait a minute. Whoa.
This is just the surface of all spheres.
Don, let me have a conversation with this dude because I've heard him talking before.
Yeah, that's
so
I just want to tell
you're
you,
saying
this
it
is not fantasy
appears.
science.
I never heard what you said.
Balls.
I never heard what you said because I was talking over you because I was
Well,
talking to
I'm going to say it again now. Then I'm going to say it once more because I already cut.
But you're interrupting. I wanted to. I wanted to pull this guy in a point.
Well, maybe I didn't. Anyway, my point is, this is not fantasy.
No, but you never.
Science. This
Just
is
let
not
him talk for a
made up.
second.
This is
Okay,
not a model.
Don, get out what you want to say, bro, and then let Ali have a go with.
I'm just
hold on here. Whoa.
Just
Slow
let Don
down.
finish the sentence.
No, listen, Kosho. Please let me get some order here. Don, please finish what you got to say, and then Ali and Zanik go at it, please.
Hey, Kosho isn't here. This is for you as well. I see Montreal.
I said Zanik.
No, you said Kosho.
Well, then I corrected myself.
Oh, remember like me with LIGO? You're lying too, right?
Please just let him. Don't make me mute you, man. I swear to God. Let him finish.
This theory is not like far out globe fantasy science like you guys are trying to say. This is just what happens on the surface of a sphere or a curve similar to a sphere. Right?
Okay, thank you, Don. Now, Ali, if you want to go at it with Zanik, go ahead.
Yeah, well, I wanted to ask him. So you said that the horizon appears to rise up the further you move away, or when you look at it appear.
Never said it appears. I never said
the
horizon.
So the horizon doesn't appear to rise up.
No, that never. We know it.
You're
confused already. The horizon's never been spoken about yet. All we talked about is the water level.
Oh no, I'm gonna correct you on that then. I'll. It doesn't matter. This is recorded. You did say the horizon rose.
Well,
up,
if I did, I
said,
what does the water do? What is the surface
horizon?
Right. So the water. Right. That's fine. It doesn't matter. So the water appears to rise up.
Yeah, just as if you were on a flat surface too. Because
only after 3 miles.
Hold on, let me finish. As you move away from a surface, if you're looking at a point on a surface, any surface, flat
I know that shit.
As you walk, let me finish. As you move backward, hold on. As you move backward, that point will appear to rise, and it will rise up until 3 miles. Well, that's as high as it will rise, and then you'll see nothing. It'll be obscuring what is behind it. Now, the point.
The horizon rises.
Hold on. I'm almost done.
You said the horizon rises.
I'm almost done. At the point where that point obscures something, that is called the horizon. Now, that's not rising and lowering. That stays at 3 miles.
Right.
Always.
Perfect.
That doesn't move.
Can I speak now? So you said the horizon obscures something. That's only what it means. The horizon obscures something, yeah? So why couldn't it obscure the bottom of a boat then?
You can. At 3 miles, it'll obscure the bottom of the boat.
Oh, well, there you go then. So what's your problem? There you go. Welcome to fucking.
The horizon.
I think what he says. Flat Earth. Welcome to Flat Earth. So the horizon obscures. It's my turn to talk. Wait a minute. So can I speak now?
Can I not fucking speak? You're just blabbing. Seriously.
Zanik, let him finish off the sentence. Then you go.
Right. So what you're saying then, Zanik, is
that the horizon obscures what you see further than the horizon, so it could obscure the bottom of a boat then.
Yeah, for the 8th time, that's what the horizon means. At the point where something is obscured at a distance.
Yeah. So, right, okay, that's great.
Why do you got to cut me off? Let me just finish. So we were talking,
Panic.
Essie and I were talking about 2 boats and 2 people on those boats. The water beneath the boat or the bottom of the boat, let's say the bottom of the boat, of that boat that Essie's in, will appear to rise as it moves away. And now it's not just appearance, it is actually rising in your field of view. That's what we call it, the appearance.
My
of
SE.
rising. Hold on.
I wasn't talking about that.
I'm almost done.
You're talking about a conversation I never had with you.
I really am almost done.
No, forget it. Stop reminding people you had a conversation with SE.
Let me just finish
Allie, let him finish.
I won't, because
let me finish
you're
my
in a
thought. Let me
conversation
finish my
with
thought,
me.
Albie.
Allie, let him finish.
Oh, sorry, there's Jeremy going to stop
Albie,
me.
you owe me
Jeremy,
a moment.
I'm not going to stop you. I want to
Now
let
let me-
Zanuck finish. That's all.
Yeah, well, hey,
Let me
the thing
speak.
is,
Keep
he's
on talking,
talking
I'm gonna
about a
talk over you.
conversation I
Not
didn't even
fair.
have him. But
Can't
on you
talk
go,
over me.
Jeremy, let him
Not
go.
fair.
On you go, Zanuck.
You keep on talking.
On you go,
over me. Let
mate.
me
It's fine.
finish
You're
my
next.
thought.
Allie, you're next. You're next.
I don't give a fuck
No,
whether
you
I'm
get
next.
your
I don't give a
fucking-
fuck.
You got a panties in a wad. Let them fucking unravel a little bit. Hold on.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
these-
So shut up then,
Allie,
Zanuck,
shut
and
the
let me
fuck up.
fucking
I'm
finish.
talking. Just try to put a sock in it.
Ah, but I
So the
thought you
boat-
said,
Allie,
let me calm
goddamn it!
down.
You keep
I'll
on
calm
talking.
down
I'm
when
in
I
the middle of
talk.
something. Keep on doing that. You're gonna get muted. So
See,
the
there's
boat-
someone
the boat-
here.
God
There's
damn it!
someone
I just
here.
started talking. You keep on talking.
Right,
Stop
that
it.
actually
Stop it.
protects
Allie,
ball
nobody can hear
earthers.
you.
Come on.
Because I'm gonna
Come on, guys.
Zanuck, hold on a second. Zanuck. Allie,
Yeah,
just let
go
him
on,
go.
Jeremy, protect him quick.
I'm
Protect
not
him.
protecting him. I just want everyone to let their voice be heard now. Let him go and you be next.
No,
If
let
he's talking a
me,
bunch of shit.
the
let
bottom of the
me
boat,
make
Allie,
my
I'm
point.
speaking.
Let,
Allie,
never
I'm
mind
speaking.
giving the ball earther.
Jeremy, just
Let
mute him,
me
Hold
make
on, you
my
can't
point
make your
first,
point.
then
He's
he
in the
can
middle
be
of making
Jeremy,
making
his
just
his.
mute
point.
him, please. Come on.
Allie,
No,
you
no,
can't
I
make
was
his
in the
point.
Stop
middle of
talking.
making my
He's
point.
got some. He's drinking.
Right,
I
you
think.
came in here.
You're drinking again. I know. I got it. You're drinking. I get it.
That doesn't matter.
You're
That
drinking.
doesn't
You're
matter.
drinking
When
too
you
much of
drink,
that
the
cheap.
truth
You're
comes
drinking
out.
that
So I
cheap.
talk the
That
truth.
drink.
So shut your mouth.
Yeah. Boone's Farmer wine you got from America.
So you're going
drinking
to
too much
let
of it.
him.
Yeah, you're
That's
drinking
fine.
way too
I've
much
got
right
your
now.
card
Come on.
mark.
Come on. You just
That's
keep on
why
talking. You can't
fucking.
stop.
I
You
didn't.
got diarrhea
That's why
of
I
the
don't
mouth.
come
You
into
can't
these
stop
servers,
yourself, can
Jeremy.
you? You got
Zanuck,
diarrhea
I'm gonna
of
have
the
to
mouth.
mute you, bro. Relax. Listen.
On you go,
Come on,
Zanuck.
guys.
No,
Hold on.
he's Zanuck.
Allie.
No, let him talk. Let him
Allie.
talk. It's okay.
I'm gonna let him talk. I'm gonna let him finish, and then you go next. Go ahead,
Yeah.
Zanuck.
Okay. So we got that. We got the boat, and we're looking at each other from those boats, as Essie and I were talking about. As that boat moves away, the bottom of the boat will appear to rise, and it will rise up to a point where it reaches an apex, and at that apex is called the horizon, and then it will start disappearing behind it. Now, the rising is when it goes away from you, and it's still curving the entire time as well. So it rises up and it falls away, and that's what you see. Now, the horizon doesn't rise and fall; it stays at some point just below eye level. And if you're 6 feet tall, that is about 0.04 degrees below level. So there I said it. How hard was that?
Do you really think
Right,
the other
okay.
boat goes
So
up
how
and
did
then
you
down
measure?
when you
Oh,
move
right, so
away?
it's not my turn to talk. Sorry,
Come on, it's Ali's turn now, please.
English.
Go ahead,
It must
Ali.
be.
Don, you're
my
next.
English.
Don, you're next. Allie, go ahead.
Must be my English. No, let Don talk. Sorry, fuck that. I can't be bored anymore. On you go. Let the conversation.
We just gotta take turns, bro. I mean,
not
Yeah, I know, and that's my fault. I don't understand that because I'm interrupting all the time. I know that. Sorry, it's my fault. On you go, guys.
Zanuck, do you really think the other boat rises up in your vision and then down again just by moving away from it?
Of course it does.
I've never seen that.
Well, anything
I
in
see
front of
things
you,
get
as you
smaller
go,
to a point and
that's
then
how
disappear.
perspective works. Anything in front of you, Don, if you're looking at the bottom of the boat, as you move away from it, it'll go rise up in your field of view. That's measurable. That's called trigonometry. It's called geometry, actually.
Your field of view, yeah, right.
Yep.
Rising up. So
You're
you're
agreeing.
going away
You're
and the
agreeing,
boat's going up to the vanishing point. Yeah, all right. I agree.
Yeah, okay. It's just, the problem is these discussions, the terminology gets a little bit,
Oh, it's
convoluted
terrible.
and confusing. But I'm trying to be as clear as possible with our friend. Oh, he took off too. He had to go drink some more.
The
Boone's
boat
Farm
rises
cherry
up
wine.
into the vanishing point. It appears to rise up into that vanishing point.
Right.
Then it disappears over the dip of the earth. Yeah, I think I agree, even though you explained it and it triggered
Yeah.
me.
I mean, it's just a slightly a new twist on how I explained it, and I thought it might work for our friend Ali, but then Valley had to run away. So.
And at first, you weren't saying the top edge of the water, you meant the whole surface of the water appears to rise up.
Well, that's why I referenced the bottom of the boat. That's like in the water. And you're looking at the bottom of the boat as it goes away from you. It'll rise up, and then it gets to a certain apogee, and then it'll go behind the water at that point. That's about 3 miles away. So that might be easier to understand. So the water curving up.
Just because I interrupted, so I would have rather not.
I like Allie. We all got to take turns, though. Zanuck, you got to fucking relax, bro. Once in a while, let someone interrupt you. For the love of God, man.
You got to admit, you were trying to stop him. You couldn't even stop him. He's out of control.
And just once in a while, let someone interject and interrupt you once in a while, man. Come on, bro.
He wouldn't stop talking. He really didn't. That's why that's why you're trying to help me, because he was out of control. Every time I started to talk, he started talking over me. It was, classic.
But still, you can once in a while. I understand he interrupted you, yes, but once in a while, let somebody interrupt you.
I did.
Come on,
I
man.
stopped.
Have a little give and take.
I know. I stopped. I let him talk. He was going for a while. Then I thought he was stopped. I started explaining it, and then he would just run over me again.
Just before you came, he agreed that on a globe there is a double drop hump between two boats.
A double drop hump?
Well, that's what we were calling it, but he said it's a hump dropping from the horizontal of each person kind of thing.
Of course there's a hump. They have a name for it. It's called the sagitta. It's the measurement of the hump.
Look at you.
SC Montreal will tell you.
You look at me. We all know this. Who's denying the hump?
Sean G, SC Montreal is trying to say it's a paradox, whereas it's not.
I thought maybe SC was talking about if there's a hump and water is going, is lower behind you, then why doesn't the water flow that way? I thought that's where he was going with that.
I deny the hump too. We're flat earther. All the flat earthers should deny the hump, but as far as all the globers can't deny it, it's called the name for the measurement of the hump is called the sagitta. So
would you say it's not a paradox? If it's a globe, there is a hump between two boats.
If you don't make a horizontal line and you make a line from point to point on the globe, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Great.
It is a horizontal line, right, Jeremy?
Jeremy, you need to step up. You guys.
Well, hold on. What did you say, Zanuck?
It's a horizontal line.
Not with the hump.
Sure. If you're looking out in the distance.
Ooh, you're off the deep end on this one, Zanuck. You don't even know what you're talking about now.
No, the horizontal line will be from the sagitta point to your eyes. That would be a horizontal line.
Yeah, but then you'd need another one to get to
it's not horizontal from your perspective, but it's horizontal from the sagitta. You know what I mean?
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah,
that's fine.
You got to think about that for a second. Don't answer.
I almost caught you slipping. Slipping, Zanuck.
Oh, so you understand what I'm saying then? Okay, good. I don't slip. Not often.
You do slip. You're always slipping. You're on thin ice.
I'm not slipping. I mean, I'll misspeak occasionally, but it's very rare.
You're on thin fucking ice, Zanuck.
Look, you are.
I'm going to use you to help debunk the twin boat paradox and say even Jeremy knows it's not a paradox. That's what I'm going to say as a meme now.
Jeremy.
On the globe, in the globe model, that's what you would expect. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
Is the sagitta a tangent? Jeremy? I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah, I think I could add more confusion by imagining one boat looking at three boats.
What did you just say, Zan?
Is it one hump between all four boats, or is there multiple humps now?
Zanuck, what'd you say?
Oh, I don't remember. Oh, it said is the sagitta a tangent?
Is the sagitta a tangent?
Yeah, is there an echo in here?
It's the measurement. The sagitta is the measurement of the hump. What do you mean?
Give me a measurement then of a hump.
From the top of the sagitta, if you make a line out anywhere, yeah.
It's a measure. What's a measurement? Up or down to what? What is it comparing it to? Measurements are
a straight line between 2 points. The chord.
Okay. And is that a tangent?
Is the chord a tangent? No.
It's not. It doesn't have a point that's.
Sorry. Do you think it is a tangent?
Well, anything could be a tangent to something else. It doesn't have to be on it. It doesn't have to touch it. If I have a
Can you
If I
just
have a
define
chord,
tangent real quick? Because maybe we got some different definitions or something.
the tangent could be a line at the closest point to a circle. It doesn't have to touch it. It can still be a tangent.
So that's your definition of a tangent.
A straight line with it has the closest point to a circle will be a tangent.
Closest point?
The closest point on a straight line to a circle is a tangent to that straight line is tangent to that circle. Yes.
I don't know about this closest point. I think
Of
you
course
might.
you don't know, but you're doing a lot of research, but you haven't got into
I
that.
thought I
area.
had to touch. I thought I had to touch the
No.
circle.
Yeah, tangent just
No.
tangent just an.
Well, let's look it up. Let's look it up since we're tangent definition. This isn't hard. We get the Google machine on it. Here we go. Ready? A straight line or plane that touches a curve. So it's got to touch it.
Well, that's a.
I mean, that's off the first definition.
Go in math. If you go into a math book, you'll find a different definition.
Oh, all right. Translations and more definitions. Let's see.
No, it makes sense, right?
What do I need to Google search?
Tangent is an orientation to that circle, right?
I'm sorry. What do I need to Google search to find the thing that you're claiming?
Tangent orientation to circle.
Tangent orientate. We're just looking for the definition of a tangent.
But you got to get math. You got to get a math definition rather than a wiki.
So what do I search? Tangent geometry definition.
Yeah, geometry definition. Yeah.
Here we go. Ready? In geometry, the tangent line to a plane, curve, or given point is the straight line that just touches. Ooh, why do they have that in parentheses? Just touches the curve.
Because it's trying to tell you that's the closest point.
I don't know. Just touches.
So
that
I'm actually not so sure.
If I'm flying,
not so sure if you would still call it a tangent line, like, because of course it has the same slope as a specific point. But if it's not actually touching that point, I'm not sure if you would say that it's tangent.
Yeah, all the equations would all involve the relationship between that the circular path, and the straight path, and that relationship of the straight path to the circle would be called a tangent, and all the equations would then work with the added factor.
I mean is it would have
with the added factor of the distance between the line or the horizontal and the sphere. Like if I'm flying overhead if I'm flying a jet in a perfectly straight line, you would say that it's its closest point to the surface of the Earth. That path would be at a tangent, even though it was.
I would say that it's parallel to the tangent. I wouldn't call that tangent itself. But the chord isn't a tangent, but it is parallel to the tangent.
Yeah.
At that
below
point.
it, yeah.
I mean, it's very, very, very close
through at least 2 points. Tangent goes through, only touches the circle at one theoretical point, quote unquote, based off of the definition anyway.
Is horizontal? Let me, if you guys that were talking about that, is horizontal a direction?
Well, the definition is problematic because the point is that which has no parts.
Lemon, not you. I wanted to answer off whoever was talking there before.
A horizontal would be like a direction or a body of directions to a specific point in relation to a specific point or location.
Yep, so it would be a direction then, yeah?
Well, a direction or a body of directions. If
or a body of directions.
If you're talking about horizontal line, that's one like back or forth, or if it's a horizontal plane, well then it's a full plane of horizontal.
Oh, okay. Does a point have a direction?
A point in and of itself, no.
No, I said a point. Point. P-O-I-N-T. Does a point have a direction?
No, in and of itself, no.
No, okay then. Thank you.
To have directionality, you need at least 2 points, usually.
Yeah, exactly. So a tangent can't be a fucking like what they say.
Well, a tangent
point doesn't make a horizontal. It's not part of the horizontal. You understand? That's what that guy's just said, right? So just
No, a
totally
tangent.
debunked up horizontal.
Again,
No, because well, look, horizontal. You just admitted that it's a horizontal is a direction, or it's a packet of directions, or whatever you called it, and you said a point has no direction. So therefore, when you have the argument about when you're on a sphere, you're standing at a point and it's a tangent or whatever. When Rumpus talks about the light bending, as a point has no direction, so it can never be a horizontal.
But you're missing the word line off the end of that. We tend to talk about a horizontal line or a tangential line.
I never said that. Well,
a minute,
I never missed it off. I said, does a horizontal have a direction? I specifically asked that question. I never missed it off. What do you mean I missed it off? For me, for you to think that
you
I
asked
missed
me a
it
question
off,
and you'll let me answer.
well, wait a minute. Well, it was rhetorical then,
No,
Bruce.
horizontal does not have a
rhetorical,
direction.
so you can hold in keft, you can be
Horizontal
quiet.
does not imply
Right, so
a
the
direction.
point is, I specifically asked that question
Horizontal
because
does
I
not imply a
specifically
direction.
asked it. I did not miss any words out. I did not leave any word
the mic long enough
Your
for somebody else to respond, for
expectation-
God's sake. Now,
Well, listen,
way that a tangent
horizontal
is
does not imply
established,
a
sir.
direction.
Okay, fine. What's going on? What were you saying? Like
Can
I
we
was
get some
saying,
clarifications though? Because there's a lot of things that were just butchered by whoever was speaking.
I was just
For
going to make
example,
a quick point that a tangent is established off of math and theory. They took a chord and made it smaller and smaller and smaller toward the edge of the circle until they could establish, somewhat of a tangent. It's not made off of any sort of practical real world experience. It's just a definition from theory, basically.
Yeah, so
Now,
the tangent. So Zanuck was wrong. No, the tangent does need to touch the circle. I mean, that's pretty obvious.
Once you make the,
I would say that is true. That in order for it to be a tangent, it would have to touch on the point. It would still be parallel to the tangent.
And a
it
chord's
is
not
very
a tangent.
close to being a tangent, but it's not a tangent.
Or close for horseshoes and hand grenades. We know it don't count for other shit.
It's basically defined off of
We know that's
something
hold on,
important.
we know that's a
Stop,
chord.
a point has no direction. Don't stop saying that. What Jeremy said was right there, and stop saying, "Oh, it's a point," but that would mean the point is attached to the tangent line or whatever. No, the point is the point. It has no direction. It doesn't matter what it's attached to. It's not horizontal. A point is not horizontal. So therefore, when you have a tangent line that's horizontal, it'll remain horizontal. Now, if anybody gets what I'm saying,
Yeah,
good.
no, a horizontal point is not a thing. Like you can't have a vertical point or horizontal point. You need multiple points, maybe.
Exactly.
But definitely not one.
That is why I answered with a point in and of itself. That is correct. But when we're talking about a point on something, a point on a curve, we're not.
Yeah, you can't say
a point. We're not talking about that extracted and talking about that in and of itself. No, we're talking about it on the curve, and therefore we can say that point has a directionality.
But it's not horizontal.
Hold on, Ellie. Hold on, Ellie.
I'm sorry. Okay.
Hold on. Let me just clear it up. But when somebody says something's horizontal at a point, no, that's false, and that's just not.
That's not to a point.
It doesn't work. Points don't work like that.
That horizontal to a point. That horizontal is going to be perpendicular to the plumb or the radius, and that means it's a tangent because it's touching. I was referring to a line that is perpendicular to the radius that doesn't touch the circle. It's technically still a tangent. It's still related to that circle as a tangent, but I guess I'm getting caught up in the depth. I was trying to catch you on to something, and I might have gone too far. But
you're talking.
Is what you're looking for.
Well,
you're talking word salad with alphabet
no,
soup. You don't know what you're talking about. The tangent touches the circle. Chord's not a tangent.
The insults, Jeremy.
It's relation.
I mean,
but he's not as bad as Kosho.
Jeremy. It's relationship to the circle. Its relationship to the circle, if it's perpendicular to the radius, is tangential. Now, is it considered a tangent? Maybe not technically, it's not touching it, but I think it's...
No, it's not tangential at all.
Mathematically, it is.
The line's tangential, but the point
oh my God.
Shush. Well, it's not, though, so stop that.
Talking. It's crazy.
Well, but stop that. Stop talking rubbish. A line is not the point is not tangential to the radius of anything at all. The line is, The point that it
It's not
connects to
tangent
the radius is not
it's
tangential.
because
It's
it is
not a
perpendicular
tangent.
to the radius.
Shut up,
listening.
because
You're not listening. It's tangent.
I am
because
listening.
You're not listening. It's tangent.
I
'cause it's
just listened to what you said.
God damn it! It's tangent because it's perpendicular to the radius.
No, it's not. It's a point.
Well, it also
The
it's important
line.
to realize.
Oh, well,
that...
wait a minute. Let me finish this. Then, right? The line that's perpendicular to the radius will be tangential. It won't be horizontal. It will only be horizontal if you face it on a page. If I asked you to draw a horizontal line, give you a bit of paper, right? Wait, can I finish now?
Well, no, you didn't let me
If
finish.
I asked you to draw a horizontal line, so I can't finish, right? But anyway, it doesn't matter. If I asked you to draw a line, a horizontal line, on a bit of paper, you would go, and then I would go, right, I want you to draw a circle that's going to have a tangent to that line, and you would start your compass, you would get your pencil and your compass, and then you would stick your pencil there on
I have no idea
90 degree, and you would draw that, right?
Hey,
now,
why don't we go to the really sort of obtuse point and say there are no points in reality?
When we go round, when I move...
Oh, sorry, Ali's still going.
Wait a minute. When I move away
Let us know
from
when you
that
finish, Ali.
horizontal that's perpendicular from the earth, it will no longer be horizontal.
I was trying to speak.
When I move the minute, it's only going to be in one direction. That line will only ever be horizontal in one, from the center of the earth, perpendicular to the radius of your so-called earth. It will only be perpendicular, horizontal at one point. So you can never say if it was 1 degree off 90 degrees, it will not be horizontal. It will be perpendicular, but it won't be horizontal.
That's what it means. That's what horizontal means, Ninny. Come on.
All right,
no,
hold on, guys.
Horizontal means perpendicular to the radius.
Okay. No, it doesn't. No, it doesn't.
That line. Thank you.
The point has been made. Let go of the mic and stop chewing on it.
You heard me argue. You heard me getting talked over by Ali. Now you jump in.
No, Druss has been trying to get in. Please, guys, come on. And then Gummy or Funk or someone was trying to get in too.
Well,
after
I know,
that.
Gummy was trying Ali for talking over me. Yes, the horizontal is perpendicular to the radius. That's what it means. That's what it means.
All right.
Horizontal.
We got it.
Radius.
We got it. Go ahead.
Here's a very, very simple thing. We're talking about abstracts, which is geometry. If anyone wants to show me an actual real point in reality that isn't an abstract, then fucking have it. Because I'm fed up. This is such a silly conversation.
It would be silly to say something's horizontal at a point, since we know points can't be horizontal. Even if you were to draw a circle as a point, where's that? How's that horizontal? If it's a circle point,
it's got breadth and it's got width. And it will have depth if you put it on a piece of paper. So we're dealing with abstracts. You can't show me a real line in reality because a line, by definition, has no width. So we're arguing.
You can't even think of a line. Anyways, go ahead, Gummy.
When we talk about horizontal to a point, I wouldn't say horizontal at a point. I would say horizontal to a point. And even then, we're not talking, like I said before, about the point in and of itself, but we're talking about the point as being part of something, part of a curve. So when we say that
it can't be horizontal to a point, that doesn't make any sense. It's horizontal at a point. That's exactly what it is. It does mean you're only horizontal at a point if that point and that line that contains that point is perpendicular to the plumb or the radius. That's what it means.
So being horizontal isn't at a point, it is to a point. Being tangential, that is at a point, not to a point.
Well, we're talking about a concept here where you anchor something going to the circle at one supposed point. If it wasn't angled horizontally, it would intersect the circle, go through the circle, and be at 2 points. So part of it is definitional and theory laden. And so if it wasn't perfectly horizontal at that point, it would intersect the circle at 2 points and be a chord by definition. So basically,
let me get back to Gummy. Hold on. So if you have a horizontal, you're saying it's horizontal at a point and not to a point, or vice versa?
No, so horizontal to a point. And the reason why this is like a big thing about this, say you have a horizontal, you could raise and lower that horizontal, still be horizontal because it's horizontal to the point, not at the point.
Yeah, that actually makes more sense than at a point.
Because the thing that makes it horizontal is the slope of this line or plane,
Right.
and therefore it is just the slope, not the position. You can move it up
Right,
and
right. I
down,
get it.
and it
No,
will still be.
but how do you have
horizontal
an
to the
angle?
point.
But how do you have an angle of reference from referencing a point?
Because, like I said, when we say to a point in this scenario, we're not talking about the point in and of itself. We're talking about it as a point on the circle. And within math, when we're talking about it that way, we're actually talking about the point and the infinitesimal area next to the point.
So you're
Zanuck wants to bring it into a real world scenario, though.
So
With,
hold on. You're talking to company. So you're assuming that that point is going to be a 90 degrees opposition to that radius. That point is part of a radius, and you're saying that point.
Well, in order for anything to be horizontal, or in order for a point to have directionality, it needs to be in reference to something. Even then, because the thing is, when you say a point on the curve, you're actually including the curve. So it's not just a point; it's kind of a point plus an area around the point that is infinitesimally small.
Zanuck, are you not familiar with Zanuck? Are you not familiar with it? Hold on, Zanuck. Are you not familiar with spherical geometry?
I'm very.
Doesn't really have much to do with.
Yeah.
This isn't spherical geometry. What are you?
This
is
is words.
Euclidean.
We're just trying to.
derivatives.
We're trying to infer what these words actually are implying here. So he's talking about a point. I think we all would agree that a point on the radius that is at the surface would be, if you had a horizontal that included that point would be horizontal. If you had a line that was a tangent, that tangent would be horizontal. In reference to that
I
point.
I disagree. I don't agree with that. No, we
That's
don't.
what horizontal means. Horizontal means a line perpendicular to the radius. No matter where, it doesn't have to be on that line. Does not have to be on the surface, as Gummy said.
That is not logical.
That horizontal is perpendicular to a radius.
So I think the way that they derived a tangent was intuitive. They basically cut a circle up into a million different pieces, and notice that you got pie slices where the corners by the curved part of the pie were increasingly approaching 90 degrees. Because as you know, a triangle has 180 degrees, 3 sides. And if you cut a circle into billions of different pie slices, you're going to notice that those pie slice edges are looking more and more like 90-degree angles. So it looks like they derived it intuitively and added a few definitions to it.
So to be more precise, the way they got this stuff is that they thought about the slope that happens when you take 2 points on a curve, and then you imagine what happens when we decrease the distance between these points, make it smaller and smaller and smaller, and make it, as we call it, infinitesimally small, as in you make it as small as you could theoretically think of it as being. And that's when you get rise to derivations, differential equations. That's where you get the actual the thing of a slope of a curve, is you've taken 2 points and you've shrunk the distance between them to infinitesimally small. So when we're talking about the point of the horizontal to a point, or tangential at a point, we're actually talking about those 2 points being infinitesimally shrunk to be essentially 1 point.
We're talking about the point of tangency, right? And so my mistake about the chord, and I have to apologize to Jeremy, that would be a secant, right? So the secant becomes a tangent when it meets that point of tangency. But
and that's when those 2 points meet at 1 point.
What 2 points? A point on it. So a point on a secant line would eventually, only 1 point on that secant line would meet that point of tangency, because it's at the surface of the sphere. As it keeps on moving, my contention was that it still is a tangent. It just does not have a point of tangency. But that's our debate right now. I don't know if I'm. I wouldn't bet my life on me being right now. But as I remember spherical geometry. Don't talk over me. That's what I would say right now. But I could be wrong. But I still think it's a
spherical geometry doesn't have tangents or secants.
Can a point be horizontal? Can a point be
Circle
horizontal?
geometry does not have.
Alley B, we've already covered this territory, and we do not have time to go over this ground yet again. Obviously, a horizontal point does not have directionality.
The fundamental objects in spherical geometry.
So why are they still talking about it then? And you're having a go at me.
We already went over that too, Ali, by saying if it is not perfectly horizontal, it would cut through the circle at 2 points, and definitionally, that's a nightmare. So the definition is hinging on it only going through 1 point and not going through the circle like a chord, and in that way, it is horizontal to a point in that sense. A lot of this is intuition, a lot of this is definitional, but even the definition of a point is problematic because for us to even see the point, it has to at least be 2D enough to have length and width. Otherwise, you wouldn't see it at all. So some of this definition is a nightmare because there's no such thing as a point which has no parts by Euclid's own definitions, which are somewhat contradictory. It is more of an intuitive, definitional sort of thing.
I agree. So why are they still talking about it?
You say you agree, but you also disagree.
Because of the practical idealized implication for perfect, religious math as this pure philosophy.
Lemon, you're not helping things here. Lemon, please.
Like I said 1,000 times, we might say a point, but when we're talking about a point on a curve, we aren't extracting that point into.
But we've explained about it, and now you're going off in fantasy land.
Because you're not understanding it. Because you keep going back to calling it a point.
Lemon's just explained it to you. I've explained it to you. Jeremy's probably explained it to you. Every flat earther has tried to explain it to you.
You're the one who's not getting what's getting explained to you, Ali.
You just keep coming back. Oh, you don't understand. But a point can have no direction. But a point can't have a direction.
I said
logically
when we
it
say
can.
A point on a curve, we're not talking about the point
So
extracted on its own.
There's a different definition. It's horizontal to a point in that theoretically it only intersects a circle at 1 point, not 2, and it's horizontal, in that sense. It's a different sense idealistically and definitionally, that's all. But as we know, a point is that which has no parts, and we know of nothing in reality that doesn't have length, extension, and thickness. So that definition breaks this idealized abstraction from Euclid and makes the definition of point itself break down.
Thing is, if we wanted to make everything so clear that you can't have problems with it, then we'd say
I
2
understood
points.
what you said there, Lennon.
Such low space in between that they essentially become 1 point. And we'll say that every time we say point, because you can't seem to understand the nuance of words in their context. That would ruin conversations, which is why we don't do it like that, Ali. That's why we don't do it like that.
It's our fault. Yeah, blame
it's
me.
Your fault. Yes.
Oh, it's my fault.
Not understanding the nuance in the words that are being used.
Oh, nuance. Oh, yeah, yes. And that's so funny, right? Wait a minute. Let me stop you. It's amazing how people, when they use that, you don't understand the nuance. Explain the nuance to me, please.
I did, and you still don't get it.
What is it? No, you never. Explain the nuance. Yeah, go on, please. I wasn't listening probably because it just sounds like blah 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 blah. My school teacher.
Basically,
listening. So what is the point of me saying it again?
Because I'm going to listen already. But I'll listen. I'll listen this time. Well, that's the whole point because I want to know what your understanding of what nuances and my misunderstanding of the nuances of this amazing religion you've got.
It's basically the idea of something passing through passing and touching the circle without passing through the circle. And so they try to use basically triangles and definitions to make that quote unquote point smaller and smaller and smaller to the point where theoretically it just touches the circle without going through it.
Point. It touches at an infinite point now, right? And I do understand. There is no nuance to it. It touches at an infinite point, and that infinite point, whatever it is that we might conceive, has no direction. It isn't moving. You understand? It's not moving. So therefore it has no direction. So therefore it cannot be horizontal or anything at all.
Which is why we never talk about a point in and of itself. as a part
But
of
yous
a,
have been
part of a
arguing.
curve.
Yous guys have been arguing about, oh, it's a tangential point, and you don't understand because all the tangents.
Because when we say a point of tangency or a tangential point, again, we're not talking about a point in and of itself. We're talking about it as a part of a curve. How many times I have to say this before you get it? That is
Could
where
you
the
draw a
nuance comes
circle?
in.
Could you draw a curve with straight lines?
Within
If that's
math, you
getting,
can. With infinitesimally small straight lines, you draw a curve. Within math, yes. Within reality, no.
well, you can actually. I could.
Oh wow!
I'm surprised.
Please do this.
I'm surprised. Oh, wait a minute. Well, it's not. I'll give you the. I'll give you the exact thing. Get an XY axis, right? Draw 20 along the Y axis being the horizontal, or the horizontal and the Y axis. Draw 20 numbers, and draw number 20 to number 1. Draw number 19 to number 2, and you do that, and you end up with a perfect curve. You can draw it. So simple.
That's incorrect. That's not a perfect curve.
Well, go and have a look at it. Have a look at it, man. Mathematically, you can draw it, but you can draw it physically as well. A perfect curve with straight lines.
Can you please do this then, or post a picture of
But
this?
well, no, I'm telling you, draw like an L shape, the same sort of, so the vertical lines as wide as, and then just segment it out into even 10 lines. If you want to do 10 lines, do 10 lines along the horizontal, 10 lines along the vertical. Draw the number 10 line to the 1, the 9 to the 2, the 8, and you'll draw a curve like that.
You're still not getting that. That's not a perfect curve.
That
look
is
at
a
it with a
perfect.
magnifying glass. If you look
No,
at it with
no.
a magnifying glass, it's just a lot of straight lines at differing angles.
Yeah,
You
and
don't
you're
see the
arguing my
nuance in
point
that.
here. Yeah.
Oh, I'm not.
I see the nuance in that. As you say, I don't see the nuance. I'm understanding. I'm telling you, you didn't even know you could do a curved line. I said
That's
perfect.
not a curved line. It's not a perfect smooth line. It's a.
Well, it is actually. It is actually, because every tangent that meets at the tangent point, right, will be connected. The next tangent point will be in that curve. It'll be a different tangent point.
You could call that a piecewise smooth curve, but you would not call it a continuous curve. I study math in university, so I know what you're trying to say, but you are incorrect on what you're saying.
I could draw a circle like that. I could draw a perfect circle exactly like that, but just draw a square.
It wouldn't be a perfect circle. It would be a It would be an like n-sided polygon is approximately like a circle. How do you not get this?
Well, I do get that, and you've just admitted that you measure the
approximately.
But you have to. But wait a minute. But wait a minute. All right, okay. So, but that's the way you do theodolite. That's the way you do geodetic surveying, is with straight lines, and the next point's a different curve and a different curve. But the thing is, you don't measure that. You add it on at the end. All those measurements that people take when they do their when you're checking a distance or whatever, if you were doing geodesy, for example, you take a distance, take your measurements, take the temperature, the atmospheric conditions, do all them. But then at the end up, you would add on the little sum is 2 times the distance square divided by 3. And then you would take that off your initial, and that would give you a curvature, but you would add the curvature on at the end. But it's exactly what you said. You'd be doing it in straight lines, and that's how you do it. And that's where you get your horizontal tangent points, which are not horizontal, because you're telling me that I move a foot away, and my tangent to the earth is different. And if I put a plumb bob on there, it would point in a different direction. That's absurd. To me. Anyway.
Yes, to you, and that's what we're getting from this conversation.
Yeah, but I still prove to you
that you could draw a circle
Prove
with them.
anything. You're still claiming that you can draw a circle, and I'm telling
With
you
straight
that
lines.
is
With
not a
straight lines.
continuous circle. It is merely an approximation of a circle with straight lines.
Right, and
How many
that's
times I have to say that?
right,
It's an
okay.
approximation,
And that's what your
not an
globe.
actual circle.
That's what your globe is then. Your so-called globe. It's just an approximation.
All measurements are approximations.
Yep.
Every
And
single measurement of anything
explained.
in reality is an approximation.
Yep, and I just explained to you what a geodesic surveyor does when he takes
Really
distance
explain
points.
anything.
He adds when they do their calculations for distance, angular size, blah blah, temperature, humidity, all that kind of stuff. Then they have the equation: 2 times the distance squared divided by 3, and you add that onto your drop. That's your drop in feet, and that's the equation that they add on when they do that. Because you can't see curvy lines. So what you do is you measure straight. And then you go, but we live on a sphere. So we have to, if that was 100 meters, it's going to drop that much. And then you adjust for that. But you don't do that when you're building buildings and shit like that. Right? You don't understand.
When we do measurements,
You don't
we measure straight
understand how.
lines and then use the math.
Like 99% of people that are discussing geodesic surveying on the Earth, the so-called ball, they don't have a fucking clue what the fuck they're talking about. They don't know how they do it. They think it's a wee guy with a theodolite that measures 100 meters because it's only what do you call it, qualified or calibrated, or the accuracy level's only 100 meters. No, that's not how they did it. They did it with optics that weren't qualified to look over the distances, and they just guessed it. They just guessed the distance. They didn't survey every single piece of this fucking land. They would take angular sizes and go, well, apparently the distance from London to this mountain is such and such, and we know that we are 200 miles northeast London. They took their bearings, their angles, they done a bit of maths and said, that must be 200 miles away, its angular size is this. There you go, it's that height. And that's what they did with most of the surveying. If you have a look at India, if you actually think that they walked around there and done that, but they put the curvature into afterwards, because you can't differentiate between a bump in the hill or a bump in the ground to curvature. So you get all different heights, and at the end of the distance, you add on. That really means that it's really that below because of the curvature. And that's it. You put it on afterwards. You don't survey curvature. You don't see curvature. You don't measure curvature. People with I've used a theodolite. I know exactly how it works. I know what it's used for. It's used to measure fucking horizontal lines to check the height, to check height differentials. Right? Or if you want to dig a trench, if you want to dig a foundation for a house or whatever, and you want to put it down 6 foot below your theodolite, set up at a certain height that you know of, that you know the height is, and the house has to be this certain height above the road, because you've got to make the water's got to fall in that direction. So it has to be this height. So you work off, you find out how deep the foundation's to be. You find out the height of the brickwork. You find them levels. That's on the small level. But on the long levels, man, it's impossible.
It's long monologues.
You're saying a lot of things that I don't think a lot of people here disagree with. But the thing is, like, while I agree that yes, you do measurements on straight lines and horizontals and all of these things, the reason why we have math and geometry is so that we can use the straight lines to know more things than just straight lines. Can understand the curve and measure curve.
Yeah, you use that as a reference. Yeah, I agree. You use that as a reference, but the point is, your reference. But you imagine, right? Say for example, I live in Denmark, right? I live in Denmark. So I'm going to measure, the farmer wants me to measure his field. He wants me to build, for example, a shed, a cow shed, for example, in his field, right? Now I've got to know, right, if the cow shed's in a hollow or whatever, I've got to think of water drainage and running away, but I'm run off with the water or drainage to come round the building instead of flooding the building or whatever, or protect that building from water. So I'm going to find, right, okay, so this is, I'm going to get a bestamped height or a decided height of with my theodolite, and I'll bring my story pole or whatever you call it. I'll put it there and say, right, that's the height I work off. There's the height that I want, because that's the height of the road, the main road. And I'll put my theodolite there. And then I'll wander off and my mate will look through the theodolite and I'll have the pole there. And I'll go, right, it's higher, we need to go higher or lower or whatever, right? So that's how you do the height of, you look in straight lines. Now, imagine I said, right, I want to measure the shape of the earth. How am I going to differentiate between the ups and the downs or whatever? All I can get that guy to do is, right, walk 4 miles that way, or, get a tape measure that distance, stick the pole there, and I'll say it's that. And then you have to add on the curvature, because you don't know the fucking curvature. You can't say, oh, I'm measuring the curvature. No, you're not. You're just measuring the differential between the height of your theodolite and its horizontal line that is projecting into infinity. No matter what it's doing underneath it, it's going straight, right? And if I was to look at that orthographically and I drew any line upon that theodolite, it'd be fucking 90 degrees. If I drew a vertical line, it'd be 90 degrees. So you've got a horizontal line projecting for 1,000,000 squillion miles with perpendicular or vertical lines on it. It'll all be 90 degrees if I looked at it from the side. Even if I looked at it from above, it looked like Soundley's Bridge or whatever, right? But the point is, and that's what that does. So now, as you quite rightly said, it's the horizontal line is to measure the differential between below what's going on below it or above it. You could do the same if you wanted to put a sloping roof. You'd make a horizontal line and you build the slope into it by dropping it so many centimetres, 4 metres away or whatever to put the slope. But you're using that as a reference point. And if you're telling me that these guys could measure off this horizontal line that was pointing in a horizontal fucking line, watching these guys, imagine you're watching these guys side on, going round the ball, right, measuring the ball. According to them, their theodolite, the minute they moved 200 metres, it'd be pointing in a totally different direction all the way around. Like what you said, well, you told me it was impossible to make a circle out of straight lines. That's what you guys did with your fucking model. You drew a circle out of these straight horizontal fucking lines that apparently perpendicular to the direction of the fucking radius that you choose to point it in at that time. So you're either disagreeing with me or agreeing with me. Fun.
By the way, Ali, whereabouts in Denmark are you? You said you're in Denmark, right?
I'm in a place called Pofun, no Abu. Obu.
So it's up north, or?
No, it's Pofun, the little where are you?
No, I'm just in Finland.
You're in Finland, right? Actually, I was meant to actually go on a tour, Finland, a removal to Finland, but I had to do something else, so I never got the tour. But I'd love to go to Finland. I've heard so much good shit about it. No, I'm in Denmark. I'm in a little island in between. If you look at Denmark, you'll see a little island.
Oh yeah,
and I'm in the middle one. So.
Okay, yeah. I'm actually currently translating a text about Denmark and the social system there, and also partly the geography. That's why I was asking, because I'm interested about the topic.
my condolences.
Well, do you know? Listen, I can tell you something, right? It's I come from Britain. Well, as you probably know, I come from Scotland, man, and I can tell you something. Scotland's worse, and Britain's worse than Britain. But Denmark, you know, the only bad thing I can say about Denmark is the people have just got a wee bit they're too protective. They've got that Stockholm syndrome towards the government, even though they know, you know, they do things that are shitty and stuff like that, and they'll agree with you when you point out things. But to go that bit step further to say, well, wait a minute, are they really there for our interests? Well, that doesn't matter. I don't care about that. But yeah, that's the only thing. You know, what have you been looking at regarding Denmark? What have you heard that's bad about it?
It's just a book called this writer called Booth. He was sort of going through the Scandinavian countries and sort of questioning the some of the myths that exist relating to Scandinavian countries. For example, people like to think that everything is so fine and great here, and he's sort of poking holes like, okay, yeah, but when you look at Denmark, these all things are wrong, and Finland is shady in this way and that way, and you know,
that is spot
sort
on
of
there.
that.
Who's that? What's the name of that guy?
Hold on. Booth was his surname, but I can.
Well, he's spot on there. Actually, yeah, it's just kind of what I was just saying there. Actually, yeah, but it's hard. Listen, it's like, and the bad thing about it is I can't talk. I couldn't. Like, you can't point these things out. You can't point them out because then you get. It's like people like switch on you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's strange, and that's that thing we talk about. You know, us conspiracy theories or us flat earthers. You know, a lot of us didn't start in the flat earth, but we understand. You know, we understand like psychology and shit like that. There's a lot of us that are well versed in that and understand about. You know, you guys maybe don't like indoctrination or mind manipulation or neuro-linguistic programming and stuff like that. We know that. And this shit goes on so deep in Denmark, man. You should see the adverts or just the reaction I get. It just tells me, oh, okay, and I don't push it, you know, but it's not a reasonable reaction. I'm interested to read that guy, actually, so that'll be...
Yeah, it's Michael Booth, and the book name is Almost Nearly Perfect People.
All right, hang on. Let me just Google that. I'm just going to Google it so I get it, so I remember. Almost... Now, wait a minute, hang on.
The Almost Nearly Perfect People.
Yeah, because there's a wee story. There was a guy... The only reason I sort of started paying attention to it is the almost... What was it? The almost perfect...
Almost Nearly. The Almost Nearly Perfect People.
Nearly. I'm an old dude, so I'm tapping out
Yeah.
my time. The Almost Nearly Perfect People. There we go.
Yep.
Let's see. I've just get it so that I know that I've searched it. Oh,
yeah.
Perfect.
Yeah, I was about to post the covers to the side chat, but that file had some additional stuff there that I didn't want to post.
No, that's fine. That's it. I'll definitely take a look at that. I'll read that because of
yeah.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, I actually have that back home as well. In a Finnish translation, and actually, we were translating a short paragraph from that text, like 1 page or something like that.
Right.
It would be nice to then find the actual book and look at how a professional translator has actually done it. So,
just to check, I was actually here's a wee about translating and that. I can't. There was a rule or something like that about translating. You can't. What is it? You don't. Yeah, you don't ever translate and you can translate from another language into yours, but you can't translate or something. I can't remember. My girlfriend, or the Spanish girlfriend, she had a job as a translator.
Yep.
And I think she said she was German or Spanish to German, I think it was. Or German. Yeah, I think it was German to Spanish. You can translate from another language into yours, but you can't translate yours or something. I can't remember what it was. It doesn't matter anyway. But it's a hard job because of there's a word in Danish, it's called hygge. Right? And in English, the straight translation is cozy. You know, it's cozy, right?
Yeah,
yeah. But I've been in Denmark that long. When you find out that hygge, it's more. There's what you were talking about, nuances, stuff that I didn't understand. It's great, it's like a big circle, but there's a nuance to it. It doesn't mean it precisely. You know what I mean? Like what you were saying is. So how's the translation going? Is did it work okay or?
Reasonably well. I'm currently hating myself for regarding this current one because I haven't given it enough time. A translation, you really can't do it the last day possible. Well, it's due tomorrow, so I can look at it today and then again tomorrow. But it really would deserve at least 3 days, and I just haven't had the time.
You've got to revise it, like it's you write it, you read it once, but then you've got to read it 2 or 3 times because you always miss. Because I used to write myself, but you've got to, you know, because there's always, oh fuck, what the fuck, I should have a comma there, or yeah.
Yeah, and you need to look at it for several days because somehow sleeping on it and then looking at it the next day again just gives you more like a fresh perspective. And I haven't had the time to do that properly. Like I started doing it today and I did it for 4 hours and then I will finish it in 4 hours next day. But that's not, I don't think that's enough to really hone it down to the level that I would want to have it.
Well, do you know? Well, I'm just going to say, to me, spending 4 hours going over a bit of text and hanging, that's hard work. To me, I couldn't do it myself because I'm a manual worker, right? So but you're right, kind of in a way, but as a, you know, it's a hard one. To me, I'd be like, well, fuck, I'd have to be driven if I was going to spend 8 hours sitting looking at text and writing. But that's how I would see it. And that's for, like, I do a job that not a lot of people would want to fucking do, man. Because, you know, you're moving heavy shit from 5 floors down stairways and then finishing at 8 o'clock and having to drive a truck for 4.5 hours, stopping and then getting up at 6:30 in the morning. But I like the job, you know, that's what drives me because it's fucking fun. You know, it's not like a job. So you've probably given as much effort as you enjoy the job, and I think fair play. I couldn't do 4 hours of that because that's intense. That's intense. You know, when you use your mind, it's a lot different than using your body. And the thing is, your brain actually 28% or 24, 25 maybe, or something like that. Maybe I'm exaggerating with 28, but over 20% of the energy that you take in, you know, your food for your calories, if you believe that shit, but that you take in goes to your brain. You got to remember it's an electrical fucking thing. It needs energy. It works all the time. Actually, it's quite surprising when I found that out. Over 20%. So think that, you know, if you, for example, eat a carrot, a fifth of that carrot is going to your brain for energy or whatever. You know what I mean? It's like everything you eat, like so that's quite you know, it needs a lot of energy, man. And so if you're using it in that scale, like staring at a screen or, you know, that's a lot of energy, man. 4 hours constant. So.
Yeah, my hope is, you're sort of on point. Spending 8 hours on one page of text is quite long, but my idea is that I'm still beginning as a translator, and I'm still training myself. So obviously, I will get faster at it with time. So it wouldn't necessarily take 8 hours for a page later on.
What languages? What languages is it you do?
I'm translating from English to Finnish currently. I would love to have a second language pair, for example, French. But currently, my French is not at the level like I wouldn't even get past the minor exam.
Here's the thing: the most that if you're going to learn languages, and this is what my girlfriend told me. She was studying it. She got a master's. She got a master's, and she wasn't going to go any higher than that because she got a job translating. But the point is, she told me about the most important languages to learn, and then the last one was Chinese at the time, and this is about 15. Yeah, over 15 years ago, maybe 20 years ago, right?
Yep.
And she was telling us is English, Spanish, German, and Chinese. He said that's the most spoken, and she'd get a job. She could speak the Spanish. She was Spanish. She was from Barcelona. Her English was perfect, and she was actually studying German. She was going for the, you know, the teacher grade German kind of thing, you know, for her masters kind of thing. But yeah, it's but I think if you're going to go for a language, go for fucking Chinese, man. Chinese.
That's actually sort of because I've studied Chinese for a year, and I actually freaking love the language. And I would have actually picked that as a minor, but the problem is it's not possible in the university where I'm studying. There are currently only 2 universities in Finland where you can have Chinese as a minor or major.
Oh, okay.
And last year there was only 1. So it's surprising, but there are only very, very few possibilities of studying Chinese in universities.
Right, here's a little tip for you, because you speak so good English, right? Is that you can find like what my girlfriend was. It's so simplistic. My girlfriend that was translating, what she did is she just put a little, you know how when she went to college, but it could be in the virtual college or if you're studying online or whatever, right? But she was actually going to a college in London, or University in London. But she put a little post-it sticker saying willing to swap languages, speak English thing, he wants to learn German, and she'd find someone that was German wanted to learn English or Spanish, like a total stranger, and that's how she would learn and meet up for coffee and stuff like that. But it was like a little tip. I thought, oh, what a great way of learning a language. So if you wanted Chinese or whatever, you know, there's always ways and means of just saying, hey, by the way, I would put it in Reddit or Fate or whatever you're on. I want to learn Chinese. Does anybody that wants to learn English? And it doesn't matter. You can I got offered a job in Mongolia teaching English. I was out in Mongolia, and I got offered an actual job to go there and live and have a job in a Mongolian school and teach English. I'm a what do you call it? I build houses or lay foundations and stuff like that. And I was offered a job. And then I thought, yeah, it doesn't matter actually if you know the pronunciation or the grammar. If you've got a hold of a language, you can travel, especially English. You can travel anywhere in the world and teach it or get people that want to learn it. So maybe a tip for you. If you want to learn Chinese, find somewhere putting up a post. I want to learn do some mad. Anybody want to learn English? You speak good English.
Sure. I actually have a I'm currently chatting with a Taiwanese girl who's living
Taiwan
currently in.
Well.
Yeah. I think it's close enough to Mandarin that it wouldn't be a problem. The only thing is we haven't gotten to the Chinese part because I'm currently so swamped under my Japanese studies because I didn't know what to do and I couldn't get past the minor exams to have French as a minor. So I sort of drifted and now I have a Japanese as a minor and I'm just currently totally falling behind on it or I'm barely keeping up with it. So I just don't have the capability to do Chinese at the moment. But I'm keeping tabs on it and seeing if at some point I have more resources and I can then start again with it.
You might find what you call it with some languages, right? I can understand Spanish. I can, if pushed, it take me probably a couple of months of living back in Spain to be able to communicate good, progress in Spanish quite easily. German, it's kind of, there's a lot of words that sound Danish or Scandinavian, right? And I can kind of half translate what I mean, that maybe get 50% or 40%. I can kind of guess what it is. And you might find that we are Taiwan, actually, that's a new economy coming up in as well. There's going to be a huge boost in Taiwan's economy again. I think back in the 70s, if I remember, it was made in Taiwan was the big one. But I think it's going to I think the economy, so it might be actually a good idea to stick in with your Taiwanese friend and learn that for later business, and also Japanese, because even though sometimes it's good to know an off the wall language. Chinese, I mean, everybody, probably that's going to be getting into translation. There's probably a lot of people thought, I'll get into Chinese and whatever. But also Japanese, and so it's also good to be a bit different. So as long as you can communicate.
I'm trying to. The only problem is it actually is bloody hard work trying to get any language to the level where you could actually translate in it. And Japanese is especially hard, a hard language to translate because, for example, the verbs in Japanese, they come at the very end of the sentence. So if you're
German's the same, man. German's tricky as fuck, man. You don't have a clue until you put the last word in. That sentence means nothing.
And oftentimes the person you are trying to translate will stop and then wait for you to translate, and you're like, but I cannot translate because you didn't give the verb yet. It's at the end of the sentence. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
German's kind of like that as well. It's got certain words, and Danish as well, and but every language. Once you find, I thought with like in French and Spanish, right? They always put the adjective before the noun. Like Zapata Roja. That's the red shoes. I think Sabata, whatever. I can't remember. It's been such a long time. but it means red. The rockers red, and Sabata. I think it's hat. I'm sure it's shoes, right? But it's saying shoes red. And see when you learn those kind of basic red rules, you know, and once you kind of it helps. But you've got, I think what I decided that I try to suss out the rules of it. You know, where the, you know, like German. I've not started learning German or anything like that. I can speak Danish and speak a bit Spanish, and I can understand a bit of French as long as you speak kind of slow. But I try to find the rules, so at least you've got a fucking start. You're not going to say the red shoes, you know, when you translate. Oh, that's right, it's the opposite, and that helps. You know, when you look at the differences between your language and the other language, you know, and I suppose that's the way I worked at it anyway, and that's the way I sort of, because I also like languages as well. You know, always. Yeah, it's a fascinating. But even I'll say, but the bonus is right. So you want to be a translator, but just remember that if you learn Japanese and you learn Taiwanese and you can speak English, you can go to these countries and work as a fucking teacher and earn good bucks, good money. So it's not like, oh, I failed or anything. You're like, well, look, you know, I can communicate in fucking Japanese. I can go and speak and people understand me. And that's the most important thing when you've got kids. And so that's what I'm saying. So you're already on a good... I try to tell my daughter, she speaks German, Spanish, English fluently, obviously. But she's Danish. She got really good education. I bet she never talked about the education. But anyway, that guy. But she speaks Spanish. My son, just because he's a gamer, he likes gaming, he can speak fucking Russian. He can speak, understand Russian, German, English is fluent, kind of thing, you know. So, and I've told him exactly what I said to you just there. I've told him the same. Doesn't matter, you know, as long as you can communicate, and it's always good to learn loads of different languages, man. You go anywhere in the world, and you'll get, you know, you'll always have a job. You'll always be able to feed yourself if you can speak the language of the land that you're going to, whether you're washing dishes or, you know. But anyway, that sounds like a good. How long you got left in your studies then?
I'm in my second year, so still like 4 years left.
Yeah, 6 years, man. Yeah, it's long. Yeah, that's a long one. Are you going for the degree?
Yeah, BA and then masters.
She got her BA, and then the German, the final was thing for her masters. But she was telling us what it was like. I said, you'll need to, you'll be able to become a professor then. She was like, and she was telling me, and then I actually looked it up on the internet what it takes to become a, you know, to get a PhD, to get your PhD kind of. Yeah, she was telling us about that. It's kind of a closed, shall we say, shop regarding the science PhD, shall I say.
Yeah, I might want to go for PhD or even further. But the problem is, because I actually sort of have capabilities for that sort of thing, at least that's how I fathom it, but I might be too old for that. I might be able to do it, but
how old are you?
I'm currently 37.
All right, okay. You're never too old, and you're still young. Well, compared to me,
the only thing. Sure. The only thing is, I sort of feel like I would want to get into doing the actual job and get back to working life as soon as possible, so that I have at least some time to practice my my job before, you know, I kick the bucket.
well, well, that's the thing though. But you can get like a part-time while you're doing that. What I said, my girlfriend, right? She had a part-time job where it was like a translation agency, and she hadn't finished her masters. She was in the middle of her masters, but she got a job doing translation, and it was what was it? You get paid. I think you get paid per 100 or something like, or 1,000. It was something like 100. She got paid per 100, but she was doing okay. But that was while she was studying, but she got like part-time any kind of thing. So that there's opportunities if you want to get an idea of what it was. But if you're good with languages, you speak good English, and if you can speak it, fuck the translation shit, man. You should just go for kind of some kind of, I don't know, because that's hard. The thing is, I would encourage you to go self-employed, and the thing I don't encourage it. I've told my kids as well. Like if you're going to get a job, make sure you work for yourself and you cut out the middleman, because the middleman's your boss. There's a customer, there's your, and the customer is giving your boss a load of money to get a job done, and then your boss is given, and this is why I've been self-employed most of my life. I've had my own businesses. Only because I was like, fuck, I'm going to cut out the middleman. I always looked at the guy as the middleman between me and the customer. So I cut him up, started my own business, and I made like 3 times as much as what I was making. Plus, I was meeting these people that were like bankers or financial advisors and architects and all this. Just because I got rid of this dick, the guy that was paying me this shit amount of money, I just started my own company. And I was meeting these people, and they were telling me stuff, because I'm quite a sociable dude. I talk loads, and I'm quite honest about things now. You know, I never really, you know, if I couldn't do anything, I would just tell them. I don't know. If they ever asked me a question, I had a philosophy with my job working for so many wankers and people that ripped off the customer. I learned a way. I had my little business model kind of thing, you know, if always answer a phone call for the customer, or, you know, like a big long list I had, protocols I used to, and it worked, man. You know, I was like, you know, I'm just a normal dude from a little tiny village where, you know, I've been taught all that I kind of know. I've got like half a brain, and here I was like earning fucking unbelievable money, just putting my talent, just because I was aware of things. But I was thinking, fuck, man, you know, my boss has been earning this, and I've been getting paid. I've been getting paid this. So I would say you should really design your education around is what I tell my kids, is about being self-employed. Cut out the middleman. You know, you've got talent. You're obviously apart from the fact you believe in the spinning testicle. Apart from that, I believe you've got a brain there. You're only having a go. But the point is, I know that, but you're not a dummy or anything like that, and so I would certainly say you've got the talent, certainly survive as someone that's self-employed, and fucking sell yourself, man. Sell yourself. You are good at. You've got to believe you're good at your job. It worked for me. It worked for the guy that told me, hey, by the way, you've got to believe you're good at your job. I goes, okay then, right. I've got to believe I'm good at my job. But I got told that. I got showed that as well. But you have to come up with the goods. You have to be, but not to the point that you're going to be working 12 hours a day, 8 hours a day, and fucking this is stress. And what I learned when I had I built my business around, I don't really want to work. I don't believe, well, I do believe, you know, you've got to work, but I don't believe in working so hard, right? So when I started my business, I designed it around my personality. So, you know, I've been on jobs for like 3 months, the same shit, man. Buildings going up slow, sweeping up or digging holes or whatever, man. Same thing every fucking day for months. And I've quit the job after about a month. Fuck, this is like, you know, it's like that thing you see in the movie. You wake up every morning, you eat your breakfast 8 o'clock, you start your job at 9, you drive, you know, that kind of sequence. I thought, fuck, I'm becoming this. You know, I give up my job. So as I say, I decided I'll start for myself. And I know that, so I only took on jobs that would maybe last 2 weeks, 3 weeks max, because I'd been working at it so long I could, right, what do you want? Right, I can do that. And I knew exactly how long it would take me to do it because I've done everything for it.
Yep.
So that was so I built a fucking great life around that. And that made me happy because it's not all about working. You can still earn loads of fucking money, but you don't have to work 5 days a week. It's the amount of money that you want to live. You don't need a big mansion or anything like that. It's nice, unless you've got friends that have got big mansions and big fancy cars that you can go racing round Nuremberg ring, drive down from Finland across the store belts, bro, and Öresund, bro, straight down to Nuremberg, blast round there with your mates. But that's no good if your mates haven't got Ferraris or fucking Lamborghinis or anything like that. You have to keep yourself on a level that, you know, all your friends or whatever. So your needs, man. You can still have a nice life, but not buying into the possession things or to the extreme of possessions. If I would have a 50-inch LED huge telly and a PlayStation, a Xbox, and I think because I'm a game ad, that's what I would spend money. But I wouldn't, I wouldn't go to the extremes. I'm going to buy a huge house, or you've got to treat yourself. If you earn your money, you have to treat yourself, but you also have to, look after it as well, and look after yourself. That's the most important. You don't want to work too hard, and don't get stressed out.
Yeah,
that's just me.
One of the big things about studying in university is you sort of learn the balance. My essay course teacher keeps telling us that that's one of the biggest things that you take away from university and into your work life is learning how to schedule your time and how to manage your resources.
Good. Sounds like a good teacher, man.
Yeah. That's absolutely true, and also that has to do with keeping timelines, because of course teachers are sometimes like they can be quite lenient and give you like if you say, okay, I can't do the essay today, they're like, yeah, well, do it next week or something like that. It totally depends on the teacher, but that teacher keeps emphasizing that when you're actually doing this for a job, it's sort of an important thing when you promise a translation. It's sort of an important thing that it's actually done by that deadline.
Yeah, absolutely. Of course. Because there's a knock-on effect. If you don't do that, right, that person that's asked you to do that has promised someone else that, it'll be done by there, blah, blah. And suddenly you've fucked up the whole chain. So that's that's why that's the whole point about getting rid of these middle people, because see, when you meet or get in contact with the person, you always meet the deadline, but it's not stressful or anything like that. But that's simplistic what I said. That's about being self-employed and employed, but that's true, and that's good. You have to. And there's a lot of pressure when you work for someone for someone else, but you're that professor guy's right. You've got to manage your time, but also it means more than like, you have to get the job done at this time. You understand? Because when you choose your job, you're going to choose your job that there is no stress. You're still going to get loads of money for it. You're getting more than what you would do if you work for someone else. But and plus you've got that time. But take what you're getting taught. But that's the only thing I always encourage about be self-employed, man. No matter what, if you can, any opportunity apply for my job and say no, this is my price and that, and just keep sticking to that. There's hundreds of thousands, and you can do. The great thing is you can work from home or you can work from a yacht in the Mediterranean or where the fuck you want to work. You know what I mean? You've got it's a really good job is translating. Is because you can work actually anywhere in the world, man. As long as you've got an internet connection, you're fucking. So you could be sitting in a yacht. Maybe that's it. You buy a little house, a little cheap house in Finland. You splash out for a fucking yacht after maybe about 2 years. And you just plot up in the Mediterranean and sail around between Monte Carlo, Monaco, fucking across to Lebanon, wherever you want to go, man. Just zip about there doing your translating. Well, whatever you want to do, but that's the opportunity that's, that's that's one of the things that internet has given us, opportunities like that.
Well, I think I'm going to have to shut up soon because it's nearing 10 o'clock and I'm living in an apartment where there are other people as well. So 10 o'clock is my rule for, okay, shut up, don't talk to flat earthers anymore.
That was a good conversation, man. Anyway, so
Yep.
That's
Thanks,
good.
Alan.
That's yeah, no worries, man. That was quite cool. So I think I'll call
See
it.
you later.
All right, take it easy. Good night.
Did you guys kick Pete Shea out of here? Jeremy? Yeah, he's been over in Gems doing the whole dodo stuff for about an hour. I figured you guys kicked him out. That's why he's over there, but it's quiet in here, so probably why he's there.
Where's everybody?